Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. The story begins with the fact that we see a burning forest. The blonde guy put his hand on his forehead and wondered if there was at least one kobold alive in this forest, and the bald man standing next to him turned to his leader and said that the mage they had met was too strong, so retreating would be the best solution. The blue-haired leader of this gang turned to them and shouted that it was time for them to stop being afraid, because if the fire was so strong, then it meant that the mage had not yet regained his strength. The leader was frightened by the sharp sound and bulged his eyes. The gang noticed a man coming out of the forest. In this man's hand was the heavy head of a blue kobold. This man was covered in kobold blood, and he was heading forward himself. Suddenly, he noticed a small gang in front of him, and stopped. The guys grabbed their swords tighter and stood up. The leader pulled out his dagger, and said that his opponent should just stop quietly. The mage put his hand on his head and grinned, to which the leader said that he should put the kobold's head on the ground, and then he would save his life. Throwing out his shoulders and grinning, the guy with his head in his hand said that then he would act on his own. Resting his head on the ground, a bright flash of blue began to appear in his hand. The leader abruptly turned towards the forest and gave a command to his comrade, who was hiding in the bushes. A crossbowman jumped out of the bushes with lightning speed and fired a shot. The arrow flew directly into the back of the guy who came out of the forest. Sensing this, he turned around and activated his magic, starting to shine. The arrow began to take on a completely different route with the help of magic. The arrow stuck in the leg of one of the gang. Two guys opened their mouths from what they saw. The two of them rushed to attack and swung their swords at the leader's command. The mage makes a quick dash back. Waves emanated from his hand, which formed a shield, which surprised the gang. He folded his hands, making a clap. Thanks to the clap, bright particles of ice began to appear around him, which rushed straight at the bandits. The leader looked ahead with a frightened look and did not understand how he could do this. After all, this is the magic of ice. The blonde man was completely frozen in one pose. The ice block began to fall forward under its own weight, flying past the mage. Falling to the ground, it crumbled into small pieces. The magus' hand began to turn red a little, which made the leader wonder if he wasn't a fire magus, and this whole fire was just caused by explosives. Suddenly, fire began to appear in his hand. With his hand bent in front of his face, the mage stood with a straight face. Starting to attack, he withdrew his hand with fire to the side. One of the fiery attacks flew straight into the bushes. Other shots of fire began to hit the people from the gang hiding in the bushes. They jumped out of the fire screaming for help. There were several corpses lying around the mage and fire was burning everywhere. He began to walk forward towards the bald bandit, who was shouting in fright that he should not approach him. Placing his hand on his head, the magus used an explosion that completely tore him apart from the inside. The leader fell to his knees in fear, because he saw what was happening to his comrades. After killing the bandit, he began to walk forward straight towards the blue-haired bandit. The leader was shaking with fear and with a frightened face said that he did not understand how it was possible to wield two elements at the same time. The mage began to raise his sword from the ground, and then, swinging his sword, he said that it was all because he was an outsider. The bandit's blood flew everywhere. The protagonist threw the kobold's head on the table of the tavern, which he came to some time after the battle. The bartender looked up at him in surprise. From such a roar, all the visitors began to look at them. The bartender, examining the head, said that he was surprised. Tilting his head to the side and raising his hand, he said that the mage had indeed been able to destroy the kobold. With a straight face, the main character stuck his sword right into the table. The bartender looked at the sword in fright and said that the mage had encountered vigilance, to which he received the answer that they had already been buried. Bringing his face to the sword, the hero's eyes turned red, and he himself said in a terrible voice that there were also those in the bar who should be buried. The bartender sighed and looked at him from under his brow, and then told the boy not to worry, because he had nothing to worry about. Suddenly, a man from the audience raised his hand and shouted that these vigilants do nothing but eat meat and drink alcohol, so they are ordinary robbers. The mage closed his eyes, tilted his head and exhaled, because everyone sitting in the hall supported him, saying that this was how these vigilants should be. A system window appeared in front of him, which said that he had completed an additional quest, which made him think that he still hadn't received his compensation. Turning to the bartender, he told him that he seemed to have forgotten the cost of the request. The bearded man put his hands on the table and said that he was provided with free accommodation and meals in the tavern for the rest of his life, and then asked if he needed anything else, to which the main character said that he needed hot water for the bath. The bartender looked after him and said that he would do everything now. The hero stopped at the stairs, because he was called out, asking what his name was. The bloodied magus turned around and said that his name was Ian Hope. Images of a fire-breathing dragon began to appear in his head, and he thought that this was a game that was illegally downloaded from the same community. He introduced the four heroes, reflecting on how it was a semi-open dark fantasy game full of intrigue and conspiracies. Ian was standing and behind him was his real-life ghost, but now Ian was just a character in the game of Aquilonia, which he had been improving until he became one himself, which await the player in the second half of the game. Then he presented a slightly different version of the improvement tree, and said that he did not follow the methods of the game, but did everything in his own way. If he wanted something, he trained or developed. Ian, holding his chin in real life, realized that his character had failed. He hovered his mouse over the system uninstall window, and decided that he would create a new one and just improve it. A huge number of different messages began to appear in front of him, in which it was written that someone was watching him, that someone wanted to delete the world. Suddenly, a moment later, he finds himself in the middle of a crowd of enemies. Hiding behind a tree from the dragon, he recognized this place, because it was a learning area from the game, and he could not immerse himself in long thoughts at all in such an environment. He is sharply attacked by a bandit, but he manages to block the blow. Blue lightning flew from his eyes, and he, gathering all his strength in his hands, dealt a crushing blow to the bandit. The blood of his enemy splattered everywhere. Falling to the ground, he looked at his hand and trembled with fear. But he realized that in the 6 months that he had been there, he had already managed to adapt a little to this dark world. His sword is right next to his bathroom. When he suddenly heard a sound, he began to pull it out of its scabbard, preparing to attack. He brought his sword directly to the neck of the ordinary maid who was holding a bucket of water. She opened her mouth from fright and bulged her eyes, and said that she just brought hot water. Jan put his sword back and realized his mistake and apologized to her. He spread his arms and made himself comfortable while she bent down to pour water. As suddenly, her gaze was directed directly to the body of the main character, and she even stammered a little, telling him to warn if it was too hot. The hero was lying in the bathroom, exposing his abs. The maid was very embarrassed and blushed, because Jan told her to put away her vulgar thoughts. While he was being refilled, he straightened his hair and thought about how he was able to somehow survive in the training zone thanks to his character's abilities, and if he didn't have such abilities, he would have been dead by now. Images of dangerous monsters began to pop up in his mind, and he thought about how after he was reincarnated, the map of this world expanded, and enemies became stronger, villages and people appeared that he had never seen before. Remembering the frightened grimace of that leader, he understood why he had dealt with them so easily, since they had a big difference in strength. He furrowed his brows and stared straight ahead, aware that if he left things as they were, he would simply die because of the events that awaited him next. The sash of the window to his bathroom was ajar, and it was night outside, and he kept thinking that he needed to get a little stronger, so it would be nice to find something useful from the kobolds. We are transported to the kobold village, where the kobolds themselves were killed, and warriors walked around. The red-robed young man, opening the chest, wondered if it was really possible for them to take these things, to which his comrade replied that Mr. Jan had ordered to hand over only what seemed valuable. Another man, fighting off his friend, said that he was the first to find this find. Throughout the village, the noise of village warriors could be heard. The mage walked along the road and looked away, thinking along the way that he was not sure if the villagers would do as he told them to do. Approaching the guy who was sitting next to the decapitated kobold, he heard from him that there was something interesting about this monster. Taking a closer look at the corpse of the monster, he saw a red crystal in its chest, which spread lightning throughout the body. Grabbing his sword, the main character looked down. He then slammed his sword into the crystal in an attempt to pull it out. The bartender approached the hero from behind, and noticing this stone, asked what it was, to which he received the answer that most likely it was a cursed stone. Ian began to peer directly into this glowing stone, and said that it contained dirty magic power, which was very much there. A gray-haired man with a beard folded his hands and said that it seemed that the leader of the kobolds had used black magic, and the mage refuted his words, saying that it was most likely that the stone was bewitched by the one who inserted it. One of the villagers looked into the house of a friend who was sitting and was covered with shadow. The guy noticed a large red ball in the hands of his friend. There were many such houses in the kobold village, but they were all looted. The warrior smiled mischievously, holding the cursed stone in his hands, saying that he wanted to take it to his mother. And then, with a terrible grimace on his face, he turned around and said that if you eat this stone, you will become a puppet. Jan lifted this stone to his face and noticed that it was shining brightly. A moment later, we are transported to an unknown hut. The main character looks down with his arms crossed and says that everything doesn't look so bad. On the cloth are several mana stones, a necklace of an eye, and coins, and the protagonist wonders which of these items were found in the hut of the kobold leader. The cursed stone lay in his hand, and he knew that it was the most fragile catch among all that was there. Putting his hand in his pocket, he thought that if he cleaned it, the stone would be useful. In the other pocket, a blue glow began. Ian began to look around to find out what the bartender was doing, and began to think that there was not enough space here, but he would have enough to carry out the plan. He began to remember the forest and the glade of flowers, reflecting on how when he woke up in the game, Hope's skills were at the same level. However, everything else had been reset to the starting point of the game, quests, items, and everything else. He imagined a purple-haired girl who was floating in space, and could not understand why then his skills and level did not reset. Maybe someone did not want his character to disappear without a trace, just the one who dragged him into the game. Turning sideways, the hero looked to the side and thought that it would be better if he was given more points. The bartender, throwing a huge axe over his shoulder, asked if he could really keep it, to which Ian, sighing, replied that it was not free anyway. Then he turned and smiled mischievously, adding that they would talk about it later, and now it was time for them to go back and see if the warriors had done what he had given them. In the square there was a crowd of warriors, whom they saw when they came from the hut. The boys stood and stared ahead, holding their hands behind their backs, while Ian praised them. But he knew that although they didn't make much effort to search, he needed to check their pockets. His eyes shone with green lights, as he used his magical vision to detect traces of magic. The guys began to worry and tremble, because they understood that he was testing them. The main character was moving to the side, but stopped abruptly. His gaze fell on the blonde guy who had a bright green object in his pocket. He began to peer at this green object that had been marked. Coming closer, he slapped his forehead, saying that this guy seriously hoped that such a trick would work. With lightning speed, he put his sword to his neck and ordered him to take out the contents of his pockets. Sweat was dripping down his face, because he was very frightened by this. Suddenly, his eyes began to fill with blood, and the boy himself began to stutter. The magician's eyes bulged from what he saw. A purple aura began to appear around the guy. All the other warriors seeing this were frightened and began to run away while the guy continued to transform. His body began to twist into non-human forms, and his eyes glowed purple. The hero swung his sword and thought that he was most likely seized by a curse. Striking directly in the neck of the enemy, he said that this guy was not at all the same person with whom he had communicated before. But the demon grabbed his sword between two fingers and did not allow himself to be struck. Smiling mockingly, he said that Jan was hot-tempered, because he immediately decided to cut off his head. The magician looked at him with contempt and said that he annoyed him. The demon still held his sword between his fingers as he talked about how he initially thought he had been consumed by a curse, but it turns out that he was an imposter right away. Purple lightning began to appear around the demon's fingers, and he was talking about how Jan had ruined his field where he was planting the seeds. Ian looked ahead and remembered how he had hidden things in his inner pocket, guessing that the demon was talking about contaminated magic. After all, most likely, he was completely confused by the loss of connection with objects placed in subspace. He imagined kobolds walking around the city and destroying everything, because most likely it would have been if he hadn't stopped them. Smiling mischievously, the main character said that he noticed that they were not in such a hurry. Looking confidently ahead, he smiled and said that the magic power he had created would be put to good use. The demon's fingers turned purple, and it was clear from his face that he was very angry, so he began to shout bad words. Clenching his fist, he shattered the sword into small pieces. Yang jumped back with the remaining half of the sword, saying in displeasure that it was a good sword that he had just taken out. The demon instantly made a dash, swinging his arms. The hero repelled his attack without letting him touch him. The mage jumped back, dodging another demon attack. He then blocked the strong attack by holding his sword in both hands, and the demon, noticing his loss of strength, noticed it. A huge fireball flew at the enemy, which he initially did not notice. But as soon as the enemy paid attention to him, his eyes bulged wide. And then there was a strong explosion. Fireballs were flying behind the main character, and he had a sword in his hands. The demon, with burned clothes, got up from his knees and did not understand how he did it. Burns were visible on his face, and his hair stood on end. Yang jumped into the attack, holding a fireball in his hand, and interrupted the demon, saying that he was talking too much. The puppet began to be torn to pieces by such an explosion. All the warriors opened their mouths in shock, not understanding what was happening. Yang raised his hand upwards, creating a fireball, and then he directed his hand at the enemy, launching a powerful blow of fire at him. The demon began to fall to the ground. The blow was so strong that it was almost completely burned. Lying on the ground, he maliciously shouted that this mage was just pretending, and promised that he would definitely come back for him. Yang made a sweeping slash with his sword while the enemy said that his insignificant soul was imprisoned for eternity of suffering in this body. The demon's head detached from the body and flew upwards due to Yang's strong blow. Flying far to the side, the head continued to make sounds. The main character squatted down and, holding a sword in his hand, said that these were typical conversations between a murdered person and a murderer. He struck the enemy's body with all his strength to get something. Ian was able to get this cursed stone out of the demon, but he noticed that it was much smaller than the kobold leader. Sitting in front of the entire crowd of warriors, he began to rise. And then, pointing his sword in their direction, he asked with a menacing voice if anyone wanted to surrender voluntarily. After a while, we are transported to a bar, while the weather is sunny outside. The bartender stands at his counter and wipes his glasses. Suddenly Ian enters the bar in a new blue armor and with a bag in his hand. Sitting down at the table, a gray-haired man approached him, saying that he surprisingly quickly made another request, and noticed that he did not look like a magician at all. The hero's face looked dissatisfied, and he himself crossed his arms and said that he should be more careful with his words. The bartender imagined Ian walking down the street in a robe, while people were discussing him, saying that he was just different from ordinary magicians, but the gray-haired man understood him, because he knew that magicians were disliked. Ian was very angry, so a fireball appeared in his hand, and he said that he could heat up everything here, if he really wanted to, and the bartender was frightened by this and refused. While the hero was drinking drinks from a mug, The bartender said that he was worried that the black magician held a grudge against Ian. Jan himself simply closed his eyes and lowered his mug, saying that it didn't matter at all, because he was destined to die by his hand anyway. Images of him killing monsters began to appear in his mind, and he reflected on the fact that he had completed all of this town's side quests. He also remembered how he killed the black-haired girl, realizing that he still lacked experience, so he would have to leave there. A horse's hoof appeared on the edge of the mountain. Behind the armored girl, several riders could be seen. One of the riders with red hair addressed the girl, saying that their predictions came true, as they expected. The three of them stood on the edge and looked at the city while the red-haired guy was still saying that the man who destroyed the kobolds was in this village. Jan looked forward with a confident look and drank drinks from his mug. The feet of the knights appeared. His hands held a sword. A lot of blows rang out. Blood poured onto the floor. A man was standing in the midst of the crowd. The blood-shedding avenger wore a helmet. A trail of blood appeared. Striking with the blade, it became clear that the girl was a knight and mid-level boss from the first chapter of Aquilonia. Holding the sword in her hands, it was obvious that one day the lady had broken into the palace with the intention of killing King Agelran, and the battle was crushing. The lady struck. Miss was enveloped in a red haze, because for a mid-level boss in the first chapter, it was very strong. Without showing his eyes, the man greeted the master. Standing with his back, the guy said that he had heard that he had single-handedly crushed a bunch of kobolds. The people's faces were stunned. Smiling, the man asked that it was him. Turning around, the main character thought that this was some kind of curse. The protagonist did not show his eyes. The guy raised his hand. On the pedestal hung the head of a monster. Looking up, the interlocutor said that this was unbelievable, saying that even honorary soldiers of the border would not risk doing so, adding that he apologized for the questions, but he needed to make sure that he found the right one. The building was wooden. Pointing to the knight, the man introduced him. Standing in the golden circle, it became clear that she was the guardian of the southern borders and the precious sword of Agelran. Knitting his eyebrows, Ian thought that this was already very strange, adding that she was a completely different version of herself that had not yet been consumed by the thirst for revenge. The girl's face was divided into two parts. Closing his eyes, the interlocutor said that his name was Philip, and he was an escort, saying that he was glad to meet him. Throwing up his hands, the main character asked what he could serve them. Hand on heart, the boy asked if he had seen anything strange in the kobold's lair. Looking ahead, the protagonist tried to remember something unusual, while the interlocutor stated that he was talking about signs of dark magic. The knight had blue eyes, indicating that things were getting even stranger. Crossing his arms, the guy thought about what would happen next, saying that he worked with deals and for a reward, because he was a mercenary, adding that, for that matter, he preferred to negotiate with a person with power. The hand pointed at the girl. A raised hand appeared. Without showing her face, the lady declared that everything was correct. The man turned around and thought that the voice was a little strange. Taking off her helmet, the warrior asked for forgiveness for her servant. The lady's face appeared. As she laid her helmet on the table, Miss said that she did not usually talk to people she saw for the first time, adding that Philip had therefore spoken for her. Making a surprised face, the mercenary thought that she was indeed a girl, adding that he had never really heard her voice, because it only heard her heavy breathing and her last whisper. The lady was bloodied. With his eyes wide open, Ian listened to the fact that they should continue then. I hold out my hand. The lady said that you need to pay for the information. In turn, the assistant said that this goes without saying. A gold coin appeared on the table. Smirking, the main character said that it was a royal gold coin of the highest value. In turn, the warrior replied that it was very visible. Without showing his face, the protagonist said that someone deliberately raised kobolds, adding that their leader grew up, absorbing his power, because he wore the essence of black magic on his chest. The head of a monster appeared. Half of the sphere on the table. The guy announced that this was all that was left of the dark magician. Without showing his eyes, the man said that he had destroyed his plates, so the mage declared that he would return to take revenge. Lowering her head, the girl said that she definitely felt something sinister, adding that the kingdom was mired in darkness, continuing that now all that remained was to hunt down that mage. A bag of gold fell on the table. Holding the money in his hands, the mercenary listened to the fact that there were 10 royal coins, adding that she needed this item, while the man said that he was satisfied with the price. Crossing her arms, the warrior declared that she did not want him to go with her, adding that he was the only witness. An eye appeared. Suddenly, a message appeared from the system, which said that it was necessary to escort Maeve and kill the black mage, and Ian would receive 1 skill point as a reward. Without showing his face, the main character thought that it was clearly worth completing this task, because it gives a whole skill point. Taking something out of his jacket, the protagonist stated that he was working for money, adding that if they wanted him to accompany them, they needed a contract. Looking at the guy, the assistant said that he had already received enough money. In turn, the interlocutor said that he nevertheless needed more, adding that if they hired him, he could help in the search. Looking ahead, the girl asked if he knew where the mage's hideout was. Raising his hand, the man said that he did not know, but would try to find out, adding that this was what he was doing for a living, thinking that they understood that this was only a bluff. Smiling, Ian said that, in addition, the magician made him angry, continuing that he was ready to strike back. Thinking, the lady did not show her eyes. Looking ahead, the girl said that she agreed, adding that she understood the guy, saying that she guaranteed the fulfillment of the conditions. The night forest appeared. The main character was sitting on a horse. Turning around, the lady asked if he was sure that the mage was where they were going. Glancing to the side, the protagonist stated that most likely he was now in the Forest of Graves. An old building appeared among the trees, making it clear that there was an entrance to the Forest of Graves, but it was impossible to get out of it. Making a stupid face, the man asked about what he had said about the Forest of Graves. Looking ahead, the man said that there were terrible monsters there. In turn, the guy said that he should stop and go to the point. In turn, the interlocutor said that there was an ancient tomb in the forest, adding that it was built by fairies, continuing that dead soldiers were buried there, and over time, ordinary people also began to use that place for burials. The inhabitants carried the coffin. It was dark, and it became clear that at some point the fog began to thicken. Dropping his hands, the man stated that no one else saw people coming out of there. In turn, Ian thought that everything was the same in the game, adding that he should definitely go there. Looking ahead, the knight said that this was the very center of the kingdom, asking that he really thought that a black mage could be there. The main character, without showing emotion, stated that he scattered seeds and is now waiting for the harvest, which means that he needs a shelter hidden from human eyes, adding that isn't the center of the kingdom the best place, because they say that it is always darkest under the lamp. Sitting on the horse, the guy asked if they should discuss all the details later, and now set up camp. In turn, the warrior said that it was a good idea, because the time was already late. Pointing to the thicket of the forest, the assistant said that they should go further into the forest, because travelers usually settle on the bank of the stream. Standing in front of the young man, the man said that a pack of wolves lived there, adding that he did not want to disturb their sleep. Mounting his horse, the boy said that he would make a fire. Exhaling, the mercenary said that he was stupid, because he would trample everything. Friend, the fog appeared. People were on the green spectrum. The mouth of the beast appeared. The wolf pack consisted of many creatures. The leader appeared. The allies were sitting around the fire. Looking at the girl, Ian thought that she was completely different, asking where her vengeful nature was, which had turned the king's castle into a bloodbath, continuing that there must be a reason for this. Like any madness, the lady lowered her head. The main character closed his eyes. There was a bag in his hands. Holding the spoon, the assistant said that he would finally be able to unpack the package. The girl, looking through the open door, told the master to stop. Smiling, the lady said that there was ham and cheese in the package, adding that he should be careful. A blush appeared on the boy's face. Holding a spoon in both hands, the man said that the lady had a loving look, while the protagonist said that he would not be silent. Turning around, the young man asked if he wanted to share with him. In turn, the man said that he would share if he closed his mouth. Sparks flew in the wind. His hand was on the bundle. Holding a spoon in his hands, the guy asked if the gentleman was laughing at him. Taking something out of his jacket, the man ordered the young man to shut up. People froze in anticipation. Putting on the helmet, the lady said that they had unexpected guests. The comrades in arms turned. Horror appeared on the guy's face, saying that they were wolves. A lot of eyes appeared. As he prepared to draw his sword, the man said that it was a curse, because it seemed that today they would be left without dinner. White wolves appeared. Without showing her eyes, the warrior declared that these wolves were larger than usual, asking if it was the work of a black mage. Looking ahead, the interlocutor said that they would deal with them and find out. Taking out her sword, the girl said that he was right, adding that Philip should mount his horse and stay away. Turning around, the lady said that Jan should do the same. Knitting his eyebrows, the guy refused not very politely. Glancing to the side, the lady asked what he had just said. In turn, the man had declared that it was impossible to defeat wolves in her armor. Holding the horse by the reins, the assistant said that he was also full of wolves in his direction. Without showing his face, the main character ordered her not to worry and follow him, adding that there is something that only he can do. The girl's face appeared. Holding the sword in her hands, the warrior declared that they should try not to die. Making a serious face, the mercenary said that it was all nonsense, continuing to tell her not to die as well. The paws of the animals appeared. Holding a sword, the protagonist announced how many of them there are. The wolf rushed to attack. The man parried the attack. Knitting his eyebrows, the guy said that the creatures were bastards, adding that the magic of the flames would cope with them in a minute. Turning around, the man thought that he could not show his abilities, continuing that you never know who your enemy will be. Human legs appeared. Ian, without showing his face, said that this was the most invisible to the eye. The sword became longer. Swinging his blade, the protagonist used a gray magic spell called the Wind Blade. Looking at how wolves attack, the guy stated that wind magic gives an impetus to movement, adding that, if desired, gusts of wind can be turned into sharp blades. There was a sweep. The creature was hit. The wolf's eye was red. The blood that came from the monsters appeared. The opponent's mouth appeared. The man was right in the wolf's mouth. Suddenly, the animal's eye became wider. Standing with his back to him, the mercenary used gray magic, an ability called Wind Curtain. Without showing emotion, the guy asked if they were surprised. Blood was coming out of the wolf. There was blood on Ian's face. While wiping the liquid, the main character heard that there were 2 more left. There was a swing of the blade. The wolves were killed in a matter of seconds. Looking back, the protagonist thought about her being stronger than he thought, adding that he was surprised by both companions. Knitting his eyebrows, the guy thought that this battle had dragged on, saying that it was very bad, because this could only be the leader's tactics. People fought with opponents. Using the ability called the search for magical power, the man thought that he needed to find the main one as soon as possible. Magical power surrounded the man's feet. The wolves were surrounded by light. Glancing back, the mercenary realized that he had found an enemy. Turning around, Maeve listened to the address to herself. Putting the sword in the scabbard, the ally said that she had to take the horse, adding that he would take the leader's head. Holding out her hand, the warrior asked what was happening, ordering her ally to return. Jan flew over the wolves. His leg pushed off the air. The main character rushed forward. The mistress's eyes opened wide. Man made his way through many animals. Holding the sword in her hands, the girl said that it had just flown into the air, asking about what she had not imagined until the assistant's voice rang out. Defending himself with a shield, the guy said that he was being killed, adding that she should save him. Suddenly the head appeared. It was night over the forest. The protagonist was rapidly moving through the forest. Suddenly, the man landed on the ground, saying that an animal is always a beast. Without turning around, the man declared that a predator always pursues a fleeing target. The enemy's eyes were filled with purple essence. The wolf was breathing heavily. Looking out of the window of the system, the mercenary asked where such a yard dog had so many friends, asking where they came from in such numbers, answering himself about what they were waiting for. The leader stood with his pack. Taking out his sword, the man said that he was glad to meet him, because the monster himself was now the prey. A system window appeared, which gave information about a task called Cursed Andolf, the purpose of which was to eliminate the cursed wolf. The eyes of a wolf appeared. The pack of creatures went on the attack. Jan used the wind blade after killing many enemies. The blade was covered in blood. Looking ahead, the protagonist said that Andolf is even more vile than he is in the game. The monster got angry. Smiling, the protagonist asked about his fear of attacking alone. Jumping, the beast attacked. His claws glowed purple. The guy did not move. The man used a wind barrier. The attacks were absorbed by the defensive magic. Looking up, the man realized that this was not enough. Using magic, the mercenary announced that now he would add strength. A shield of frost appeared. The attacks were absorbed by the ice shield. The wolf looked at what was happening. Ian smiled. The shield began to glow with a white light. The wolf's eyes widened. Suddenly, ice shards flew forward. Multiple cuts appeared on the enemy's body. The shards continued to fly at the monster. The monster jumped back. There were many wounds on the beast's body. Looking ahead, the protagonist asked if he had refreshed himself, adding if he wanted more. The enemy's eyes lit up red. The opponent went on the attack. The wolf's claws began to glow purple. There was a blow. The monster performs a series of blows. Suddenly, the monster looked away. The trees were felled. The protagonist appeared behind the opponent's back. There was a strong blow on the wolf's hand. Pain was visible on the opponent's face. Knitting his eyebrows, the guy realized that one blade of wind is not enough. The enemy was ready for a counterattack. The blade lit up with a strange glow. Suddenly there was a radiance. The wolf's paw soared into the sky. Blood was coming from the remaining arm. The man targeted his other arm using a vacuum blast. The opponent was bleeding. The leader was missing both arms. The man did not show his face. Looking at the broken blade, the mercenary asked how long ago he had left the village. The enemy, falling to the ground, coughed intensely. A purple charm appeared. A purple light emanated from the opponent's body. Opening his eyes wide, Jan asked what was going on. A bright light appeared. The man was thrown far away. The main character knitted his eyebrows. The monster without both arms jumped up. The protagonist watched his enemy run away. Bleeding, the monster looked away. Suddenly, the wolf's head turned red. The leader of the pack hit the ice barrier. The fragments flew forward. The enemy fell to the ground. A lot of fragments fell down. Anger was visible on the face of the enemy. The beast was trapped in an ice trap. Without showing his face, the guy asked why he was coming to his senses so quickly. Using a spell called the Dungeon of Frost, the man asked if he could cope with it. A bloody essence appeared. Black magic diluted the spell of ice magic. The wolf was on his knees. The monster tried to dodge the volley with crystals. The fragments hit the monster. The enemy received a serious blow. Looking ahead, the beast heard words about where he was going. Lightning appeared on the wolf's face. The man, using lightning magic, asked why he did not call for his help. Swinging, the mercenary said that this could not be. In the eye of the beast was the image of a man. A powerful attack appeared. Lightning rang out. The monster fell to his knees. Yang landed on the ground. Swinging, the main character used a low-level gray magic spell called the Wind Blade. The blow fell on the beast in the stomach. In the protagonist's hand was a spell called a Vacuum Blast. The opponent's body took the blow. Blood was coming from the monster's mouth. The monster fell to the ground. Holding his head, the guy said that to hell with him. Suddenly, his eyes turned purple. The purple hue disappeared from the opponent's eyes. Standing among the many corpses, the man announced that finally everything was done. Suddenly, the body of a wolf appeared. Looking down, the man thought that he was still alive, but he had almost run out of mana. A stunned look appeared on the guy's face. The leader of the pack began to transform. Lying on the ground, the man thanked him for his help. Sitting down, the mercenary said that the interlocutor should tell him what kind of curse he had, adding that he should not die just like that. Without showing his eyes, the creature spoke of an old deer. Making a surprised face, Jan asked what kind of deer it was. The enemy died. The night forest appeared, and it became clear that he probably wanted to say that he never had a chance to eat a deer. The assistant was making a fire. The girl, turning around, asked if this was the main character. Holding the offender's head in his hand, the protagonist declared that he was perfectly fine. Backing away, the guy asked what it was. Looking at the trophy, the man replied that it was a werewolf, which was the leader of the wolves. Making a surprised face, the warrior thought that the guy really coped with the leader himself, adding that maybe he really mastered dark magic. The mercenary looked away. Without showing her face, the lady asked why he had attacked them. Looking ahead, the lady went on to say that he might have died, asking if he had forgotten his promise that he should go to the capital with her. Turning around, the interlocutor said that if they had chased him together, he would have simply run away. In turn, the miss asked how he could know this, continuing that it was only his guesses. Closing his eyes, the guy said that they should look at them, adding that they were just some small gnats, which even Philip coped with, continuing that they would not attack them, just because there are fewer of them, saying that they were not sure how strong they were, because the only whoever had a head on his shoulders was their leader. The wolves were bleeding. Holding his head, the mercenary said that the leader just hid and waited, asked her why he did it, replied that he did not do it because he was strong, because he was alone, so he attacked, otherwise the monster would have escaped. People were looking at one point. Turning around, Ian stated that he understood why she was worried, but the main character values his life, adding that he is not a noble knight who will sacrifice himself for others, continuing that he is just a mercenary. Exhaling heavily, the knight thought that she had nothing to say to him. Dropping her hands, the warrior said that in the future, if he planned something, he would inform about it in advance, adding that he should not act alone. Closing his eyes, the guy replied that he would not do this again. Standing among the corpses of animals, the protagonist offered to move to another place, because there were corpses everywhere. In turn, the girl agreed. Knitting his eyebrows, the man announced that Philip should bring him a horse. Looking ahead, the mercenary thought that, in principle, everything turned out fine, because he even got something. Looking out the window of the system, the man realized that his strength had increased by 1 point. Without showing his face, Ian said that he was going to invest everything in intelligence and willpower, otherwise he was just a secondary useless character. A notification appeared that the essence of a thickening curse had appeared. An artifact fell out of the werewolf's mouth. Holding the object in his hand, the main character asked about what else he had, adding that he had not seen such a thing in the game. Looking at the loot, the protagonist said that it can also be used, adding that, although, usually, after using such abilities, they die. Closing his eyes, the guy thought that he would somehow come across the right moment for this object. Holding the lashud, the assistant asked what was wrong with it, ordering her to stand still. The man exuded violet energy. Looking up, the young man asked why she suddenly began to behave like this. Foam came out of the horse's mouth. The animal fell to the ground. Kneeling down, the young man asked that the beast had indeed died. Without showing his eyes, the assistant asked why this had happened, in turn suggesting that it could have happened because of the blood. Lowering his head, Philip said that he seemed to have taken good care of her, asking for forgiveness from his master. In turn, the girl said that he should be careful, because there were dead wolves around the bodies. Looking ahead, the lady said that she was sorry, offering to pay for the horse. In turn, Jan said that it was not worth it, because she did not kill her. Smiling, the protagonist said that he was noticeably tired. Fear appeared on the assistant's face. A stream appeared in the thicket of the forest. Without showing his face, the young man stated that they had arrived at the bank of a stream in the center of the forest. Trembling with fatigue, the young man said that it was finally over. Sitting on the horse, the guy said that Philip's horse would be more comfortable. Turning around, the man heard a familiar voice. Food appeared in the hands of the assistant. Stretching out his finger, the mercenary ordered to take half and cook, adding that he should first wash his hands and then clean his armor. In turn, the young man agreed to everything. Closing his eyes, the man said that his horse was even somehow easier to control. Looking ahead, the warrior asked what he was doing. Knitting his eyebrows, Ian replied that she could see that he was taking off his armor in order to wash, thinking that all his clothes were stuck to his body. The lady showed no emotion. Looking at how the lady began to take off her armor, the man asked what she was doing. Taking off her helmet, Miss said that she also wanted to wash. Looking ahead, the warrior offered to wash together. The guy's face was surprised, asking what she meant. Opening his eyes wide, Yang thought about whether this was normal in this world. After all, they were not even that far apart. People were in the water. Turning around, the protagonist heard how the girl addressed him by name, asking if he was injured. In turn, the protagonist answered in the negative. Without showing her eyes, the lady said that he seemed to have fought werewolves, and there were no wounds on his body, adding that the way he fought was a more specific fighting style. Compared to her, the guy was much more practical, continuing that he was clearly not an ordinary mercenary, because of his knowledge and the way he treated Philip, saying that she would not be surprised if she found out that the man came from an aristocratic family. People fought. Turning around, the mercenary said that he had no family, adding that he was homeless. Raising her hand, the girl stated that she knew this, adding that he was not saying something anyway, continuing that she was the same as him, saying that her sword was her life. Jan's face appeared. The warrior sat at the altar, and it became clear that the servant of God was a person who had received the blessing of God and a part of his power. It was an incredible power, but it had to be paid for with something. Holding his head, the main character asked what kind of god Tyrion is. In turn, the girl asked if he was serious. Looking away, the protagonist stated that he did not get along well with the gods, thinking that there were too many gods in Aquilonia, because the guy could not know them all. Without showing her eyes, the lady said that it was quite difficult to serve him. Looking ahead, the lady said that Tyrion was the god of punishment, adding that she was the second daughter of the radiant Lusola, and continued that she was the blade that defeated sinners. Closing her eyes, the lady declared that therefore, as his servant, she could not lie or ignore sins, because if she forgot about her destiny, she would lose the divine blessing. Holding his head, the man said that the second name of the god is even more amazing if his first is the god of punishment, thinking about the fact that the main themes of Aquilonia are betrayal and moral decline, so each god has another name in addition to the well-known name, and this middle name is in some way their weakness, continuing to say that the god of light, Lusola, has another name, which sounds like blind faith. The current was weak. A cross appeared. Closing her eyes, the girl said that the second name is revenge. The main character did not show his face, hearing that the execution of punishment ultimately replaces someone's revenge, and sometimes even becomes its embodiment, because punishment is revenge. A waterfall appeared. Standing behind the stone, the lady said that therefore God believes that there is a place for just revenge in the world. In turn, the interlocutor said that this is how it is. Opening his eyes wide, Ian realized what the secret of the Blood Avenger was, because it was not that Maeve was degrading, adding that she had turned from a servant of the god of punishment into a servant of the god of vengeance, continuing that, moreover, she herself had just told him about the restrictions of her service to the god. The image of the warrior was divided into two parts. Closing her eyes, the lady spoke of God. The light descended into the lady's hands. The demon of revenge attacked the soldiers. The main character held his fist close to his mouth. Looking away, the protagonist thought that she must become a demon of revenge, because this is the only way the boss will appear. A black silhouette appeared. Gritting his teeth, the guy thought that he did not have enough information to talk about something, saying that he would need to observe it all. Turning around, the girl asked that he did not serve any god. In turn, the man stated that he was not going to do this. In the end, the lady said that he had his own reasons for this, continuing that even now one of them was looking after him, assuming that one of them was already coveting him. The mercenary stared at the moon, saying that it was possible. The man showed the middle finger. Water flowed over the waterfall while the man said that he was hungry, offering to go eat. Making a happy face, the assistant announced that he was able to defeat the werewolf single-handedly, adding that he admires the master every time he thinks about it. Exhaling heavily, the guy thought about the fact that the young man could not shut up from yesterday's dinner, asking what was so special about it, because there were a lot of such monsters everywhere. Looking around, the young man said that they hadn't seen such monsters yet. Turning around, the man asked what he had just said, thinking that when he was in the Agel Rand kingdom, he had seen hundreds of such monsters. Turning around, the girl said that this was true, because on the state road there were only goblins and kobolds. Opening his eyes wide, the mercenary asked about the state road, thinking about the fact that after he got out of the border swamps, he had arrived in the city of Valkyr, in the kingdom of Agel Rand, adding that he had also started playing the role of a mercenary in that city. The route of the main character appeared. Ian was killing a monster. Slapping his face with his palm, the protagonist said that he had paved the way for them, while the assistant asked what had happened. Turning around, the guy said that Philip's quiet days had come to an end, adding that the kingdom was much more dangerous than he thought, because it was now completely tough there. People looked at the burned village. Looking ahead in surprise, the man said that he didn't think she would catch up with them so quickly. Making a sad face, the young man asked that they must be robbers. Glancing ahead, the assistant asked why such things were happening on the state road, since they were not on some outskirts. Gritting her teeth, the lady said that she would not forgive those who did this to ordinary residents. Without showing his eyes, the man thought that this holy knight was angry at every little thing, adding that in the game he also wasted time on such trifles, and could not acquire dark magic, continuing that he did not mind completing the tasks. Silhouettes of people appeared in the distance. Smiling, Ian said that they would find out everything now. In turn, the girl asked what his words meant. In the end, the guy said that he would just ask those people. People were digging a hole. Anger appeared on the lady's face. Persons were digging a grave. Holding a crossbow in his hands, the man ordered them to work. Making an angry expression, the chief said that he had asked to dig only 6 graves for them, asking why they were so slow to do so, continuing to tell them to work normally, because he didn't care if they didn't get enough sleep. The man turned. The warrior rushed forward. Looking at one point, the personalities asked different questions. Putting out his hand, the superior declared that they should take a bow or something and aim at the horse, but did not shoot, because real knights are merciless to everyone except ordinary people. Sparkling eyes, the lady ordered them to lay down their weapons and sit on their knees. Looking ahead, the man said that she should at least tell the reason for the attack, otherwise they would have no choice but to attack. Knitting his eyebrows, the commander said that he had ordered them not to shoot. The arrow flew straight at the lady. The warrior repelled the shell. Looking ahead, the man said that the knight was a monster. The sword began to shine with blue light. A beam rang out, which hit the enemy. Gritting his teeth, his superior thought about his people. A warrior appeared. On his knees, the man said that it was a small misunderstanding, adding that they had done no evil, continuing to let her explain themselves. Without showing her face, the girl said that she would listen to them later, and the main character would interrogate them. Raising his hands, the man asked what was happening. Gesticulating, the boss recognized the protagonist. Ian looked down, bewildered. The main character furrowed his brows in bewilderment. Miguel was covered in sweat, and reminded the guy that they had often seen him in Valkyr. The player remembered how the mercenary sat on his knees in front of him, and thought that he had seen him then in the inn. Maeve looked at Ian and asked if they knew each other, to which the young man replied that the man had a familiar face. He smiled contentedly when Miguel said he would tell him everything. The mercenary knitted his brows, and the protagonist thought that he wanted to be kind first, and then bared his fangs, but this fool did not stand out for his mind before. Sitting on horseback, the young man agreed to this offer, and then asked what had happened to the village. The warriors held torches in their hands. This happened even before they came. Bright sparks burned in the air. The old man grabbed the knight by the arm and asked what they were doing. The rider turned to the villager, and explained that this was the Lord's order. He opened his mouth wide and added that they had been ordered to move all the inhabitants to the city of Orndal, so there was no time to delay. Suddenly, the guy's eyes bulged out in amazement and asked if he was talking about the Marquis of Vauchard. The little boy looked at the rider with fright and asked why the Lord would burn down an entire village. Philip sweated when Maeve suggested it was the war. The protagonist furrowed his brows and thought that people and supplies were being gathered from all over the kingdom in a stronghold for a war with a neighboring country. They were on horseback, and Ian said that when the war broke out, the Lord would not be able to hold all the territories, and the village would have been ravaged and burned anyway. He had just done it beforehand. The boy was covered with sweat with horror. The player closed his eyes and thought that the Marquis had his own goals. Everyone looked towards the corpses, and the protagonist asked what they were. The mercenary furrowed his brows and explained that this was the family of the village elder. They resisted the order to the last, so they were executed. He turned around and added that they were digging graves for them. The young man looked at Miguel and asked if this was all. Then they looked at each other silently. The man opened his mouth wide and shouted loudly that he was not hiding anything. The rider put his hand on his face and thought that it was all in vain, and judging by the fact that the task window did not pop up, the mercenary was not lying. Maeve looked at Ian, and he said that he believed the man. Looking away, the girl said that she would see if anyone was left in the village. The protagonist furrowed his brows and called her meticulous. Miguel looked at him from behind in bewilderment. Suddenly, the player grabbed the hilt of his sword and asked if he wanted to die. He sat on his knees, saying that thanks to the outsider, they were able to justify themselves, but he wondered if they could finish what they started. He laughed happily when he heard a positive answer and said that they already had to go on their main mission. Miguel turned around and loudly ordered the others to set off. Everyone ran away, and Philip assumed that this was some kind of important task, since as many as 6 people went there. The mercenary scratched his neck and said with an awkward smile that it was a little uncomfortable to talk about it here. The young man raised one eyebrow and asked why the man was looking back at the master, to which Yang replied that there were a bunch of scoundrels among the mercenaries who stole tasks from others. Opening his eyes wide, the main character said that the man took him for such an impudent man. Miguel closed his eyes and explained that there were just rumors about a pack of wolves that feed only on human meat. He imagined the predator against the background of the moon and added that, according to rumors, a large pack had gathered in the direction where the player came from. They caught several people and among them was the son of the customer. Suddenly, the mercenary opened one eye and furrowed his brows in bewilderment. The protagonist and Philip looked at each other dumbfounded. The guy leaned down and explained that he really didn't want to steal this task. Suddenly he grabbed his head by the hair and added that he had already sorted everything out. Miguel's mouth was wide in fear. The escort smiled at the fact that he had taken his head with him, and the rider offered him to share the payment. The mercenary gritted his teeth and said that it was the first time he had heard that there was a human among the wolves. He froze in shock when Ian replied that this coward was just hiding behind the backs of his henchmen. The man did not move, looking directly at the main character. He smiled and asked where the bandit got his assignment from. There were white stars in the dark sky. Maeve took the helmet off her face and asked if the village was at a fork in the road towards the Crimson Gorge. The mercenaries were digging the ground. They were going to escort the others there. The girl sat on the horse while her assistant said that it would take about 2 days, and the relatives of the victims should find out the truth about these wolves. The outsider crossed his arms and added that they should stock up on supplies before heading to the grave forest. The Avenger sat on her horse, saying that this company was stressing her out because they had no God and no faith. Miguel pulled a smile on his face and said in a trembling voice that he hoped for the guy's indulgence. The mercenaries continued to dig. Ian closed his eyes and thought that it was monster time, so he needed to be vigilant. His eyes shone brightly as he activated his visual ability. He looked at Maeve, who had a purple mist around her. The girl turned around and asked what had happened, to which the protagonist replied that she had not yet been possessed by a black magician. Suddenly she grabbed the bag on her belt. She took out a small ball. They both looked at the item and concluded that no change had occurred. The young man furrowed his brows and assumed that these were clearly magical waves, and most likely a signal that was calling out to monsters. They looked away at the same time. The player with a serious look said that he was right. The Avenger adjusted her helmet and agreed. In the distance he could see the silhouette of someone on a horse. Philip turned around in surprise. The monster had no head. The outsider furrowed his brows and assumed that this was the henchman of the black magician who was chasing them. There were many rumors about him. The headless rider sat on a black horse. His name was Dullahan. The young man covered himself with sweat and asked where another enemy came from, since they had recently encountered werewolves. Looking up, he concluded that the gentleman was right. The three of them looked at the opponent, saying that there was indeed a complete horror going on in this kingdom. Jan was silent. He furrowed his brows and thought that he hadn't expected another strong monster to be followed by another one. He imagined a black magician with a sword in his hand and thought that it was now easier to search for the villains. The main character raised his hand and asked Philip to bring his weapon. The guy turned around, and Maeve said she would be in the front. The player looked straight and replied that he would gladly give up this place, but it was better to watch Dullahan first. The knight's eyes were red, and the outsider assumed that he must be waiting for their attacks. He furrowed his black brows and thought that they should think about a strategy, because the enemy would change the course of action according to their movements. The headless rider waved his hand, and the protagonist thought that if the player took any action, he was defending, and if the player was standing still, he was attacking. The young man smiled broadly and said that he agreed with the outsider's opinion. Suddenly, the mercenary raised his hands and shouted loudly that they were finally finished. Miguel suddenly stopped and sweated. The three of them turned to look at him, and he asked if everything was okay. Suddenly, a red mist came from the enemy, and the workers clutched their ears. Ian gritted his teeth and said that everything had just been under control, but now it was definitely not. Only the main character and the Avenger did not close their ears from the enemy's magic. The rider raised his hand, concentrating his strength there. The girl looked at it and assumed that it was a spell, but the protagonist explained that it was just an ancient language. There was a bright light in the distance, and the young man added that Dullahan had said that he would not forgive people who walked in the land of spirits. Philip asked through gritted teeth how the outsider knew what he was saying. The player looked to the side and replied that it worked on its own, but he was actually using the skill of discernment. A red glow filled the space around the monster. Suddenly Ian's eyes bulged sharply. He turned around and ordered everyone to cover their ears at once. He sweated and explained that this was no longer just an ancient language, but a spell, and if a person without resistance heard it, it would be bad. The mercenaries suddenly fell to their knees and looked like zombies. Miguel pressed his palms to his ears, shouting to his comrades to do the same. There were frightening smiles on their faces. Then they fell sharply into the mud. The dead went forward under the spell. The mercenary and the assistant opened their mouths in fear. The monsters grabbed the other workers, making inarticulate sounds. The evil spirits parted the man's eyelids. Suddenly, blood gushed out, and the man grabbed a shovel. Philip looked at the soldiers and asked what they should do. Maeve took out her sword and reminded her that she would be in the front, and ordered her assistant to help the others. A white light appeared from the swing of her sword. Ian smiled happily. The girl's eyes began to radiate radiance. A hole appeared in the body of the monster, and the main character came to the conclusion that he definitely did not make a mistake with the choice of the knight. He looked at the fight, saying that the Avenger would do just fine. Philip fought zombies. There was red energy around Dullahan. The knight rode a horse. The enemy was not so simple. He turned around and thought that the headless rider had suddenly dissolved as she collided with him. Pieces of his clothes were in the air. Suddenly, the enemy was to the side of her. Maeve was covered in sweat when she saw that the villain had returned to his original form. The monster raised his hand and said something in his own language. Dark energy appeared in front of the knight. She raised her sword, gritting her teeth. The girl then sliced through the enemy wall in one motion. Shrapnel scattered in the air. Suddenly, a claw appeared in the air. Maeve looked at it dumbfounded. She managed to cover her face with the blade of the weapon. A whip of bone grazed her helmet. Dullahan attacked her with many whips, but she kept repelling. The headless rider waved his hand. Suddenly the whip was behind the girl's horse. The point was right next to her green eyes. The thread was tied tightly around her wrist. The knight gritted her teeth and let out a pained sigh. Her hand was trembling, and she thought that the corruption had seeped through the saint force and was spreading throughout her body. Maeve looked at her hand in horror and cursed out loud. Suddenly a blue beam of light threw the whip away from her. She looked to the side dumbfounded. The main character was away from her. The Avenger covered herself with sweat, looking at him in surprise. The calm-faced guy replied that he had dealt with those dead people, so he was a little late. The enemy's weapon emitted a red mist, and the protagonist decided that now they could finish with it. Yang raised his sword and said that he would strike Dullahan once more with full force. He furrowed his brows and added that he would do it in such a way that the opponent would fly away. The headless rider struck. The whip slammed into the ground between the two warriors. Then the enemy rushed after the outsider. Maeve clenched her hand into a fist and said she didn't know that her partner was up to him, that he could trust her. The tip of her sword emitted a blue light. Her horse was breathing heavily. There was a bright glow around the girl, and she said that she would take great pleasure in slaying this abomination. Her gaze was resolute. The whip flew quickly in the air. The ground cracked right under Yang's feet. He turned and gritted his teeth. The enemy was right behind him, saying that he had caught the main character. The young man smirked and replied that he was the one who caught the monster. The horse ran forward. The enemy turned sharply. The knight struck a powerful blow with her sword. The enemy's clothes were torn. The girl rushed forward, thinking that Dullahan had dissolved again, which meant that she had failed to kill him again. Behind her was a black substance. She looked to the side and warned her comrade that the headless rider would now regain his form. The young man with brightly shining eyes replied that he knew about it. The outsider swung his weapon in the air many times. The avenger gritted her teeth, not understanding why he did it. Suddenly her eyes bulged sharply. Pieces of black cloth floated in the air, and the girl noticed that the opponent's matter around the cut piece was dissolving. Suddenly, a whip appeared in the air. It attacked the player's horse. Blood gushed out of the animal's mouth. Yang's eyes were shining. He furrowed his brows. Then he jumped up, swinging his hand for a punch. Suddenly the skull fell to the ground. Maeve's green eyes widened in surprise. The main character was also stunned. He gritted his teeth and swung his hand to strike. He attacked the skull. A flash of light appeared. The blade trembled. The avenger's eyes lit up. A red light flashed in front of the outsider. The girl gritted her teeth and thought that the enemy had pierced all her sacred power and paralyzed her entire body. Her ally didn't move either. The skull rose into the air. Dullahan, apparently about to regain his form. The guy grabbed it and thought that he had to get out of the paralysis. There was a red glow around the skeleton, and he said something in his own language. The outsider said with a smirk that known monsters always have at least one special ability in case they are in danger. Closing his eyes, he added that he knew that the scoundrel also had this. Yang held the sword in his hand, thinking that he had initially considered many passive abilities to be useless, but together they formed a synergy between them. Veins protruded on the hands of the main character, and he thought that this was not paralysis, but a very short blunting. The skull's eyes were shining, and the outsider said that villains are very useful at such moments. The young man then threw it to the ground. He raised his sword and said that it was time to put an end to this. The monster even sweated from fear. Suddenly he galloped away. Opening his mouth in fright, he ran away from the ruthless player. The sword struck the bone. Then there was a powerful explosion. Maeve stared at her partner hitting her skull. Her eyes widened in shock, not understanding how the paralysis had gone. She imagined a headless horseman. While the protagonist was smashing the skull, the girl did not understand how he was able to hit such a monster with physical attacks. Deep cracks appeared on the enemy. The scoundrel opened his jaw wide and shouted something in an ancient language. Jan grabbed the weapon with both hands and told Dullahan to prepare to die. Then he plunged the point right between his eye sockets. A blinding light appeared. The avenger covered her eyes with her hand. A powerful wind blew. It shook the trees. The protagonist was still holding on to his weapon, breathing heavily. He knitted his brows and asked what he cared about the hatred of his opponent. The skull split. Standing on one knee, the outsider said that his sword had broken again. The silhouette of a man in a dark robe appeared, and someone was heard saying that he was the leader of the kobolds to the ghost of a headless horseman who protected the lands of the swamp fairies. In the past, Ian had slyly furrowed his brows when he was suddenly called a vile bastard. The papers with the inscription scattered in the air, and the villain shouted about the seeds he had so diligently cultivated, and did not understand how he dared. The dark mage walked over to the glowing sphere and decided that he would think of it as an opportunity to get rid of this freak. Taking hold of the platform with his fingers, the sorcerer exclaimed that soon the kingdom of Agellan, or rather the entire world, would return to its true form and become what it was originally. Spreading his arms wide to the sides, the wizard shouted that as his servant and forerunner, he would throw off the shackles of humanity and be reborn as a perfect being. The man clenched his jaw tightly and noticed that when the time came, the first person he would swallow would be this vile bastard. There was a view of the high wooden fence behind the houses. Throwing the tool over his shoulder, the villager asked if his comrade had heard that the head of the village eventually died, to which he said that his only son had been torn to pieces by wolves. It seemed as if the mercenaries were sitting at the table in the establishment, and the citizen asked if there was any news, and then clarified that he meant those hunters who left, and said that they would definitely catch wolves, but no one knew the answer. A crowd of people was passing between houses in the village, when suddenly a resident asked what was the noise. A dark skull wrapped in ropes was visible. The knight saddled his horse, and the villagers were surprised that he was completely covered in armor, as well as the part of the skeleton that hung behind. Lowering his jaw, the farmer exclaimed that this was the mercenary who went hunting wolves. Miguel wrapped his hand around the severed part of his body, while the townspeople were interested in what she was holding in her hands, after which they exclaimed that it was the head of the culprit, and asked to see his brave face, so he must have killed it himself. The mercenary tiredly parted his lips as the people shouted with joy that they didn't think he would be able to fulfill the request, and besides, he was amazing. Raising his hand, the fighter shouted that they had arrived even an hour earlier, and all this was thanks to him and the village guide. The villagers lowered their jaws in bewilderment as the warrior asked if he should continue to carry the werewolf's head, and then added that he was not afraid, but it just annoyed him and weighed a lot, to which he clarified whether he should make the task easier by ripping off his arms. Miguel turned away abruptly and said that he had just said so, and Jan thought that this man was worried and doubted, but still became a good guide. It seemed as if the hunters were sitting by the fire at night. The mercenary buried the ground with a shovel. Turning his head back, Philip asked his partner to finish, to which he replied that everything was fine, because he was doing it for his own good, and since he was the only one who managed to survive, his subordinates could reincarnate into evil spirits and curse him. Lowering his eyebrows, the man noticed that in any case, they made a lot of effort until the very end. The teenager lowered the corners of his lips in frustration. Holding the food forward on the branch, the escort asked the mistress what they should do, since the journey takes much longer than they expected, to which she replied that it was, and since Ian had joined them, they had begun to fight almost every day. The main character closed his eyes, and his partner noticed that they were also late because they had lost their horses. Looking back, the guy said that it would take at least another week to get to the Grave Forest, but if they continued like this, they would not have time to search elsewhere. Rubbing his chin with the back of his hand, the soldier asked if the Grave Forest was their goal. Raising an eyebrow, Miguel said that they did not need any week, because 5 days would be enough to get to the village, after which he added that if they went along a side road that was known only to old mercenaries. Sitting on the ground, Ian clarified if he would take responsibility for this, to which Ian hesitantly muttered that it was, even though it was a bit dangerous there. Putting a sharp branch in front of him, the main character asked him in this case to lead them to the Grave Forest. Lowering his jaw in fright, the man was surprised at what he had just said. Suddenly, the player threw the precious object with his finger. Looking down in bewilderment, the hunter asked why they were going to this cursed forest at all. At the same second, a bright light fell on the guide's face. Stretching his palms forward, the fighter clarified whether it was an imperial gold coin. The mercenary turned his gaze to the side and thought that it was twice as expensive as an ordinary gold coin, and it must have been difficult to refuse, because he had accidentally taken his request. Smiling broadly, the guide explained that the food in this village was quite good, and the beer was also not bad, while the player mused that since he was only going to go with Maeve to the Grave Forest, it would be good if he replaced him as a witness to the Black Mage. Pointing his finger at the large estate, Miguel invited them to gather in this tavern when they had finished their own business, and then added that he would go to receive a reward for the task with the wolves. Throwing the money into the hands of the assistant, the protagonist asked him to go to the stable and buy a horse for the two of them, to which he exclaimed that it was quite difficult without it, and thanked him. The user said that he was lending him money, so he would have to pay back every penny, when suddenly the Avenger looked away and clarified if Ian said that he would go to the Solar Temple. The girl said that she also wanted to pray, and invited him to go together, when suddenly the main character put out his palm in front of him, and said that it was better for them to go separately. Tilting her head, the knight replied that she understood him when the interlocutor said that after that he planned to go to another place, and then asked what these two guys could do if one of them did not come earlier. The mercenary walked over to the small building and thought about how people like Maeve valued faith and honor. Standing near the entrance, the player mentally said that in other words, she was an ideal target for priests, and wondered if he wanted to lose money by coming to this place with her, and decided to refuse. A moment later, the protagonist threw open the door to the room. There was a sculpture on a pedestal, and the user was surprised that it was standing in such a place, after which he thought that it was not mana or light, but a real miracle, so it was definitely a real temple. Magic dust particles could be seen in the hands of the statue, and Ian realized that he could finally cleanse it of black magic. Tightly clenching his hands into a fist, the main character did not understand what was happening. A man appeared behind the mercenary and asked who he was. Narrowing his eyes, the priest explained that now was not the time for prayer, but anyone could enter. The mercenary lowered his eyebrows in alarm as the stranger exclaimed that as an apostle of the goddess of light, he had found himself in their rundown lands. Lowering his jaw, the player did not understand what nonsense he was saying. Placing his palms together, the priest of the temple declared that the only time solar emitted divine brilliance was quite a long time ago, during the visit of the apostle of the entire empire. Particles of magical dust fell to the floor, and at the same time the protagonist reflected that he had misunderstood everything and believed in his own belief. But whatever it was, this was a feeling. The user furrowed his brows sharply. Folding his hands in displeasure, the main character apologized and explained that he was a simple mercenary, and not an apostle or a believer, to which the old man clarified whether he was an apostle. Looking at the statue, Jan thought that he was uncomfortable, because he felt as if something was watching him through this sculpture, so he couldn't pretend to be an apostle when he was looked at like that, and besides, no one knew what divine punishment could be incurred for it. Squeezing his eyes shut, the priest wondered if it could be that he wanted to serve the glittering goddess Solar. Smiling, the mercenary said in his mind that this was ridiculous, and everyone continued to talk to him about the apostle, when suddenly the apostle's quest really appeared. Looking at the system screen, which stated that the essence of the quest was to receive a divine blessing, as well as to become part of the faith and its representative, after which he would be able to partially use its power, the player remembered that this quest was in the game, but its level was not enough, and now these restrictions have been lifted. Bowing, Edward asked his guest to think about it properly and make the right decision, and then added that when this magnificent moment came, he could remember him as a sincere person. The protagonist closed his lips sharply. The user agreed and promised that he would definitely remember this, and then noticed that now he needed his help, to which the priest turned a blind eye and allowed him to speak. Stretching out the dark orbs in his palm, Jan wondered if these items could be cleansed of dirty magical power with the goddess's divine light. Raising his eyebrows in fright, the temple attendant shouted that this was desecrated by dark magic, and then added that it was not an ordinary monster who did it. Standing in front of the interlocutor, the main character clarified whether this was possible, because he was leaving the city tomorrow by noon, to which he exclaimed that he could not refuse him. Bringing his hand to his face, the old man noticed that the goddess had poured out more grace than usual, but his physical abilities were poor, so it would be difficult to purify more than one. Grabbing the unusual orbs with his fingers, Edward stated that if he donated coins for the upkeep of the temple, even if his body was sick, he would still be able to purify more if he prayed to the goddess all night long. A satisfied grin appeared on the mercenary's face. Magic particles began to fall from the palms of the statue to the floor. Clicking on the system screen, the player dismissed the quest and muttered that it would take a lot of investment to serve Solar. Magical grains of sand seeped through the fingers of the sculpture. Lowering his jaw, the priest began to speak loudly about the grace of the goddess. The old man said that he refused, when suddenly the protagonist looked away and clarified what he had said. After bowing, the minister of the church explained that he had made a mistake, after which he added that he could only help someone who is under the protection of the goddess, and this would be an honor. The sacred pollen from the palms of Solar began to rise upwards. Folding his hands, the player asked Edward to try harder, because maybe in this case the goddess would appreciate his loyalty. A view of the church building opened up, and the attendant was heard agreeing with the guest. Waving his hand, Miguel shouted that the dragon hunter had finally returned, and Philip asked if he had really hunted swamp dragons. The protagonist lowered the corners of his lips in disbelief when the assistants exclaimed that they had heard that he had managed to slay him with a single swing of his sword, so they asked him to tell him more about it, to which he noted that they had all already gathered. Leaning his palm on the table, the user clarified that with the payment of the request for wolves, to which the guy exclaimed that here it is, and also the change from the purchase of horses was added there. The attendant rounded his eyes enthusiastically and asked if the master really hunted dragons. Ian sighed indignantly, when suddenly Miguel lowered his jaw in fright and cried out that he hadn't told much, and this boy was just curious about his past. It seemed as if the main character in the past clenched his teeth tightly in anger, and now he explained that it was not a dragon, but a specimen of a swamp drake, who had only recently become an adult. Closing his eyes, the mercenary explained that a real dragon was not even worth comparing to this winged lizard, and then he thought about the fact that he had been forced to remember those disgusting times. With his pupils bulging, Philip asked if this meant that he had seen real dragons before, and the guide clarified if this was true, and if it was just a boast. Wrapping his fingers around the fork, the player asked if they wanted him to shorten their tongues, and they did not listen to him and continued to ask how he ended up in the swamp in the first place, because they are actually very interested in listening. The man said that there were rumors that the swamps were cursed, and that it was possible to say goodbye to life if he set foot on these lands without being a descendant of ancient humans, when suddenly the protagonist, chewing on food, suggested in his mind that in his character information window there was a mention that he was a descendant of ancient humans. And that was probably why he was not affected by the madness of the dark barrier, which is a special origin or something like that. Suddenly, the user narrowed his eyes and thought about the dark barrier. A view of the unexplored black wall that divided the continent in half opened up and was one of the biggest problems of the game. The zombified man held a sword in his hand, and Ian mused that most of Aquilonia's problems are usually associated with insanity, which is caused by the dark barrier, but the same can be said for their current target, namely the dark mage. With a crash, Maeve placed a wooden mug on the table and asked them to stop. The assistants' faces turned red sharply with shame, and they began to apologize when the girl noticed that someone had loosened their tongues too much, and this was due to being very intoxicated, so it would be better for them to go to bed. The guys jumped towards the exit, when suddenly Miguel clarified whether it was because of his partner, to which he shouted that he was the one who started all these enthusiastic speeches. Closing one eye, the main character realized that he did not have a minute of peace, when suddenly he was called out. Turning her gaze to the interlocutor, the Avenger asked if he would like to go out and take a walk for a while, after which she added that she had something to say. Burning torches could be seen on the walls of the houses. As she walked down the street, the lady asked if he was all right after receiving that item after defeating Dullahan. Looking at the ring on her finger, the player clarified whether she was referring to the trophy. Holding a weapon in his hand, the protagonist was indignant that he had broken his sword again. Suddenly, a sharp splinter flew out of his skull. The user threw the projectile away with a blow of his finger. Streams of dark magic approached his eyes, and he didn't know what it was. The hands of beings suddenly appeared in space, and someone was heard talking about cursing people forever. The monsters grabbed Yang's neck as a voice told him to die. The fingers of the undead pulled a smile on the face of the main character, and then he clarified whether this was madness, and whether this was his level, after which he added that this was nothing compared to the madness he experienced after finding himself in the game as an outsider character. At the same moment, blue energy beams sprang out from the mercenary's fist. The player's pupils noticeably decreased in size, and then he wondered if this was all that morons were capable of, and then decided to crush them with his own mana, and invited them to try their weapons on themselves. The protagonist clenched his fingers tightly and assumed that it was much quieter now. Yang's eyes began to radiate a bright glow under the influence of complete submission, and he realized that feelings rushed straight into his head as if a new body part had formed, and he also felt the same way when he first felt the magic power inside. A small beast appeared in the palm of the protagonist's hand. The snake's scales glittered, and the mercenary was surprised at its appearance. Smiling, the player asked if she had just conveyed her feelings to him, and if she would become his pet. Suddenly, the reptile wrapped itself around the protagonist's finger, to which the protagonist said that he had received something valuable. Looking at the ring, the user realized that it was the best trophy that could be obtained after defeating Dullahan, and immediately the system reported that the swamp hatred was an unusual ring in the shape of a snake that contained a will, so that in exchange for some life force, the wearer could use a curse that caused confusion on the opponent. With his pupils bulging in fright, Ian thought that he couldn't use it at the beginning of the game, because he would be confused if his willpower and intelligence were at a low level, and besides, he would never have thought that he would remove the restrictions in this way, and then announced that he was fine. Walking after her partner, Maeve admitted that he had really surprised her several times already, from the fact that he had dealt with the ghosts so easily to the fact that he wore this sinister ring without any problems. Closing her eyes, the girl noticed that this was quite natural, because he had to overcome many obstacles alone in the cursed swamps, and then the main character said in his mind that he kept thinking about why this topic did not come up. The heroes were moving deep into the dark street, when suddenly the Avenger admitted that she did not know anything about it, since she was in the border area, so she was lucky to meet such a person. Suddenly, the lady narrowed her eyes in embarrassment. Grinning, the knight declared that she was speaking sincerely. The mercenary looked at the interlocutor in bewilderment, and asked what she wanted to tell him. Standing near large boulders, Maeve reported that she had first learned of the Dark Mage's existence a few days after she had been ordered to return to guard the national borders. Some time ago, the messenger held out an envelope, and the girl said that when she was about to return, she received a letter from her only younger brother. Leaning her back against a rock, the Avenger imagined the silhouette of a relative, and replied that his name was Vernon when asked if she had a younger brother, after which she added that he is the head of the loyal family, and the shield that protects the royal family, a position that has been passed down from generation to generation. Placing the lantern on the cobblestone, the player thought about the fact that he did not remember such a thing in the game, and then noticed that it was strange that the knight and Apostle Tauren defended the borders, while the younger brother was assigned to protect the king himself, to which the interlocutor replied that if she had stayed, Vernon would not have been able to achieve such status. Lowering his eyebrows, the protagonist mentally said that such a noble sacrifice was difficult to meet in these dark times, after which he assumed that this was what attracted the attention of the goddess Tauren. It was a flashback in which the older sister was watching her younger brother train, and now the knight explained that the problem was that Vernon also understood this, because he had always been a child who tried to prove his worth. Holding the paper in her hand, the lady stated that she thought that was why he had sent a letter saying that while the king was busy preparing for war, someone in the kingdom was cultivating the seeds of darkness, and then added that surely the dark mage they were looking for was one of them. Stretching his palm forward, Ian asked if he could take a look, and his partner asked if he could also read, but realized that she shouldn't have been so surprised. Lowering his gaze, the main character said that he is very ambitious, and says that he will use the capture of the dark magician to revive the family. There were vague symbols on the sheet, and then the mercenary read that he wanted to save the kingdom by exterminating immorality, as well as ruling his own lands, after which he thought that this was really a young guy who suffered from an inferiority complex and a desire for recognition, because only a few words were addressed to his sister from the entire letter. Maeve was standing with her hands folded when she suddenly remarked that it looked like he wanted to keep her under control so that she wouldn't be able to take his credits, to which Maeve replied that she did, and although she was embarrassed, it was true. Closing her eyes, the girl admitted that at first she did not even think of going in search of the dark magician. Looking sadly to the side, the Avenger reported that there had been no answer from Vernon, and that a month had passed. Holding the letter in his hand, the player explained to the mistress that a month was quite a long time, and began to talk about what it meant if there was no response from him within a month of going to the dark mage. Clenching her hand into a fist, the lady said that she knew what they wanted to tell her, but this did not mean that something had happened to him, because he was a strong guy who trained hard and overcame himself. Lowering her chin, the knight noticed that even if he was in a dangerous situation, she abruptly decided that she needed to get to the bottom of the truth in great detail. Crossing his elbows, Ian assumed that he had learned a little more now, namely how Maeve had become an avenger who shed blood. It seemed as if the spearmen surrounded the armored fighter. The warrior's cloak was stained with blood, and the protagonist realized that this was why she broke into the castle and killed the king. The knight tilted her head down, and it became clear what she was whispering about. Her eyes were shining brightly, and it was clear who she was trying to avenge, and she had turned into a ghost in the end. Silhouettes of dark creatures surrounded the girl, and perhaps the game did not even talk about Vernon's life and death, but for sure he killed the wrong enemies when he befriended the corruptors of Agelon, and became an easy prey. Furrowing her brows angrily, her partner admitted that she hoped that they would definitely be able to find the dark mage, but that was not the only reason for her long story. Lowering her jaw, Maeve explained that they were in a situation where they didn't know who the enemy was, and then added that this was why she needed an assistant she could trust. Standing in front of the main character, the girl noticed that it would be great if his place was taken by someone who had already fought with a dark magician and had excellent combat skills. Looking ahead, the mercenary wondered why she had taken so long to tell a story he wasn't even interested in. Suddenly, a system notification appeared in front of the player's face that a chain of quests had begun, in which he needed to find and punish the nobles who worship darkness, and then the protagonist decided that now this easy prey was in his hands. Lowering his jaw, the user stated that he was a mercenary, and a mercenary would never take on a case on a normal request, after which he said in his mind that it was obvious that the rewards were quite attractive. Frowning, Ian wondered if he understood correctly that she wanted to sign a new contract with different conditions after the completion of the current request, but thought about the fact that he was not going to recklessly get involved in quests. Stretching her palms forward, the Avenger replied that it was so, and since this was a rather serious and dangerous task, she promised him a decent pay, after which she added that if he wanted, she could grant him noble status, to which he said that the reward was not the main thing now. Looking at the interlocutor, Yen explained that before that he would like to get acquainted with the content of the contract itself, and especially about the part of cooperation. Above Maeve's head was shiny knightly equipment, and the main character asked if she understood that she stood out very much. Shifting his gaze to the side, the mercenary noticed that moreover, she would have to go straight to the royal castle to prove the existence of the dark mage. It seemed as if the townspeople were walking down the street with large sacks on their backs, and then the player said that besides, not to mention the loss of time, once she entered the castle, it would not be easy to get out, since at the moment, preparations for war were going on throughout the kingdom. Furrowing his brows, the protagonist asked how about splitting up in search of corruptors. A girl in iron armor grabbed the handle of the weapon, and the user reported that she would be outside. Jan himself confidently closed his lips and decided that he would act outside. Folding his hands, the main character said in his mind that he was inclined to go alone, because anyway, the goals of the quest were corruptors, so he would be able to deal with them on his own, and as a bonus, there was no risk of encountering those lechers outside the castle who were associated with this lady. Her partner rounded her eyes in bewilderment, and said that in order to prove the existence of the dark mage, she needed witnesses. It seemed that Miguel was smiling broadly, and the player clarified whether it was true that he was no longer the only mercenary on the team, to which the interlocutor exclaimed that there was also this person. There was a view of the ears of corn in a huge field, and then Maeve asked her assistant to think about it, because there was still time. The girl admitted that she did not really understand him, although she thought that first he would want to talk about payment, to which the protagonist turned a blind eye and asked if this was why she mentioned the noble status. Standing near a large boulder, the Avenger remarked that although this was true, she also thought that he could play a big role for the kingdom, to which he replied that he would refuse to do so, because it would be better to get a lot of money. A gleam of light reflected in the user's eyes, and he thought that he wanted to see the end of this world. Dark blue clouds could be seen in the night sky, and Ian thought that helping a knight who could become a mad demon Avenger, killing those who fell under the madness of the dark barrier was a process for him after all. Standing in the middle of the field, the main character decided that the main thing for him was to find those who called him into this world, and get an answer to the question of why they did it. But if he did not find out, then at least he would teach them a lesson. Lowering his eyebrows in displeasure, the mercenary realized that he needed to survive at least somehow. As she saddled her horse, Maeve noticed that she thought they were all there, and then added that they were setting out from the fortress in the valley and were following the guide's instructions to go straight into the grave forest. A map of the lands appeared, on which the route needed by the heroes was highlighted with an arrow. The girl asked the hunter to start leading, to which he turned his head to the side and suddenly remembered that he had made a fuss yesterday. Holding the silver balls in his fingers, the protagonist thought that he had finally received artifacts cleansed of black magic. The surface of the unusual objects shone brightly, and the player said in his mind that he hoped that he would soon be able to test them in action. The heroes moved on horseback along the outskirts of the Red Valley. With his mouth wide open in rage, Philip was indignant that the road was so terrible that it was impossible to pass here on a horse. Scratching his head, Miguel said that he was sure that it was different here before. Holding the animal by the bridles, the boy clarified when earlier, to which the animal replied that it was 3, 4, or 5 years, or maybe even 6 years ago. Turning back, the hunter exclaimed that it was not as dangerous as it used to be, and then added that there were a lot of goblins and gremlins here. Standing behind the assistants, Ian asked if he was talking about goblins and gremlins, to which he muttered that this was their lair. The main character abruptly grabbed a leaf of a tree, while the man said that they even eat grass, so the trees in these places were left without leaves. Suddenly, streams of dark magic appeared near the plant, and the mercenary assumed that it was the case that they could no longer feed on it. Philip clarified what he was talking about, when suddenly the player looked at him and asked if he had seen it recently, and then added that it was something that was moving while dead. With frightened pupils, the attendant asked if he was talking about ghouls, and if he wanted to say that monsters could also become ghouls. Frowning menacingly, the protagonist stated that if the entire forest was destroyed by the influence of black magic, then anything could happen. Suddenly, a leaf of a tree broke into small pieces, and at the same time, the user thought that as he thought, it was possible to get a quest by playing in this polluted forest, and if so, then the reason for the madness of this place could also be the dark barrier, and although he did not know how madness could penetrate these lands, it seemed that the infection began not so long ago. Standing near a large tree, the young man exclaimed that there was also an infected forest in addition to the grave forest, and did not understand how such a place could be only a day's drive from the fortress in the valley, to which Yang replied that from now on, one should be careful. The main character asked to report immediately if they noticed strange plants, when suddenly the guide pointed his finger down and asked if he was talking about them. Unusual fruits hung on the branches of the trees. Shifting his gaze to the side, the mercenary said in his mind that they were less mature than the ones he had seen before, and then said that it would be better not to approach them. Turning back, the guide asked what would happen if he approached, to which he asked if he wanted to try it once, and then noted that he was sure that it had a lot of meat in it, so he would like it, and the assistant was surprised that it was a carnivorous tree. Raising his hand, Miguel replied that he understood everything, and as long as he did not touch it, then it would not be, when the commander explained that it was simply necessary not to approach the fruits, and suggested that they go quickly. The soldier stepped into the grass with his boot. Bending their bodies, the guys passed under the trees. Leading the horse by the rein, the protagonist said that it was great, and began to talk about what would happen if they continued to walk so carefully. Suddenly, the unusual fruit on the tree began to emit a bright glow. The user turned his gaze sharply to the side. At the same moment, Ian waved his hand. Blood spattered sharply from the animal's head. The partners bulged their pupils in bewilderment. Gritting his teeth tightly with anger, the main character cried out indignantly that not even a day had passed since the purchase of this horse. A red tentacle dragged the horse's head with it. The mercenary's eyes began to emit a bright glow. A moment later, the player rushed after the monster. The protagonist grinned furiously. His assistants abruptly raised their heads up. Part of the monster crashed to the ground. Looking frightened at the jaws of the undead, Philip quietly turned to the most holy solar. Miguel noticed that his friend himself had said that the main thing was not to touch them, to which he closed his eyes and replied that he also thought so, but it seemed that it reacted to external stimuli, such as sound. The mates simultaneously bit their lips in excitement when the captain explained that it was even better, because he would no longer have to listen to their conversations. Holding out the bag of belongings forward, Ian stated that he would defend the front and rear with her, after which he asked if he could hang the luggage on her horse, since it was dead, to which Maeve agreed. The armor on the girl's hands shone brightly. Suddenly, white lines spread across the metal. Looking after his partner in bewilderment, the main character asked if she had any problems, to which she replied that there were no problems. Turning her head back, the Avenger asked if he could find the root that had polluted the forest. His eyes widened. The mercenary wondered if she was serious, and wondered in her mind that she was making such decisions at a time when her own brother was in a dangerous situation. The heroes stopped in a clearing in the middle of the forest, and the player thought that in any case, he wanted to check this road himself, since even its structure seemed suspicious to him, and also wondered if this dangerous polluted forest is really next to a side path that leads to the grave forest, because it looks like someone is trying to prevent him from reaching the grave forest. Holding out his palm forward, Miguel did not understand what they were talking about, and then shouted that he had been hired as a guide to the grave forest, and now they said that they wanted to go deeper into this infected forest. Lowering her chin, the knight apologized for such a sudden decision, and then added that she would pay him a good compensation later, because here he would not die or suffer, and for this she swears her own honor. Scratching his head, the hunter muttered that if the mistress herself asked a simple mercenary for such a thing, then it was compensation, when he suddenly asked if they knew how to find this polluting root. Furrowing his brows angrily, Yang reported that there was one way, when suddenly the system reported that the magic vision skill for detecting magic had been activated, as well as the sixth sense skill, which increased the power of detecting magic traces with the previous ability. Suddenly, the space around the protagonist was covered with unusual lines. Taking the sword out of its scabbard, the player told everyone to follow him. At the same moment, sharp fangs appeared in the mouths of the monsters. Swinging his weapon from side to side, the protagonist killed enemies one by one. The leaves of the trees scattered in the air. During the attack, the user lowered the corners of his lips. Grasping the torch with his fingers, the guide did not understand what it was. Frowning, Ian noticed that it was interesting, and then asked if they had come out to greet the guests in person. The roots of the trees spread on the ground. At the same moment, unusual creatures crawled out from under the ground. His mouth wide open in fear, the man shouted that this was crazy and was outraged by the appearance of the goblins and kobolds, and the teenager clarified if he had been told that they could be ghouls. Holding the blade tightly, the protagonist explained that they looked like those bastards, although they looked more like mushrooms now. Suddenly, a bright magical glow enveloped Maeve's silhouette, and she declared that she would deal with them on her own. Turning his head back, the mercenary remarked that he should have used it even earlier. At the same moment, the crowd of monsters rushed to run. The Avenger's pupils narrowed noticeably, and at the same time she ordered everyone to lie down on the ground. The guys fell sharply on the forest floor. The girl's powerful ice kicks sliced the enemies into small pieces. Behind them, I could see the blood of the opponents. Resting his knees on the ground, the protagonist said in his mind that, as expected, it was best to use divine power to deal with those who were under the influence of contaminated magic. Shifting his gaze to the side, the user decided that now it was time to deal with the remaining monsters. It was as if Maeve lowered her sword down. Suddenly, beams of energy crossed around the girl's body. The Avenger began to stagger from side to side. At the same moment, blood spurted out of her mouth. The knight collapsed to the ground, when suddenly her escort began to ask what had happened to his mistress. Putting his hand to his face, Ian said that it couldn't be that simple. Miguel rushed to run when the main character told him to bring all the oil and keep the horses. 4 bags of belongings could be seen on the ground. The guide anxiously spread his hands to the sides and asked not to say what he was going to do, to which he said to leave him the torch and go to Philip to look after the animals and the mistress, but not to do anything else. With frightened pupils, the man asked what would happen to him. The mercenary gripped the bag tightly with his fingers. Frowning, the player announced that he would go to the heart of this forest. Miguel, standing behind the main character, asked him again, and he asked him to stop asking the same thing. The mercenary abruptly turned his gaze to the side when he heard that let the mistress come to her senses. Through the sweat on his face, the man said that he understood, and added that he should definitely return alive. Jen could be seen walking along the path. Looking back, the protagonist said that he had better worry about himself, and hoped that they could both take care of Maeve. The flames burned brightly, and then the guy said that first he had to attract the attention of the monsters. Holding the torch in his hand, the young man wondered why it had flared up so much. A sharp sword appeared. Frowning seriously, the warrior remarked that this would be enough. Miguel, approaching Philip, asked him to concentrate, and added that from now on the two of them were responsible for protecting the Lady Knight. Terrible goblins were visible. Suddenly, the swordsman rushed towards the monsters. Lowering his eyebrows, Ian clarified where he was going. The protagonist then waved his weapon. The monsters turned sharply. A gleam of light appeared on the tree. Suddenly, the evil spirits opened their mouths, and at the same time, the system announced the activation of the unique skill concentration. The protagonist tilted his head back. Looking ahead, the guy said that they didn't even give you experience points. Cutting through his opponents, the young man exclaimed that they should stop infuriating him. The goblin's limbs fell down. The teenager raised the corners of his lips contentedly. Looking towards the forest, the warrior wondered if this upset him much, and how about turning regret into anger. Smirking, the swordsman explained that he had only just begun. Ian, leaving a bright trail behind him, muttered that the rule of all players is to let weak mobs pass. The monster's eyes burned purple. Suddenly, a hand appeared from the ground. After a moment, the main character jumped high. The protagonist flew past the monster and asked why he was making a noise, and also called him a freak. The young man's expression was menacing. The undead turned their heads sharply. Suddenly, the young man's torch shattered into 2 pieces. Upon landing on the ground, the teenager said that he was some kind of mid-boss and also added that he no longer had a torch. The warrior then looked ahead in surprise. Unusual lines could be seen, and at the same time, the swordsman activated the unique skill of the sixth sense and said that he had this ability, and now he could see clearly. Lowering his eyebrows, the player said that he had found the root of the pollution. Standing in front of a tall tree, the user reported that the boss was a twisted ancient tree. Red buds were visible, and Ian wondered why it was so big, and thought it would be smaller, because it was not as dirty as it was in the game itself. An unusual ball appeared above the palm of the protagonist's hand, and he noted that it did not matter, because he needed to follow the plan, and also added that he would finally try the purified artifact in action. The round object emitted a bright light, and then the protagonist realized that it attracted his magic like a magnet. After a second, the guy frowned seriously. Suddenly, the monster rushed in his direction. Strange monsters bared their teeth. Rushing from his seat, the young man exclaimed that he had not even given time to think. A moment later, the evil creatures opened their mouths. The teenager quickly dodged enemy attacks. A sharp object protruded from the ground. Suddenly tall branches appeared. Thrusting his hand into the magic portal, the warrior muttered that he could rush into battle now, but there was no need to do so. Suddenly the swordsman took out a rag. The player poured dark liquid over his enemies. The user then threw away a piece of cloth. A fire appeared near his palm. A second later, Yang released a burst of flames. There was a powerful explosion. The monsters' bodies could be seen burning rapidly. In pain, the monsters opened their mouths. Looking ahead, the main character said that he did as he planned. Standing in front of a tree, the protagonist said that the fire had engulfed him, and then muttered that if he had only studied strategy while playing this game, he would not have had to teach the character useless gray magic, and miss out on skill points. The guy parted his lips thoughtfully. Looking up, the young man said that he was still able to cope with this useless magic. Noticing the purple trail, the warrior noticed that he had found another weak point. Rushing from his place, the swordsman was displeased that he was placed so high. The player abruptly covered his face with his hand. The user clenched his jaw in disbelief. Yang then slid across the ground. The heads of monsters appeared. The main character sat down on his knee. After a moment, the protagonist smirked. Taking out an unusual ball, the guy said that he kept thinking about when he would use steam technology. Steam could be seen coming out of the holes, and at the same time, the young man muttered that this was the twisted wood technique he used in a crisis situation. The evil spirits rushed down, and the warrior explained that in order to extinguish the fire, it emits steam, and then uses a powerful long-range attack using all its heads. But the important thing is that this period takes some time. Lowering his gaze, the swordsman realized that now was the best time to use his magic skills. Suddenly, the circular artifact began to emit an unusual energy. Lifting the corners of his lips, the player said that this is a spell with a short range, but you can try to strengthen it with an artifact. The magic ball glowed brightly. Through the sweat on his face, Ian wondered why he wasn't stopping and said that something was wrong. Clenching his jaw, the protagonist exclaimed that he was draining his magic more and more, and added that there was no such thing in the game. A glint of light reflected off the unusual artifact. The protagonist opened his mouth in confusion. A magical flash of light appeared. Suddenly, there was a powerful explosion. The guy stretched out his palm forward. The young man narrowed his eyes sharply. The warrior destroyed the top of the tree. Touching his face, the swordsman said that his eyes hurt and added that it wasn't the magic power of a purified artifact, but rather he had simply absorbed his magic and amplified it. Looking ahead, the player wondered why it was so different from the game itself. Introducing the knight, the user muttered that in the game he was fully armed with magical weapons and artifacts, after which he wondered if all these items could then control the artifacts. Looking at the unusual orb, Yang said that the concentration of magic power was lower than before, and he was going to use it more than 50 times. The tree was seen burning brightly, and then the protagonist reported that it had become just charcoal, and it was necessary to try to use magic before setting it on fire. Holding a sword in his hand, the protagonist noticed that he felt sorry for the poor guy, and also added that he had had enough, and let him rest. Black smoke could be seen in the distance, and then Miguel could not understand what he had done with all this oil. Noticing the powerful flames, the mercenary said that the pillar of fire that had recently soared into the sky was probably Yang's work. Hearing a rustle, the guy turned around abruptly and thought that there were still ghouls. After a moment, the warrior, closing his eyes, said that it was him, and asked the guide to relax. Standing in front of the swordsman, the man asked if he was okay and added that he didn't look very good, while the player said that he needed a rag to wipe off the dirt. Wiping his face, the user muttered that no one knew that it would be such a tin thing. Previously, Yan had stuck his sword into the monster's body, and now explained that it happened after he struck the weak spot with his sword, and added that the pieces of falling embers created an explosive chain. The main character asked Miguel to stay where he was, after which he said that if something happened, then let him deal with it, and he went to wash, to which he, holding a torch in his hand, replied positively. It seemed as if the guys were sitting by the fire. Philip turned around and saw the gentleman come, and then the protagonist asked the mistress if she was all right. Maeve, through the sweat on her face, noticed that this was the first time this had happened to her, because she had no illnesses at all. Her attendant, looking at the warrior, said that he thought she had been poisoned, and then he said that since she was an apostle, it was not a simple dark spell or curse that weakened the divine power. The guy, taking out his sword, asked the Avenger to provide it to him, and also said that he would put her on her feet in no time, and at the same time, the player asked what he was going to do. Yang lowered the corners of his lips in bewilderment, and the young man explained that it was necessary to cut the wound and drain the infected blood to such an extent that the body would begin to cope with the infection on its own, and asked not to worry, because they had already done this several times when they were at the border. Touching his forehead, the protagonist thought that his level of knowledge of medicine was like that of the Dark Ages and informed that he needed to give it up if he didn't want to kill her. Dark energy flew near the knight, and the protagonist muttered that he felt something uncomfortable in her left hand, and then wondered if it was infected magic. Sitting next to the girl, the warrior asked Philip to remove the armor from her left hand, to which he received a positive answer. Then the lady's swollen hand appeared. Abruptly opening his jaw, her escort was greatly surprised, and the swordsman said that as he thought, it was due to an injury received from Dullahan. In the past, the monster had wrapped its arms around Maeve's arm. Sweat was dripping down her face, and then the player thought that this was strange, because no matter how strong Dullahan's curse was, it would not be able to defeat the divine power. Imagining the statue of the divine apostle, the user wondered if he could then just pray to Solar, and at the same time realized that he would have to send her a love message. Closing his eyes, Ian said that he did not want to do this, but the situation required it. The protagonist's expression was confused, and he wondered if he could absorb it. Looking at his hand, the protagonist wondered if it was swamp hatred, after which the system reported that swamp hatred was a snake-shaped ring containing a will, and the warrior muttered that the information window did not say anything about absorbing the curse. Imagining the broken skull, the swordsman whispered that this was actually Dullahan, and it was not unusual to absorb a curse. Lowering his gaze, the player said that it seemed that the ring did not want to speak to God, and it turned out that he was not the only one who hated all this. Parting his lips, the user turned to the guy and asked him to hold her hand tighter, and at the same time he asked what he wanted to do, to which he received an answer that he wanted to cure. An unusual ring appeared on the finger of the main character. The young man's pupils turned sharply white, and he clarified why it was alive and moving, after which Ian explained that it was his pet. With his mouth wide open, Philip asked if that was what he called the monster, and then shouted that the mistress needed to stay away from corrupted humans and monsters, and added that if he used it on her, the goddess would get angry. Looking at the teenager, the protagonist asked if he considered him a spoiled person, and then he noticed that he did not look like that. Frowning menacingly, the warrior said that he should then be silent and hold her hand, and if he said a word more, he would do anything bad to him that came to his mind. After a moment, the guy took Maeve's hand. Suddenly, the swordsman's pet clung to the Avenger's limb. The monster could be seen absorbing dark energy. Smiling, the young man exclaimed that it worked, and added that the black mark had disappeared. The strange creature opened its mouth happily. Raising the corners of his lips, Philip said that this monster was really able to heal her, and then the player explained that now she was not in danger. Suddenly, the eyes of the small monster lit up red. Then the pet of the main character angrily opened its mouth. Clenching his jaw, the guy asked what was wrong with him, to which the user replied that he did not know. Looking at his pet, Ian asked him to climb back. The monster tilted its head down. A moment later, the dark snake jumped on the protagonist's finger. The young man asked if it was okay to wear it like this, after which the protagonist, closing his eyes, said that although he had tamed the snake, its true nature had not disappeared, and it was like with him, because no matter how much he told him to shut up, he continued to chatter. Clenching his fist, the swordsman said that they were starting for real now, and then asked the teenager to shut up and bring him a dagger, bandages, and alcohol, and the system wrote that it was a first aid skill. You could see how the fire burned brightly. Suddenly Maeve opened her eyes. Looking ahead, the warrior asked her mistress if she had come to her senses. Raising her hand, the Avenger said that she was getting help from him again, and added that she herself had decided to find the root of the pollution, and in the end it all ended like this. Leaning on his knee, the player said that he had already solved the problem with the root of pollution, and then Philip asked him again, and the knight asked if he was alone. Tilting his head, the apostle noticed that everything had turned out in this way again. The girl reported that a contaminated magic artifact had taken possession of her, and at the same time, the user frowned seriously. Opening his mouth wide, the guy asked how it was, after which Ian asked if she was saying that the dark magician tried to defile her. It seemed as if the mistress was surrounded by dark energy, and she replied that strangely enough, he had only sent a warning and said that it was brazen to use red magic, and that this man would soon pay for everything, and then disappeared. Turning her gaze to the side, the lady explained that he probably meant some particular mage, and it might help if you understood who he was talking about. Maeve asked the protagonist if he had any ideas, and then he smirked and said that he wasn't sure about it. Squinting, the protagonist realized that this meant that he had noticed him. A burnt tree was visible, and it was heard that this monster had already been eliminated. Miguel, digging with a shovel, exclaimed that the first thing to do was to find the dark mage, and as quickly as possible, but they were wasting time looking for the cause of the contamination of the forest, again with a shovel. Sitting on a branch, the warrior said that digging was his unique ability, and could also use the winter's power to dig a hole faster, and also muttered that there might be good prey there. The young man, standing beside the Avenger, said that the large tree had burned down completely, and it was a good thing that the fire had not spread further, and at the same time she explained that it was because it used to be a forest of fairies. Imagining people pulling a cart, the knight said that as you know, the forest of fairies practically does not burn, and that is why many fortresses of the kingdom are built in the forests where they lived. The apostle noted that Jan must have known about this when setting the fire, and at the same time, the player, lowering the corners of his lips, whispered that it was the first time he had heard about it. Then the user smiled slightly. Noticing the seed of an ancient tree, the protagonist was glad that this thing didn't burn up, and said that it is possible to get a skill point by following the instructions of the information window, but it is actually a bait as there is a hidden quest. Putting the object into the magic portal, the protagonist decided that he would not eat it now, but simply put it into subspace. The warrior looked back sharply when he heard that this was madness. The mercenary's expression was confused, and the mistress asked what had happened. A lot of skulls appeared, after which the guide exclaimed that there were corpses under the roots of the trees. Tilting his head down, the swordsman said what looked like a sacrifice. Maeve lowered the corners of her lips thoughtfully, and then the question was heard if this meant that the dark mage had sacrificed humans to raise this cursed monster. Looking ahead, the Avenger was greatly surprised. A note hung on the stone. The girl remembered standing in front of the guy who explained that a month was quite a long time, and if there was no answer from him for a month after he went to the dark magus. The lady imagined the young man striking the mannequin, and muttered that this child had always tried to prove his worth, even when he got into trouble. Clenching his fist, the knight thought that this was impossible, and it could not be. An unusual aura surrounded the apostle. The player clenched his jaw in bewilderment. A shovel of mud appeared. Philip, through the sweat on his face, said that this could not be. Under the roots of the monster tree, there were corpses of people, and at the same time, the guy was surprised by their number. Touching the ground, the young man asked if they had all been killed for sacrifice. Turning his gaze to the side, the teenager said that if so many people had been sacrificed to the tree to the monster, then maybe Mr. Laurel, with whom he had lost contact. Then Philip looked at Maeve. The Avenger bit her lips thoughtfully. Human skeletons were visible. In the past, a swordsman appeared. An unusual aura surrounded the apostle, and she thought that it couldn't be, and it would be better if he died bravely fighting the darkness instead of dying in vain, being sacrificed to a tree monster. Directing her gaze to the corpse, the mistress wondered what if this was really the case. Noticing the creepy skull, the girl wondered what if he fell into the trap of darkness and became part of one of the monsters before he could use all his skill. After a moment, the lady clenched her fist. Maeve's pupils lit up blue, and she muttered that if that was the case, she would risk everything she had and take revenge. Holding his hands to his sides, Ian said that the more he looked at it, the more convinced he was that it was not like the methods of a dark magician. Standing behind the main character, the guy asked if it was not the dark magician who arranged the sacrifice, to which he received the answer that the method was different. After introducing the magic ball, the protagonist explained that he was using contaminated magical power. A headless horseman appeared, and at the same time the warrior noticed that he had never offered sacrifices before. The swordsman's palm was visible. The player, holding handcuffs in his hand, reported that it looked more like the bodies of prisoners who were transported by the regular army of the city of Orendel. The user, imagining the shackles, muttered that they were handcuffs with a pattern in the shape of deer antlers and a plaque, and that it was a regular Orendel soldier named Dave. The young man, leaning on his knee, said that he was right, because there were handcuffs of the kingdom and certificates of members of the regular army. Parting his lips, Jan asked for thought and asked why someone who had been plotting his dark deeds in such remote places would attack the army, and then added that he did not need to take such risks. Smiling, the teenager exclaimed that his words made sense. Through the sweat on her face, Maeve thought that meant Vernon wasn't among them, and then called herself pathetic because she was captivated by thoughts of an event she wasn't even sure about. Closing his eyes, the main character said that apparently the goal of the next contract, after defeating the dark magician, was determined. Frowning seriously, the protagonist said, "This is the Orendel estate of the Marquis Burchard in the city of Agelon." Standing in front of his companions, the warrior noticed that even if all this had nothing to do with the dark mage, it could be the work of an immoral person, and therefore he would go to Orendel and personally check what was happening there. The swordsman clarified what they thought, and at the same time, the Avenger, nodding her head, replied that she understood him, and added that he could go. Stretching out his palms, Philip asked if the lady had signed another contract, after which she explained that it was necessary because it was necessary to find immoral people. The girl looked down thoughtfully, and the player said that she had agreed, and therefore let her stop chatting and bring the horse, after which he added that if this horse also died, then he would saddle it, to which the guy replied that he thought that this was not the time for jokes. Taking off, the young man realized that he was not joking, and then asked where the horse was. The user turned to the lady, and then she turned around. Corpses of people were visible, and Jan asked if she could pray for them. Lowering his eyebrows, the main character said that he thought it would be better if the gods put their souls to rest. Lifting the corners of his lips, the knight said that it was a good idea, and added that he would do it. A moment later, Maeve crossed her hands. Keeping his hand at his side, the protagonist wondered if he should be glad that she was ready to take on this, because until recently she had signs of losing her divine power. Imagining the bandaged hand, the warrior muttered that since it had happened once, there was a high probability that it could happen again. A bright aura could be seen surrounding the apostle, and the swordsman knew that this was a temporary solution to the problem, but perhaps the divine power would be able to contain the madness. Through the sweat on her face, the Avenger asked the sparkling goddess to take care of those who suffered on this earth and bless their souls so that they could find true peace, and also said that there was still no proof that Vernon was already dead, and wondered why she was so worried. A young man appeared with a sword in his hand, and at the same time the lady asked what he was doing now. Suddenly the young man parted his lips. The knight sat behind the teenager, and he said that he would prove that he could surpass her and lead the whole family. Opening her jaw, the girl exclaimed that he had already done enough. Her brother asked if it was so, whereupon the lady, holding out her hand, replied that he did not need to be so zealous. Sweat was dripping down Maeve's cheek, and the guy noticed that as he thought, his sister did not know anything at all. There was blood on the young man's face, and he said that she did not know that he was already dead. The Avenger's gaze was confused. Touching his helmet, the knight wondered what kind of delirious dream it was. A cart appeared, and then the apostle wondered if it was lying on it. Her escort walked near the cart. Turning around, Ian asked if she was awake. The mistress asked how long she had been sleeping, and what kind of cart it was, after which the main character, parting his lips, said that apparently she did not remember anything. Earlier, the guys found an abandoned cart on the way, and the protagonist decided to use it. The girl's expression was surprised. As she sat in the carriage, the lady thought that she could not remember anything because she was absorbed in her personal experiences, and then the warrior said that she had woken up just in time. Sweat was dripping down Maeve's cheek, and the swordsman informed her that they would soon arrive at the grave forest. Opening her mouth wide, the Avenger asked if she had already. Looking at Miguel, the knight asked why they hadn't warned her beforehand. The back of the player's head appeared, and he replied that I asked her not to tell them, because if she had known about it earlier, she would not have been able to rest so well. Opening his mouth, the apostle listened that if she had nothing to object, then let her rest a little longer. Then the girl nodded her head. Turning her head to the side, the lady noticed that this time she would give in to him. Frowning in displeasure, the user muttered that he was about to rip out his eyes. Suddenly the carriage stopped in place. The mercenary clarified why he had stopped, and then Jan, sitting on the cart, said that it was not him, and added that the horses refused to go further. Holding the magic orb in her hand, Maeve said that a sinister magical power similar to that contained in the contaminated artifact was in front of them. A thick haze was visible, and the main character said that the lands of evil begin here. Turning his gaze to the side, Philip asked if he meant to say that these lands were cursed, to which he received a positive answer. An eclipse of the sun appeared, after which the protagonist explained that these lands are cursed and corrupted by the influence of the Dark Wall. The travelers raised their hands in bewilderment, and the warrior said that even the laws of nature are different here, and it is impossible to say for sure what could have mutated, and he also added that it is said that those who enter this forest do not come out of it anymore, and then wondered if it really would not be possible to get out of it. Sitting in the cart, the Avenger remarked that she would have to leave the cart here, and then asked to take everything necessary with her, and the guide said that he had just said that whoever entered the forest would not come out of it again. The swordsman said that everything was fine, and if they killed the dark mage, then the curse would be lifted, and at the same time, the guide, opening his jaw, asked why he was not concerned about it. Crossing his palms, Miguel said that if you think about it, his job was to bring them to the grave forest, after which the player remarked that if he wanted, he could just kill him, to which he exclaimed that this was not what he meant, but simply wanted to show him his loyalty even in a dangerous situation like this. Suddenly, the user slammed his foot on the ground. Near the trees I could see the guys. Lowering his eyebrows, Philip said that he was ready for this, but he was still very nervous, and then the mercenary said that he would have to go too. Looking ahead, Jan asked if everyone was ready, and then the knight replied positively. Parting his lips, the apostle said that no matter what happened, he would not retreat. The pupils of the main character lit up brightly. Suddenly, red eyes appeared. With a smirk, the protagonist thought that he had noticed his presence, and added that it didn't change anything. Lifting the corners of his lips, the warrior muttered that apparently he was not ready to meet the guests, and yet it was nice to see his stupid face, and he would also have to pay for torturing him by sending his monsters. Standing near his partners, the swordsman noticed that he needed experience points and rewards. A view of the eerie forest opened. The guy's body was shaking with fear. Turning around, the young man asked if they were going the right way, to which the player replied positively, and clarified how many more times he was going to ask. Lowering his eyebrows, the teenager realized that he had asked in vain. In the past, Philip, sitting by the fire, wondered if the dark mage was really in the grave forest, and if it would not be a waste of time, and the user said that if he was just cowardly, then let him say so. Clenching his fist, the guy shouted that he himself would lead them through this forest. Narrowing his eyes, the young man muttered that he hadn't thought he would really let him lead them. The teenager looked in the direction of the mistress. Frowning seriously, Philip thought that he needed to pull himself together for the sake of his mistress. Lifting the corners of his lips, Jan realized that he was not completely hopeless after all. Looking ahead, the main character felt something strange. Noticing the green energy, the protagonist wondered what was going on here, and noted that contaminated mana could not flow indefinitely. Suddenly, the guy walked through a thick fog. The guys, opening their mouths in surprise, asked if they had come out. Falling to the ground, the young man exclaimed that he did not think that they would really succeed, and then Miguel said that he did not believe in him either, and directly heard the fear come out of him. And the soldier said that they were rejoicing in vain, because everything was just beginning. Then the swordsman bit his lips thoughtfully. A monument could be seen in the distance, and at the same time the player muttered that they were there. The entrance to the underground crypt appeared. Maeve, standing in front of the dungeon, said that this place was here, and her escort said that their journey did not end. Looking down, the user reported that he was leading from now on. The mercenary, his eyebrows lowered in bewilderment, asked if they would go straight there, and if he would give them time to think. A dark passage appeared, and Jan explained that they had to make up their minds before they even set foot in these dark lands, and then added that it was time to descend. You could see how the guys were moving their legs. Philip and Miguel held torches in their hands. Suddenly, the guy raised his eyebrows. Being behind the protagonist, the young man asked if they had come. A moment later, the protagonist slammed his foot on the floor. There was a view of a wide corridor. Looking around the room, the guys were surprised by such a huge space underground, and then the teenager said that it was very dark here, and he felt how claustrophobic was beginning to take place. The warrior turned his gaze to the side, and Maeve asked him to stop and said that she thought she should say a prayer before they moved forward. Looking back, the swordsman asked if something was wrong. Clenching her fingers, the Avenger said that her stigmata had been weakening since they had entered here, and the player had asked her about the stigmata at the same time. Placing his hand on his chest, the knight explained that this was the mark that had been placed on her soul at the moment when she was elected an apostle. A palm appeared, and at the same time the lady said that thanks to it she could communicate with the god and receive divine power. Squinting in bewilderment, the user wondered what this didn't sound like a slave contract. Ian remembered staring at the system screen and muttered that he had almost pawned his soul twice without even realizing it. In the past, the main character stretched his hands, and now he thinks that in this cursed world, even the gods can betray. The protagonist remarked that she could pray now if necessary, after which the girl nodded her head. Suddenly, the lady took out her sword. Then Maeve stuck the weapon into the ground. The Avenger was surrounded by a bright aura. The guys were standing near the knight. Turning around, the mercenary said that this place was very empty. Rounding his eyes, Philip clarified what he was talking about, to which the guide replied that this place is called the Grave Forest, and heard that hundreds of bodies were buried here, but it was strange that they had come this far and never met any remains. The warrior wondered if they really didn't understand, and then the guide and the boy raised their eyebrows in surprise. Crossing his arms, the swordsman said that they needed to see it with their own eyes. Smirking, the player said that this bastard had prepared for their meeting. Suddenly the guys looked back. Suddenly, the gates began to close. The partners of the main character abruptly rushed towards the entrance, and shouted that the gate was closed. A moment later, a magical inscription appeared. Purple words flew in the air. An unusual text filled the walls of the room. The young man, holding a torch in his hand, asked if it was an ancient language. The teenager turned his gaze to the protagonist, and he replied that this was the spell that caused everything in the tomb to function. Noticing the light in the distance, Ian noticed that as he had said, everything would begin now. Suddenly, a huge number of skeletons appeared. The undead were walking towards the guys. Taking out his weapon from the magic portal, the warrior said that he would have hung up an advertisement that he was a necromancer. Then the swordsman frowned menacingly. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, Philip asked where he got the mace, and at the same time Miguel wondered if he was hallucinating. The monsters quickly approached the player and his team. Jumping sharply, the user asked the guy and the mercenary to protect the mistress, after which they asked if he was going to fight alone again. Ian left a bright trail behind him. The monster's eyes burned purple. A moment later, the protagonist delivered a slashing blow. The skull of the undead crumbled into small fragments. The warrior continued to attack his opponents. The swordsman lowered his eyebrows sharply. Using the lower gray magic, the player threw the skeletons aside. After a second, the user swung his weapon. His mace was surrounded by an unusual energy. The shadow of the club appeared on the monsters' heads. The user then demolished the enemies in their path. The bones of the undead could be seen falling down, and then the main character noticed that it was quite good. Gripping the handle of the weapon tightly with his fingers, Ian noticed that this was what it meant to use a wind blade in conjunction with a mace, because it was like a hammer. Suddenly, an army of skeletons rebelled behind him. The eyes of the undead emitted a bright glow, and the main character said that the enemy was hiding and watching through them like a rat. Looking back, the mercenary thought that it was not yet time. Pulling the mace behind his back, the player thought about the fact that the more of these monsters, the higher the probability of one of them dying, after which he thought about what he should do right now. With a sly grin, the protagonist asked if his opponent was afraid, and then advised him to look better while cowardly hiding behind the monsters, because he would instantly smash their skulls, imagining that they were toys, but this was a provocation. The bone monster clenched its jaws tightly. Spreading his hands to the sides, the dark magician told the user to get out of the way, and then called him a bastard. With their mouths wide open in fear, the assistants did not understand what was happening. A moment later, a crowd of evil spirits approached Yang's body. Swinging his weapon, the main character thanked his opponent for getting angry, after which he invited him to see which of them would last longer. The guys were holding torches in their hands. Gritting his teeth tightly, Philip asked if they needed help, because there were too many enemies, to which Miguel wondered if he had forgotten that they had been told that they had to protect their mistress. Maeve held on to the hilt of her sword with both hands. The girl's eyes began to radiate a bright glow, and then she asked her partners to get out of the way. The skeletons flew away after another blow. Immediately after, the protagonist attacked one of them with his elbow. The girl suddenly made 2 quick jumps. Holding on to the blade, the mercenary called out to her ward. Her gaze was fixed somewhere forward. The soldier, turning around, said that she was late. The knight flew past him. Immediately afterward, she grabbed the blade with both hands. The hilt soared into the air. The first swing struck these enemies. Their bones rose into the air. The girl swung for a second attack. Another blow fell on these bones. The guy, grinning, realized that he felt insignificant when he had to look at something like that. Someone was coming up behind her. The protagonist immediately attacked this monster. The girl turned around. The young man nodded affirmatively at this moment. Two glowing weapons appeared. They began to fight back to back. The assistant held the torch and watched what was happening. The mercenary, frowning, shouted that he should follow him and not stand. Philip immediately ran after him. The two of them continued to fight the monsters. The girl bowed her head slightly. The hero, turning around, remembered that one of the weaknesses of his ally was low stamina, but it was still extremely strange that she got tired so quickly. Frowning, the guy realized that it wasn't like her divine power had waned and maybe it could be due to the stigma connection. The mercenary ran ahead and asked why it was already clear ahead. The protagonist's eyes opened wide due to the lack of understanding of what was happening, because was it really magic power flowing through the chains of spells? The ceiling above the assistants began to glow purple. The bone on the ground also began to glow a little. The escort turned around and tried to figure out what was wrong with the skeleton. All the bodies of the enemies began to fly in the same direction. A substance appeared when the fighter realized that it was immortal garbage. Philip, with his eyes wide open, shouted a question about what it was, while the young man thought that this enemy appeared even earlier than in the game, and apparently this was due to the fact that enough corpses had been collected here. The assistant, holding a torch in front of him, shouted that this monster was coming towards them. The mercenary, placing his hands on the wall, said that the gate had already closed, as expected. Opening his eyes wider, the man asked if the gates were lowering. There were still a huge number of skeletons when a cry was heard that the exit had finally opened. The fighter, looking at them, tried to understand what was happening. The hero, grinning, thought that the squad, which was originally supposed to be in a deeper place, was well prepared. Standing among his comrades, the guy realized that they had fallen into a trap after all. The girl, standing at his back, noted that they would most likely have to fight this huge army of monsters, and the fighter asked her not to try to kill them all, but only to stop them while the others cleared the way. She rushed to attack and replied that she understood everything. The young man swung his blade to attack. The knight did the same. The mercenary, standing next to his comrade, asked him to look ahead. The fighter continued to beat the monsters with his weapons. The bones flew into the air again when the protagonist thought about how everything here was like in the game and the broken skulls were being swallowed up by this immortal monster. Looking back, the hero realized that there are no infinite reserves of magical power. Two sweeps struck the skeletons again as the warrior thought that everything had gone more or less smoothly before, but although there were some changes, if everything continued according to plan, then they would be able to survive. Some glowing white threads appeared. The young man's eyes widened. Looking at the monster, the guy asked about what this enemy was doing here. The opponent covered his face with his hands and was said to be a lake ghost living by the lakes who possesses men by absorbing their energy, as well as luring women into the lake and possessing their bodies, making them possessed when the protagonist thought about how they were supposed to meet him later. But now this opponent is also enslaved by a dark mage. These white threads struck the skeletons. They immediately rushed to attack. The young man waved his weapon. This ghost dodged his next blow. The protagonist's gaze was directed back. The creature flew over the heads of the allies. The monster suddenly removed his hands from his face. His eyes burned brightly. The guy's eyes widened. Looking at this enemy, the guy thought about the fact that the lake ghost was screaming with the sounds of death agony, a skill that not only deals damage, but also inflicts a confusion debuff on opponents. Looking at that immortal monster, the fighter quickly understood everything, because if this is not stopped, then his comrades may die. They showed their images against the background of blood splashes. The protagonist, his mouth wide open, shouted for both of them to cover their ears. One of his eyes lit up. Several fire spheres immediately appeared above him. The soldiers immediately did what he asked. The girl turned around. The hero gritted his teeth forcefully. These spheres flew forward. One of them approached the opponent's face. A bright explosion lit up the entire cave, and the scream of this monster was heard. The knight crouched immediately afterward. Comrades in arms began to take their hands away from their ears. The protagonist was standing not far from them. Philip, with his eyes wide open, said that this simply could not be, because their ally had just used fire. Their eyes widened as they shouted for them to stay still and get ready, for this was not the end. Immediately after, the hero went to the remaining skeletons. Grinning, the fighter said that he wanted to hold on to this trump card, but now that it had already been used, his condition had clearly improved. Clenching his hand into a fist, the hero said that now he had nothing to hide and he would be able to fight without any hesitation. A huge number of explosions hit the skeletons. The girl also watched this. Looking ahead, the knight realized that now everything was falling into place, and this was completely unexpected, because this man did not look like a mage. She immediately remembered the image of her comrade in arms from the past and his words that the place she was looking for was in the grave forest. I also remembered Philip, who, clutching his head, asked if she understood what this person was saying. The hero, looking away, said that he understood something, but the knight thought about his intelligence and insight. Stretching out his hand, the hero asked if he could take a look, while the interlocutor noted that she did not think that he could read and added that she should not have been so surprised by this. Putting the blade into the sheath, the protagonist asked them to follow him, because for what only he can do, there will be no losses. Crouching down on the ground, the fighter said that the root of the contamination had been successfully eliminated, and then Meph thought that this man was extremely cautious and at the same time with a secretive character. As she ran up to him, she realized that Ian was the red mage the dark mage was looking for. The girl ran after this ghost. As she raised her other hand to the blade, the knight realized that she was once again indebted to him. Her attack fell directly on this monster. Falling on one knee, she screamed that she was able to deal with this opponent. The young man, looking around, told her not to lose sight of him, for there would be a fork in the road. She, opening her eyes wider, thought about the fact that this person was as if he had been here before and assumed that this was due to the fact that her companion was a mage. A corpse appeared in front of her. Blood ran down the man's face. Her hand trembled at the realization that this armor was the same royal knight's armor. Taking the plate with the words in her hand, the girl read the words that this was the royal warrior Charles. Opening her eyes wider, she said that it was not Vernon after all, and that she had already been overcome by fear. Suddenly, a bright pink glow appeared near her chest. As she bowed her head, Maeve realized that the contaminated magical power of the artifact beneath her armor had suddenly intensified, and she felt as if it was the magical power of someone other than the dark mage. Violet waves came from another passage of the dungeon, and she realized that the artifact resonated with the magical power flowing from the left path of the fork, and it was as if someone was calling her. The hero, standing on, shouted for her to be careful. That monster loomed over her. She immediately jumped away from him. Philip, running up to her, shouted a question about whether she was all right, and the mercenary asked if she had hurt herself. The protagonist, his eyes wide open, shouted for them to move faster towards him. Everything shook suddenly. The two of them tried to raise the knight. A wall began to appear in front of them. The fighter, looking at her, said that she apparently saw something and because of this behaved like this, and in the end they were separated at a fork in the road. Turning his head, the fighter realized that there was nothing to be done about it. Looking at the crowd of monsters, the warrior knew that he had to kill the dark mage first. One of the fighters, looking back, shouted that their opponents had begun to advance. The knight, looking at the glow in one of the passages, realized that they had to go there, and there was nothing to be done, and realized that she needed to collect her thoughts, because she needed to get her comrades out of here. As she walked forward, Meph asked them to follow her so that she could clear the path in peace. Philip began to run after her, but the mercenary asked not to leave him alone. A bright white glow appeared. The bones flew to the sides immediately after that. More bones flew into the air and a shout was heard asking where the mistress was in such a hurry. The assistant, with his eyes wide open, asked them to do it together. There were many skeletons in front of him. The fighter, walking beside them, asked what could be wrong with them, because why they didn't attack them. The mercenary's eyes widened as someone ordered the monster to step aside. Someone, walking towards them, greeted them and noted that they had come to the right place. The knight began to raise his helmet. The assistant, wide-eyed, spoke of this voice. Mev, with her eyes wide open, said that this simply could not be. It was Vernon. The man immediately lowered his helmet back when she tried to ask him something. The enemy immediately attacked her. Blocking the blow, she asked why her former comrade had suddenly pointed his sword at her. There was a smirk on his face. With his eyes wide open, the knight shouted a question about whether she had not yet been able to understand. Pushing her away, Vernon shouted that the moment had finally come when he could surpass her. Her eyes were wide as a former comrade in arms shouted that he had enough power to kill her. The hero blocked the skeleton's attack. Frowning, the guy said that this was already starting to him off. Immediately after, the young man began to run away. A statue appeared in front of him when the fighter realized that it was all a puzzle. The man approached her. Immediately after, the protagonist made a jump. The fighter soared over the statue. Immediately after, the guy landed on the hilt of the statue's sword. The blade immediately plunged into the ground. A passage down opened under him. The young man, going downstairs, remembered that this hidden passage was a shortcut to the exit, which was used after killing a dark magician. At this time, the girl held back countless enemy attacks as the fighter thought that although he knew about the existence of this place, there was no point in leaving if he had only managed to kill an intermediate boss. Someone was walking quickly towards him. Skeletons stood behind him. Smiling, the hero asked if they really wanted to go out. Immediately after, the man began to jump down the stairs with quick jumps. Flying over a certain building, the fighter realized that even the king of Agelon did not know about the existence of this place underground, although it was a temple where ancient fairies prayed to the god of death. The guy sank to the ground. There was someone sitting on the throne. The enemy, grinning, noted that the guest had gone extremely far. Holding his staff, the mage spoke of how this was his cursed territory, which he had to create with special trepidation. Sparks flew into the air when the boss said that he would enjoy killing him with all the magical power he had, thanks to the cursed land. Suddenly a bright flame struck him. The hero's hand was still glowing a little after this attack. Smiling, the young man noted that he did not learn from his mistakes at all and asked whether the enemy would continue to talk nonsense, even if they had already met. His hand had a bright red sphere as he thought that if he continued like this, there would be no problem using the purified artifact. Suddenly, a stone fell to the ground. Someone's hand appeared. The opponent's teeth were clenched with force. The mage has an extra pair of hands. The young man, with his eyes wide open, tried to understand what it was. Remembering the image in the game, the hero realized that this boss looked even more miserable than before and said that he was talking too much, although he had not even taken his final form yet. Flames began to appear at his hand again. The mage, raising his staff, called the intruder a vile degenerate. A lot of inscriptions departed from the statue. The old man's staff began to glow even brighter. A lot of skeletons appeared in front of him. The hero began to run away, while the boss shouted that the enemy uses gray magic in addition to red magic, and he also brought artifacts with him. But now that they are lost, he is not capable of anything and he will be forced to understand all the insignificance of existence. The dark purple creature flew forward. The soldier suddenly stopped. The mage's eyes burned brightly as he laughed. However, the image of the young man suddenly began to disappear. The guy soared into the air over the battlefield. The enemy, looking up, tried to understand how this man could be there so quickly. The young man, summoning the flames again, knew that this was the first use of this skill, but even so, he managed to level it up to the second level, since it was quite simple. His eye glowed brightly as thoughts came to his head that it would be difficult to aim, but in such a situation, it doesn't matter so much since enemies are everywhere. Even higher above, even more of these fire spheres appeared after activating the dancing flames. All the skeletons were looking up. The flames began to fall down. From the explosions, opponents flew in different directions. The old man's mouth was wide open. Energy began to gather around his staff. A bright pink glow began to emanate from it. After that, a wall appeared in front of the mage, and he shouted that the intruder would not be able to escape from it in the air. Flames reappeared in the fighter's hand. Immediately, the young man threw him somewhere back. Thanks to this, the protagonist overcame this barrier. The old man, his eyes wide, realized that this man had flown away using the recoil of the explosion. The guy already had a weapon in his hand. His eye changed color to light gray. The body began to rise into the air. Suddenly, the soldier made a quick dash. The young man was rapidly approaching the enemy. The magician, bowing his head, said that this simply could not be. The hero was already right next to him. After the first blow, the opponent lost one of his arms. His mouth opened in pain. The guy landed on the ground. The weapon was still in the same hand. The hero looked away, saying that unfortunately he missed. The two of them were on the pedestal. The fighter, raising his weapon, noted that he had already thought that this thing would not be easy to use at all. Immediately after, the warrior remembered how he used both different techniques to move and decided to continue studying the different combinations in battle. Looking at the mace, the protagonist noted that if he were not an outsider, he would not have to study all this. The old man gritted his teeth in anger. Turning around, the magician shouted a question about whether the intruder actually had more than one artifact of gray magic. The opponent, raising both hands, replied in the affirmative and added that he had prepared something special for him, but he understood that it was all a lie. The enemy's staff began to glow brightly again after saying that apparently this man was not a small fry at all and from now on their battle would take place in full force. Bright lightning emanated from his weapon. The bones on the floor began to shake. They all suddenly soared into the air. The fighter, putting his hand on his side, said that he had immediately moved to the second phase and now his speed would increase. A black hand appeared. A skull also appeared. A completely different monster was already standing in front of him. The guy, licking his lips, understood that now the weakness of the opponent's physical defense is absolutely unimportant, since his new form is extremely predictable. The magician, raising his hand, told the intruder to look at this. Energy began to accumulate in his hand after saying that this power was obtained by him from the abyss of emptiness. The enemy, putting his hand behind his back, spoke about what would make a person understand that death is a blessing for him. Immediately after, a bright beam struck forward. The young man, ducking, realized that his opponent had become too fast. The hero was running away from this attack. A multitude of similar rays illuminated the room. The skeleton, looking somewhere to the side, shouted that the man was just running away from him and hiding like a rat. The fighter, looking back, realized that his opponent was enjoying it, and, as expected, the game's strategy also worked here. Running in front of the monster, the young man knew that he needed to go around it and shorten the interval. Frowning, the protagonist remembered that this magus would not hold only this technique permanently. The enemy continued to use this magic. The young man, looking to the side, knew that he needed to close the distance a little more. The light at the skeleton's hand began to fade. The hero's eyes immediately lit up red, because the moment had come to attack. His flames hit directly under the opponent's feet after using the dancing flame. Eyes appeared from the raised dust and a question was heard about whether he no longer had the strength to aim properly and his attack flew somewhere down. From his hands, this bright beam began to emanate again. The hero approached his opponent from below. The guy, looking at the broken sphere, realized that he had already used everything. This object hit the floor. The fighter slipped between the mage's legs. The latter immediately turned around. Looking down, the boss couldn't understand why he couldn't move his legs. His legs were gone. The eye was still burning. Remembering that attack of the man, the skeleton understood why he was aiming at the legs. Behind him, a blue light poured in. The fighter, who was preparing a lightning attack, noted that the enemy had quickly guessed, but even so, he had enough time to prepare a medium-level magic technique. Standing behind, the guy said that it was too late for him to rush. The skeleton, looking back, asked if the man was going to use this magic with this artifact. The fighter, looking ahead, said that it didn't matter at all now. Lightning began to illuminate the skeleton's face even more. The hero's eye glowed brightly when using medium-gray magic. The discharge struck the enemy after activating the lightning chain. The residual lightning still wavered in the air. The monster's eyes stopped glowing. The skeleton began to crumble. The same thing happened to his whole body. The protagonist tried to cover his face with his hand. The mage's body was lying on the floor. This dust still continued to fall to the ground. The guy, dusting himself off, said that it was very disgusting. The opponent, lying on the floor, asked how he managed to use magic of different colors. The fighter, taking up the blade, asked if this was what he was interested in a moment before death. The old man opened his eyes wide and said that if he had more time, he would have the power of the abyss. The young man stepped on him. Swinging, the guy explained that even if he had more time, he would not be able to learn the whole truth and gain immortality. The protagonist narrowed his eyes when he called out the name of the enemy. The magician's eyes were still wide open. Turning around, the boss asked how the man had managed to find out his name. Immediately afterward, a bright flash lit up the room again. The opponent's head rolled on the floor. The fighter, sheathing his blade, asked why he had asked so many questions, since he would not have been able to understand anyway. Immediately afterward, the guy raised his hand to his face. Holding his head, the man said that he was going too far with magic power again, and if he had to use it again, he would be exhausted. Looking at the boss's head, the young man knew that he needed to take the loot and thought about keeping his magic staff and using the head as proof of killing him. Suddenly, something began to appear from the old man's eye. His spiritual image appeared there. The fighter, looking at him, assumed that it was his spirit and suddenly shouted that it was like the third phase, which was not in the game. The face of the rebellious mage appeared. The creature immediately rushed at the man. Flames appeared in the guy's hand. Suddenly, cracks appeared on one of the walls behind them. A rift appeared behind the monster. The mage turned. Something immediately began to pull him there. It quickly sucked him in. The old man was already almost completely in this rift. After that, the rift began to disappear. Only cracks remained on the wall. The hero, looking in that direction, assumed that this was the very emptiness. Imagining some people, the fighter realized that the words about emptiness, chaos of the beginning of time and the abyss were spoken by the sectarians from the game. Shrugging his shoulders, the guy noted that he still wanted to go into the abyss and eventually headed there. Glancing at the wall, the young man tried to understand why the spell continued to work. A man standing in the middle of the room assumed that it did not stop working even after the death of the dark magician. A passage appeared. The fighter, standing in front of the pedestal, said that this was the thing that was hidden behind the altar, because this was where all the spell chains had gathered. Taking the book in his hand, the young man realized that this mage had been keeping his diary of entries like some kind of man, and he should read it, because it might be some useful information. Looking at the sphere, the hero suggested that this thing could be a source of energy. Burying his hands in his hips, the protagonist realized that this was a dark entity, but he had never met such a large one before. Looking at the glow, the warrior also noticed that its power was different from the contaminated artifacts, and it was more like pure magic, like divine power. Bringing his hand to his face, Ian said that he was somehow sorry for just destroying it, and perhaps he should trust this inner resistance. Glancing at his hand, the fighter decided to absorb some magical power. Immediately after, the hero touched the sphere with his fingertips. His hand suddenly began to sink inside. His eyes immediately opened wider in incomprehension. A bright light began to illuminate the room. This light flooded his face. A glow appeared in the distance. The player found himself in space, but could not understand how he managed to get here. His eyes were still wide open. Looking at the planets ahead, the young man thought that it all looked amazing. A black hole also appeared in front of him. Flying closer, the hero realized that he was being pulled inside. Immediately after, he was returned to space again. His gaze went down. Everything around began to change. His eyes widened with surprise. The young man fell to the floor. Immediately, the hero covered his mouth with his hand. He immediately began to vomit. By wiping his face, the player tried to bring up the status window. After that, the warrior began to increase the stat of mental strength. There was still a window of the system in front of him. Looking to the side, the guy said that it was too dangerous, because it could drive him crazy. Looking at the system window again, the protagonist thought about what it could have done, and realized that he had used 9 points. But in any case, he had developed the other necessary stats before. Immediately after, a notification appeared in front of his face with information about the completed additional quest, for which he would be given a shard of chaos. Then the fighter did not understand how an additional quest could suddenly appear and how he managed to complete it if he did not have it before. His eyes were fixed on the reward line. Immediately afterward, the young man remembered that black hole and assumed that it was the same emptiness. I also remembered the eye of a creature. Imagining his image, the guy thought that it could be that ancient deity, and he had the opportunity to think only in this direction. Bringing his hand to his chest, the protagonist also thought about the shard of chaos and realized that he had previously said that he felt something inside himself, and the same magical power emanated from him as from a large source of energy. His eyes immediately opened wider at the words that it could be the power of chaos within him. The young man looked up as he thought about it. Immediately afterwards, the man turned around. Looking at the clash of energies, the fighter realized that it was a familiar wave, similar to the confrontation between divine power and contaminated magical power. The blade pierced someone. Maeve's eyes were wide. People standing at the aisle talked about how this time this lady was chosen as the apostle, and no other was expected from her, because she was simply amazing. Bove was standing in the training area when the question was heard about whether this girl could become the head of the family. Someone agreed and began to talk about Vernon. She came up from the side and called out to him. Smiling, the girl said that she was happy to see him train hard. Burying her hands in her hips, her sister asked if he wanted to become her sparring partner. Sweat ran down his face. Smiling, her brother replied that he was not ready yet and offered her to arrange this duel another time. A wall filled with magical signs appeared. The knights continued to fight. The enemy's eyes burned brightly. The girl dodged the sudden blow. The assistant, holding a torch, called out to her, while the mercenary shouted that she had already used up almost all of her divine power and was barely able to withstand the blow. Vernon, making a dash forward, asked what had happened to his sister, because she could only defend herself. At the same moment, the hero struck the magician with lightning. The knight stopped in place, sensing this. The girl, standing in front of him, called out to him. His brother, his eyes wide, spoke about how the master's energy had suddenly disappeared. Philip, wide-eyed, asked if he meant the black mage, and the mercenary exclaimed that their comrade must have finished him off by now. Looking ahead, she realized that everything was exactly like that. Lowering her blade, Maeve said that if this was true, then they no longer needed to fight. Opening her eyes wider, the girl asked him to return home, and although his body had changed, there was probably a way to return him to his previous state. The brother bowed his head. Her eyes widened as she asked what kind of delirium it was, because now that the one who was holding him back was gone, he had managed to free himself completely. His eyes began to glow even brighter. Imagining the manor hidden by the flames, the fighter shouted that the first thing he wanted to do when he managed to get out of here was to burn the cursed kingdom to the ground, and then, when all the lives were taken, he would be able to become the strongest of all and become the sole and all-powerful ruler of his own territory, just like the demons behind the black barrier. His glowing eyes appeared. Rushing to attack, the knight shouted that all this would begin after he managed to kill his own sister. A bright light began to illuminate the walls. The enemy suddenly stopped. The two assistants, their mouths wide open, shouted about the chains of spells. The girl began to be covered with a bright blue glow. She opened her eyes wider and said that the divine power had begun to overwhelm her body. The adversary, standing in front of her, laughed and shouted that it must have been the goddess who was angry that her beloved apostle had first cut off contact with her and then resumed it. Immediately afterward, the opponent raised his blade. The brother, rushing to the attack, shouted that now they would fight each other with full force. The girl, holding the blade in front of her, asked him to stop, because it was all pointless. The enemy had already approached it. She gritted her teeth forcefully. Tears flowed from her eyes. His eyes suddenly opened wider. They were ready to attack each other. Blood splattered right in front of Maeve's face. The blade pierced the armor. Philip, raising his hand to his face, said that this simply could not be, but the mercenary tried to call out to her. The sword left a slight cut on her shoulder. At the same time, my brother's body was pierced through. Blood spurted from under his helmet. The girl's eyes widened. Immediately, memories of the enemy running at her appeared in her mind. Also the way the man held the sword, and realized that at the very end, her brother could not point the sword at her. Her gaze was directed somewhere forward, when the defeated man spoke about how his feelings prevented him from delivering the final blow, and he would have to remain a weakling until the very end. Bowing his head, Vernon said that he hated her. Remembering her as a child, the guy explained that he hated the fact that she smiled at him, not even realizing that she had everything, and he had nothing. He also remembered how he trained and began to repudiate his words. Immediately afterwards, the girl turned around. The young man wiped the sweat from his face. Opening his eyes wider, the brother asked if it was his sister. He remembered how he stretched out his hand to her and said that he wanted her to recognize him. Blood continued to flow from under his helmet as he talked about how he had never managed to surpass it in the end. The girl, looking down, shouted his name. The fighter, squinting, said that he was glad to fight her after all. A memory of them standing on the training ground appeared in his mind. Her brother fell on her shoulder. Her eyes were still wide open. The mercenary, holding out his hand, tried to calm her down. Tears flowed down her cheeks. She hugged Vernon and screamed loudly. A bright beam of light struck them. One of the walls of the dungeon appeared. The hero ran forward and realized that he was so distracted by the power of chaos that he did not notice how the spell was removed. Introducing the knight, The fighter knew that the only one who could be the cause of everything that was happening was the intermediate boss, the Death Knight. As the protagonist stopped, he remembered that there was a room somewhere. This spectacle with a bright ray opened up before him. Looking up, the guy tried to understand what had happened here. Looking at his companion, the warrior realized that if he just looked at all this magical power, he could conclude that Maeve had won. Philip, falling to his knees, tried to call for his mistress. The hero, approaching them, asked what had happened here. The knight was already near the ground. She sank down. Immediately afterwards, the comrade-in-arms took off his helmet. Without turning around, the girl said that Ian had returned after all, and immediately thanked him, because without him she would not have been able to go so far, but they would not be able to continue this path together. The hero, looking ahead, asked what she meant. The knight, holding her brother in her arms, explained that Vernon was dead and was here, but had already been killed and forcibly brought back to life in order to manipulate him like a puppet. His eyes widened at the realization of what was happening. The assistants also looked ahead in surprise when the girl said that she had to pray to the goddess for the salvation of the soul of this defiled boy, but she did not answer, since the goddess condemns the soul for sins, and does not save. Her body began to be covered with a burgundy glow after saying that if she wanted to avenge him, then the goddess would definitely respond. The soldier bowed his head. The protagonist, standing behind her, asked if she meant that she would kill everyone involved. Turning around, Maeve replied that it was revenge that she wanted to bear. His comrade-in-arms was still looking down. His hand was already on the hilt of his sword. Taking it out of the scabbard, the young man said that he would not allow this to happen. The girl, frowning, asked what he meant. The mage, looking ahead, wondered if there was no contract between them. Holding the weapon in his hands, the warrior also asked if he had forgotten that he had asked him to know the full picture of what had happened to that huge tree, and the interlocutor asked him to cancel this contract. Closing his eyes, the hero noted that until now he had never cancelled contracts at the request of the customer, and moreover, the customer who unilaterally terminated the contract, or did not pay compensation, was never left alive. His eyes lit up blue after saying that she would have to fight him. She, turning around, asked again, and then the interlocutor said that it should not be difficult for her, because in any case, a huge number of people would soon die by her hand and therefore she should put him on the list. Looking down, the protagonist explained that otherwise, she would be the one to die. Her hand was trembling. The mercenary, shutting Philip's mouth, shouted that they needed to calm down. The girl opened her mouth. Turning around, she asked if he was going to kill her. Her body was covered in this red energy. His eyes also burned brightly. The hero continued to stare down somewhere. She suddenly bowed her head. Placing her hand on her brother's body, Maeve said that she had already lost a loved one today. Looking down, the knight explained that she didn't want to lose another one. The young man, standing behind, asked if this meant that she would not cancel the contract, but the interlocutor answered in the affirmative and explained that their contract would continue to be valid, but she still wanted to take revenge. The hero, closing his eyes, said that he was not going to prevent her from doing this, but he was not sure that she would succeed in this. The girl turned her head and asked what this meant, since her path was unrighteous, or whether she simply could not do it alone, and the mercenary replied that the problem lay in both of the reasons she had named. The fighter put the blade back into the sheath when the interlocutor asked what would happen if the protagonist helped her with this. The warrior, looking down, replied that in that case, the story would be different. The walls of the dungeon appeared and he was heard saying that they should first get out of here and only then talk about this topic. Maeve and his assistant were loading the corpse into a cart. The mercenary, holding the meat in his hands, said that his partner was really amazing, but the guy asked what he meant. Miguel, closing his eyes, asked him not to pretend, because he knew that the mistress would not kill him, despite the fact that she was not herself. The protagonist, frowning, asked what if not. The mercenary, looking at him, shouted a question about whether he was serious, while the fighter said that as soon as you start making exceptions, there will be no end. Looking somewhere to the side, the warrior knew that he did not want to kill her at all. Imagining her corpse, the young man remembered that he had planned to force her to obey even if it meant tearing off her arm, but it was obvious that in such a state, the person would have gone mad and eventually died, and he did not want such a thing to happen. Remembering her burning eyes, the guy thought that it was surprising that she even grabbed her sword, but it was obvious that madness raged inside her, and it was probably not easy to suppress it. Sitting by the fire, the fighter thought that in the end he could not prevent her from becoming an apostle bringing vengeance. Philip, approaching them, asked if they had no boundaries at all. The mercenary, stuffing food into his mouth, said that he still did not understand anything and he should just eat meat. The hero, looking at the girl, asked if she had finished mourning her brother. A carriage appeared and her affirmative answer was heard. They were all sitting by the fire together. She looked up when someone asked her if she was okay. Maeve, looking at her companion, asked what he meant, and the young man explained that she had become an apostle of vengeance, and that a lot seemed to have changed in her. Imagining her with red eyes, the fighter knew that that red divine power was different from what it had been before, and now she had definitely become an apostle bringing vengeance, just like in the game. The knight, looking down, replied that now the goddess would grant her power only to fulfill revenge. The hero, however, having imagined her between the hands of the goddess, understood that these were extreme restrictions, and when it came to the execution of revenge, she would be able to gain even greater power, and also remembered the words that if the apostle suffered injustice, then his divine power would be lost, and this limitation that she had to observe was now gone. And she had the opportunity to do whatever she wanted to carry out revenge. She clenched her hand into a fist and explained that she did not regret the choice she had made. Still sitting by the fire, Maeve talked about how she would regret for the rest of her life that she could not kill the dark wizard with her own hands, because, driven by personal feelings, she missed the main goal and revenge. Memories of what happened in the dungeon also appeared in her head. Immediately a sack fell in front of her. The hero, raising his hand, said that this was the head of that bastard and they could take it with them. She opened this bag when the fighter said that the battle with him was quite ordinary. Her gaze was directed downwards. The assistant raised his hand to his mouth. Looking at his partner, Philip asked if he had killed this boss with magic. The protagonist, closing his eyes, realized that he had already begun to think about when they would ask this question and immediately answered in the affirmative. Miguel, rubbing the bridge of his nose with his fingers, asked if his comrade thought at least a little before speaking. Meat appeared by the fire, and he could be heard saying that their comrade probably just didn't want them to know about it. But since he had no choice but to use it to protect the others, they should thank him instead of asking questions, so Philip should just pretend not to see anything. The man immediately rubbed the back of his head. Bowing his head, the escort apologized for this, and said that he would take this secret to the grave. The hero, winking at him, replied that it was just fine. The girl, tying the bag back, noted that she definitely needed to give him additional compensation for killing the dark mage and asked what he wanted to get for it. The fighter, bringing the meat to his mouth, remembered that he originally wanted to keep all the loot for himself, but in the end he made concessions and therefore said that he just wanted something worthy. She brought her hand to her face, thinking about it. Maeve suddenly picked up her blade. The knight handed it to the mercenary. Holding him in front of her, she asked if he would take her sword. Philip, wide-eyed, shouted that her sword was made of imperial steel, and the lady explained that this was why her blade was quite a worthy reward. The hero's mouth opened in surprise. Taking it, the guy realized that he would never have thought that she would give it to him, and immediately said that he would treat him well. A system window immediately appeared in front of him with information about this weapon. The protagonist immediately remembered how he held this sword in the game and realized that the name of the item and its abilities are different from those in the game, and they are much better. Because before it was just a trophy that could only be obtained after killing Maeve, and now, since this weapon is not corrupted, there are no restrictions on it. The hero began to take out the blade when the girl said that this sword had been with her for a long time, and although it was not so famous, it would still be useful for him. The young man, holding it in front of him, said that this weapon was simply amazing. Looking at it, the warrior thought that his balance was really good, even though it was heavier than it seemed, and therefore he would not be able to swing it as easily as a knight did, and if he could not handle it, he would have to use a couple of upgrade points for strength. His gaze swept forward when someone called out to him. The girl, sitting in front of him, said that from now on he would have to temporarily replace her, and added that he hoped that he would be able to get to the bottom of the truth and find out what had happened to that tree in Orendel. Looking ahead, Maeve also asked him to come back alive. The young man closed his eyes and replied that the only thing she had to worry about was herself. After revealing them, the protagonist explained that if she wanted to take revenge, she needed to be extremely careful, as she was not allowed to kill anyone and should also hide her feelings, at least until their next meeting. She immediately nodded affirmatively when the fighter said that she needed to stay alive, because someone would have to pay him for the information he managed to find out. Maeve, looking down, said that it was true and added, saying that she would not make a fuss until he returned. Tree branches appeared. The mercenary, putting his hand to his mouth, asked if they had finished discussing important matters. Putting his hand in his bag, Miguel began to talk about how they had all really suffered. Taking out a keg, the man asked if they wanted a drink. The girl, closing her eyes, replied that she did not like alcohol at all, but after such an adventure she did not want to refuse, while her partner noted that this was really a good idea, because they all went through fire and water together and therefore they could not part without drinking at the end. The young man closed his eyes. Alcohol was poured into 4 glasses at once, when the guy thought that on such a day he could really drink. The girl and her friend also drank. The others did the same. The 4 of them were sitting by the fire. Night came. The man was drinking from a glass. Looking ahead, Ian said that he could clearly see what was happening in this dark forest in the middle of the night, adding that he didn't even need to use magic. Holding a glass in his hands, the main character asked that it was all thanks to a shard of chaos. The villain, holding his head, suddenly rose to his feet. Making a scary face, the man asked how he could drink poison alcohol and stay fine, adding that even an elephant would faint from the amount of this poison. Smiling, the protagonist asked if he really wanted to know, thinking that he had put a lot of effort into the skill of immunity in order to survive in the 4th chapter. The guy walked forward. Waving his sword, the opponent said not to approach it. The blade flashed. People began an attack. The swords collided. Suddenly the blade split. The villain fell to the ground. Holding a weapon in his hand, the man listened to him stop and listened to the enemy. The sword plunged directly into the man's hand. The villain showed a face full of pain. Knitting his eyebrows, the mercenary asked what kind of nonsense it was, adding that if he planned to kill someone, he should be prepared for the fact that he himself could be killed. In turn, the opponent said that he should have simply fallen unconscious from the poison, adding that he just wanted to steal something. Placing the mug on the log, Jan asked if it was true. The main character took a sword out of the palm of his hand. The liquid poured directly into the villain's mouth. Looking at his hand, the opponent began to cough. Smirking, the protagonist asked if he would really fall unconscious, adding that if it was true, he would let him live. Tears began to come from the person's nose, saying that the interlocutor was a bad person. A trail of blood appeared. Taking out his sword, the guy said that if he had told the truth right away, then he would have died painlessly. Suddenly, strange sounds were heard from behind. The assistant killed the opponent. The young man's face was stunned. Smiling, the man said that even his face had become manly. Looking from under his brow, the young man asked why he did not help him after defeating the rest of the enemies. Putting on a serious face, the mercenary said what he had already told him, adding that it would be different from their previous walks. People appeared, making it clear that after passing through the grave forest, their group split into two parts. Took Miguel as a witness. Maeve decided to go to the royal palace to report on the battle in the grave forest. Looking to the side, the warrior ordered Philip to go with the protagonist. Making a surprised face, the assistant asked why he should go with him. In turn, the girl said that although it was just his request, but how could he send the guy, their valuable witness, alone? Standing in front of the servant, the lady declared that he would help Jan and witness what he would have to go through. In turn, the young man said that he was her squire. Turning around, the lady announced that she had Miguel, asking if he would be her squire for a while, and the mercenary replied in the affirmative. Without showing emotion, the man thought about whether she did it on purpose, or whether she really needed another witness, adding that he would not hurt an assistant in any case, continuing that since he had made many mistakes, he would assume that he was paying. Holding his hand to his mouth, the mercenary said that he understood what the mistress wanted, but her request would certainly be dangerous for the guy. Smiling, the man said that this young man might die, asking if he would be okay. Closing her eyes, the warrior declared that Philip was a worthy warrior and squire, adding that he was very decisive. Placing her hand on the servant's shoulder, the lady declared that he could learn a lot from traveling with Ian, continuing to serve him faithfully, ordering him to gain experience. Lowering his head, the assistant replied that he would do it. The guy made a tired face, making it clear that the action was taking place in the present. Folding his hands, the main character failed to say that he should be able to contribute at least some to their common cause while he is with the protagonist, adding that he was the one who asked the man to join those guys, since night fell on the forest. The man lay dead, making it clear that the assistant was much more talented than he seemed. The man pointed to the camp. Exhaling heavily, the servant thought that he had nothing to say, because it was all true. Standing among the corpses, the young man said that he did not know, perhaps the Lord wanted him to have a similar experience when he saw the kingdom without a crucifix. In turn, the Lord asked why he gave the situation any meaning, adding that he should give himself first aid and get up. The bandages flew directly into the young man's hand. Looking ahead, the assistant asked if there was anything left, while the mercenary said that the most important thing remained. Pointing back, Ian said that it was necessary to sort through the things of these reptiles. In turn, the guy asked what he now meant to empty their pockets. Putting his hands on his belt, the main character said that he believed that this was just a transfer of ownership, adding that he must have often seen this in the border area, where he was with his mistress. Making a furious face, the assistant said that then they were just taking back what was stolen, continuing that now he was just going to take someone else's things for personal use, stating that this was completely unacceptable. An abrasion appeared on the servant's head. A bag of coins appeared. Turning around, the man thought that he was too excited, because he even imagined himself a knight. There were new things for the young man. Looking at the huge chest, the mercenary said that there was still something left, thinking about how the chest was too well sealed compared to the mercenary's skills, continuing that they had said that they were transporting something to the client before giving him poison alcohol. The chest was studded with precious stones. The man was sitting on the ground. Looking to the side, the guy asked if he was the only one who wanted to open it. Approaching the crate, Ian thought that perhaps he had missed this task in the game, adding that it would be better to open it at dawn. Something appeared from the jacket. It was clear that subspace repelled her. The man sat without showing his face. Making a serious face, the main character ordered him to move away. The blade was surrounded by magic. Multiple blows rang out. A chest appeared. Suddenly, the box opened. The man looked ahead. The guy's eyes opened wide. Calling the master, the assistant made a surprised face. Pause appeared. The protagonist was dragged inside. His hands were on the guy's shoulders. A serious face appeared. His hair was white. A red eye appeared. The girl was holding a man. Looking ahead, Ian thought that this was not an ordinary elf. The monster's mouth opened wide. The young man reached out to his master. The main character took out a blade. The monster's jaws bit the dagger. Shrapnel fell to the ground. The lady did not show her face. Smiling, the vampire said that he smelled very delicious. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist realized that she was in a sealed chest, because she could not be placed in a subspace, because there could be no living creatures in it, adding that he knew that she was the only vampire elf in this world who drank real blood. Red eyes appeared. Tasaya was adjusting her hair. The lady looked forward, making it clear that in the future, she would be reborn as Empress Jinhil after absorbing the vampire lord. The vampires entrusted the request for her transportation to such a weak mercenary. After all, she is an important character. The people were killed while the man was thinking that, although he did not know the details, it all looked even stranger than he thought. Holding out her hand, the elf said that she could easily escape alone, adding that she would kill him quickly because of this. Getting to his feet, Ian asked about the fact that her usual gratitude was to chew the neck of a man. In turn, the girl said that he should stop, because she was hungry, continuing that in fact the lady was drooling now. Smiling, the lady stated that the protagonist was not a person she could simply eat. Drawing his sword, the guy said that she understood correctly. Smirking, the lady said that he was too hot-tempered. Looking away, the miss promised that she would not forget the smell of the man, because it was very sweet. As she was leaving, the vampire said that they would meet later, adding that the guy should not die before that moment. Quick footsteps were heard. Smiling, the main character stated that he did not expect her to get out of the box. Pointing ahead, the assistant asked if it was normal that they did not chase her. In turn, the gentleman asked how to keep up with her, adding that someday she would come to him herself, as she had promised. Lowering his hands, the servant said that he did not think she was a mere elf, adding that perhaps they had unleashed the monster, and that if they had not even touched the chest, she would have escaped on her own, assuming that the mercenaries had managed to catch her in the daylight. Glancing at his comrade in arms, the man ordered him to check the horses. In turn, the young man asked that they would go on right away. In turn, the gentleman asked that he wanted to stay here and wait for the other monsters to come here, smelling blood. Philip lowered his head. Holding the horse by the reins, the assistant said that less than a day had passed since he had set off with his master, but he had already been almost killed by mercenaries who looked more like bandits, adding that he had encountered a strange monster, hoping that stranger things would not happen. Smiling, the guy began to pray to God that this would not happen. A village appeared, making it clear that it was a city called Orendel, which is located in the kingdom of Agelon. A wooden building appeared. The door opened. Legs appeared. The guy did not show his eyes. Looking around, the young man showed no emotion. Local residents were sitting at a table. Pointing with his finger, the subordinate whispered that it would be better to sit at the back of the room. Making a foolish face, the man asked if they had to sit in the corner, and the servant replied that if there was a fight, it wouldn't hurt them, adding that didn't he remember that he had almost died so much last time. Smiling, Yang thought that there was no greater demon of doubt in anyone, adding that they had already slept in the open air as they passed through the villages, suggesting that he had learned a lot during this time. The mercenary asked how the assistant fought. The guy turned around, and it became clear that despite all this, he was still a child. At least no one seriously saw this guy as a paladin squire. Leaning to the side, the man asked what they were going to do next. In turn, the main character asked why he was talking in a whisper. In the end, the servant stated that they could be heard. Looking at the villagers, the protagonist said that he didn't mind the others hearing, going on to say that if they looked calm, they wouldn't even be noticed. The visitors were talking, and it became clear that the partners would stay here for a few days and see the situation, because it would be strange if they suddenly showed up and immediately began to ask about the missing soldiers. Approaching the table, the girl asked what they should bring. Looking up, the man asked what they had to eat, and the lady replied that they had nothing special, adding that if they wanted to eat something, she could bring sausages, giving advice that if they ordered bread, stew would be better suited to it. Smiling, the master said that she should bring all this, asking that, judging by the large number of mercenaries, there was a lot of work to be done here. Asking what you need to do here to get good requests. The lady was surprised by the silver coin. Hiding the fee, the miss said that if they immediately received a large request, there would be a conflict. Raising her hand, the girl said that this place looked ordinary, but there were rules to it, adding that they needed to take something minor first, or a request that other mercenaries did not want to take because they thought it was too dangerous. Grinning, the man agreed. Looking ahead, Ian said that they just needed something dangerous. The day came. The man, entering the tavern, said that he drank too much yesterday, so he had a very bad headache. Looking ahead, the mercenary asked why they had gathered here. Approaching his comrade in arms, the guy asked what they were doing here. In turn, the ally said that the man would definitely want to join their bet. In turn, the mercenary asked what the point of the bet was. In the end, the head said that those guys who came in the evening went to the tunnels dug by the ferries a long time ago. People held swords. A huge crocodile appeared above the man, saying that there was a large amount of waste in the tunnels, asking that they went there to catch a four-eyed man-eating crocodile. Smiling, the interlocutor said that this was probably so. In turn, the man said that there were only two of them, asking what the rate was. Pointing to the people, the companion said that depending on whether they returned by midnight or not, adding that if they returned, someone would take all the money, and if not, this someone would buy everyone a drink. The man pondered. A strange aura emanated from the main character. The guy's beard appeared. Raising his hand, the mercenary said that he would rather bet on them that they would return, In turn, the comrade asked if Patton was serious. In the end, the man said that he would make good money if they returned, making it clear that if he lost, he would buy everyone a drink. The coin was lying on the table. Taking the money, the ally said that he was really a good guy. In turn, the acquaintance said that there was a reason why he liked him so much, adding that they were very similar to him. Smiling, the man said that they should go and find another guy to mock. Keeping his hands on his waist, the guy asked what it was. Putting his ear to the floor, the man asked what it was like, a vibration that was coming directly from the ground. The mercenary, putting on a serious face, said that perhaps these were the guys, asking what the hell they had done there. There was an explosion. The building began to tremble. A stone has fallen. The girl covered her head with her hands. People huddled against the table. The mugs fell to the ground. Without showing his face, the man asked what these sounds were. Mercenaries appeared. The monster's body parts were lying on the floor. Without showing his face, the main character said that they should call the chiefs, adding that they had caught the monster from the underground tunnels. People looked at the creature's head. Horror appeared on the lady's face. With a serious expression, the assistant asked if she had heard what they had just said, ordering the lady to call the guard or their head at once. The servant leaned forward. The knights carried the monster's head. Putting his hands on his belt, the man asked if they really killed the monster from the underground tunnels, adding that the crocodile's head was simply huge. Raising his hand, the resident said that they must have used oil, because even sewage water was burning. In turn, the interlocutor said that he used a sledgehammer, because it looked like everything would collapse soon. Making a stunned face, the guy asked what they wanted to say, that they really caught this crocodile. There was food on the table. Closing his eyes, Jan replied positively, saying that the aqueduct had been damaged during the battle, adding that it would be a good idea to send masons there. Knitting his eyebrows, the soldier said that the reward would be paid to them within 3 days. People rode on horseback. A lamp appeared. Sitting on the bench, the main character said that he had already changed his clothes 3 times and bathed, but he still had a disgusting smell, thinking that he had even cleaned his equipment. However, the smell still did not go away, continuing about whether there would be at least cucumber soap here. Things hung on a rope. The assistant, looking at the food, said that he thought that such an experience in life could be obtained once, but it was not worth it again, adding that he would not be able to withstand a second such time. In turn, the gentleman supported him. Glancing to the side, the guy turned to his interlocutor. Raising his hand, the young man said that compared to yesterday, the attitude towards them had changed. Turning his head, the protagonist said that the world of mercenaries is determined by the ability to live and the skills that you have, adding that now no one will look askance at them. The comrades in arms turned to the side, heard an unfamiliar voice. The man, smiling, said that there they were. Raising his hands, the man said that thanks to them his bet had worked, adding that now he could walk and eat enough for a whole month. Turning around, the mercenary told the girl to bring food to this table for the gentleman, making it clear that he would pay for everything. Throwing up his hands, the guy asked if they would mind if he sat down next to them, while Ian replied that he did not mind if he did not talk a lot. Looking ahead, the man said that he had a cool temper, the same as his skills, adding that he was glad to meet him. People sitting at the table said their names. Suddenly, a man in a burgundy outfit appeared. Knitting his eyebrows, the man said that it was impossible that in their region they would not talk about such a talented person, asking where they came from. Closing his eyes, the protagonist replied that they came from the swamps. With a grin, the mercenary said that they probably didn't want to talk about it, adding that he understood them, asked where they worked, and said that he was sure that he was a real celebrity. Gritting his teeth, Philip asked if this was an interrogation. The gentleman looked at his subordinate. Looking away, the man said he believed he had said enough, adding that he had proven that he had no criminal record by ordering the mercenary to get down to business, saying that he wanted to listen to a person who really had something to say. The man's face showed surprise. The young man was stunned. The man was standing next to the interlocutor. Putting on a serious face, Young asked why the nobleman was behaving like a commoner, adding that he was acting like an influencer from the shadows. The guy smiled. Holding his head, the nobleman said that he hadn't expected to be split so quickly, asking about how his game was so bad. The man, closing his eyes, asked for forgiveness from the master. In turn, the superior said that everything was fine, adding that, apparently, he was a person who could not be deceived. Sitting down at the table, the man apologized for his rudeness. Smiling, the guy stated that many mercenaries had a dark past, so he needed a little check. Lowering his head, the main character accepted the apology. In turn, the interlocutor thanked for this. Looking ahead, the gentleman introduced himself formally, saying that his name was Declan. Making a stupid face, the assistant asked if he was really a nobleman. In turn, the protagonist said that he was the son of Lord Orendel, asking why the Thma would check the identity of a simple mercenary. Putting his hands on his knees, the guy announced that his duties included managing the mercenaries of this city, adding that, moreover, he was eager to meet such talented guys as them. Turning around, the guy thought about how despite the fact that the city was full of mercenaries, it was quite peaceful here, suggesting that it was an additional parameter that was not explained in any way in the game. Without showing emotion, the servant apologized to the lord, adding that he had taken on a very difficult job. In turn, the young man said that he was not a young lord, because he was born out of wedlock, when his mother was a free citizen. Looking away, the young man realized this. Folding his hands, the mercenary said that he was confident in his identity, adding whether additional evidence was needed. In turn, the gentleman said that this was enough. Making a serious face, the guy offered to get down to business. Smiling, the nobleman asked if the boys wanted to work under him, continuing that he wanted to appoint them centurion and adjutant. A stunned look appeared on the faces of his comrades in arms. Looking to the side, the servant asked what he wanted to say, that he was gathering regular troops from mercenaries. In turn, the man said that he could say so, because there was a war ahead of them, adding that other lords neglected mercenaries, but he did otherwise. Without showing his face, Jan asked if he had received permission from the king. In turn, the interlocutor answered positively, adding that it was also not much for his father. After all, they were at the front, saying that he liked to be the leader. In the end, the main character replied that he would not deny it, declaring that if they survive, they will become great people in this world. The ceiling was wooden. Smirking, the young man asked if this was really a tempting proposition. The protagonist's face appeared, which thought about the casual behavior, honesty, and serious style of speech of the interlocutor, adding about the eyes and facial expressions of the person, continuing that in many ways this is impressive for a villager. There was a smile on the young man's face. Without showing his face, the protagonist said that he could not answer him right now. Looking ahead, the gentleman asked about the reason for his thoughts, while the guy said that he still had a request that he had not fulfilled, adding that it was not such a minor offer that he could take on without fulfilling the previous one. His face showed surprise, saying that he had taken up the crocodile, asking that he had originally come to Orendel to perform another task. Closing his eyes, the man answered positively, thinking that it was good that he quickly realized it. The man's hand was at his chin. Raising his hand from his knee, the gentleman said that he would help them with the request, and in return he would consider his proposal. The nobleman looked ahead. Making a happy face, the character said that he did not mind. Bending down slightly, the assistant asked for forgiveness. Turning around, the young man said that in this case their request would be revealed. Raising his hand, the master spoke about the unwritten rules of mercenaries, asking if the subordinate could leave. In turn, the man announced that he would go to another place. People looked cheerful, holding a mug in their hands. Looking at the plaque, the nobleman realized that it was Dave from the regular army, adding that from this it was possible to conclude that he was already dead, asking about the fact that he was transporting prisoners before his death. Making a serious face, the mercenary stated that their first goal was to find the person who gave the order for transportation. He took the tablet in his hands. The gentleman asked what had happened to this man. In turn, the interlocutor replied that they could not disclose the details, but that man had been unjustly killed. The bones of the man were under the roots of the tree. Knitting his eyebrows, the young man asked what the word unfair meant, asking the question that there were corrupt people in the ranks of the regular army. Holding out his hand, Ian said that he knew more about the army than they did, asking what he thought about it, while the nobleman said that he was ashamed that he knew little about what was going on inside the regular army, adding that it was commanded by his father and his successor Mason. People looked at the line of soldiers. Closing his eyes, the main character said that if this was the case, he would not be able to help. In turn, the interlocutor answered in the negative, adding that he did not say that he could not help, because he was also interested in their request. The man's eyes narrowed suddenly. His fingers ran over the tablet. Holding 2 fingers on the things, the gentleman said that they should wait a little, because he promised that they would get what they needed. A wooden building appeared. People were discussing something. Without showing his face, the guy stated that he had learned something, and as they said, something strange was going on here, adding that he was talking about a soldier named Dave and the prisoners he was transporting, continuing that all the guys had a similar trait. Putting on a serious face, the gentleman said that each of them was an orphan or had lost his parents later. Taking a mug in his hand, the main character asked if this meant that they were choosing those guys that no one would be looking for. In turn, the interlocutor stated that this was true, adding that their brothers, sisters, and friends thought that they went to Agelon, because there the order was given to transport them by a man named Bradley, that he was the right hand of the commander, the brother of a nobleman. The man held his hands behind his back. Smiling, the gentleman said that they had found out by asking what they would do next. In turn, the protagonist said that he wanted to talk to him without too many ears. The man's eyes widened, asking if he really wanted to talk to him. Looking ahead in surprise, the nobleman replied that Bradley was a very cunning man, so it would be very difficult to get him to talk. The dagger plunged into the table. Holding the blade, the guy made it clear that he knew one good method to get him to talk, adding that there was magic that would make anyone talk. Holding his stomach, the interlocutor began to laugh. Keeping his hands on the table, the nobleman said that he would like to see this magic, asking that he would also insert a knife into the offender. In turn, the mercenary stated that there was nothing that he could not do, asking him to provide a place for negotiations. Getting up from the table, the guy told them to just wait, adding that when he prepared a place, he would immediately send a person to fetch them. The person whose face was visible in the reflection said that it would not take long, adding that he was very interested in how his request would end. Shrugging his shoulders, the gentleman asked what it was called drinking, stating that everyone received a mug at his expense. In turn, people said that this was expected of their master. Folding his hands, Ian said that he had done all the dirty work for them. In turn, the assistant noted that he clearly had a talent for manipulation. Knitting his eyebrows, the main character said that he should speak the same way as before, asking if he did what he asked. Putting on a serious face, the servant replied positively, adding that he had done everything he had said. Closing his eyes, the young man asked about the fact that he also seemed to have talents. The squire was hiding behind the wall, saying that the master's route was almost the same as usual, continuing that it could be said that there were no significant deviations, saying that at the same time he found out about the reputation of this man. Smiling, the protagonist noted that he was indeed evolving, because he had done even what he was not asked to do. In turn, the servant stated that even if he did not want to, he had no choice but to listen, adding that all the inhabitants of the city really liked the young master, saying that he found out that his mother had died a few years ago. The bloodied woman was lying on the floor. As the people marched forward, it became clear that although the Marquis considered him his son, Mason seemed to regard him as a thorn in his side, so everyone began to worry that when the war broke out, the young master would be sent to the fiercest battles, and began to fear that he would only be able to return to the city when he was dead. The inhabitants were talking. Looking ahead, the young man said that as far as he could tell, the young master was not a corrupt person, and if he was corrupt, he was hiding it too well, and the master said that he was really good at hiding it, adding that although he did not worship darkness or chaos. The nobleman was smiling. Raising his mug, Ian stated that he seemed to smell blood on his hands beforehand. A room appeared. Sitting on the bed, the protagonist thought that after spending only a few days in Orendelle, he got the best room to sleep in, and the women behaved too politely with him, saying that it is better for him when they start looking at something in the record book. A blush appeared on the girls' faces. The protagonist flipped through the book, making it clear that at first he denied and was angry, but in the end he listened to the words of the priest, adding that everything he believed to be true eventually turned out to be a lie. Holding the book with one hand, the guy said that this is a typical memoir of a psychopath, continuing that no magic formula makes sense. Exhaling heavily, the man noted that this is at least for the inhabitants of this world, and for him, who learns magic thanks to experience points, it is even more absurd. Reading the book, the mercenary realized that the one who lured Conrad to the catacombs was an Ellen. The mage used a charm to make it clear that the villains were going to go out into the world when the time came to plunge the kingdom into chaos, so that the creatures of the void would eventually descend to the earth, so that the ancient gods, and not the current gods and demons, would rule on it. Sheets of paper were lying on the floor. A huge eye appeared. Reaching for his head, Ian stated that he seemed to smell vomit again. The hand of the main character appeared. From the hand came the power of chaos, which is pure void energy. The protagonist was looking at the hand. A purple light appeared in the young man's eyes, thinking that it was ridiculous that he was feeling the power of chaos again, adding that this power must have been used by a small number of heretics and demons, or corruptors. It seemed to be a message from the system that the name of the first add-on for the game was unpacked. Behind the backs of people were their doubles. The magician was holding a strange object in his hands, and it became clear that it was possible to go over to the side of decay at any time, but the risks were too high, because the gained level was lost, and it was unclear how the main characters would react to this, although it was possible to get the power of chaos without decomposition. Looking at the hand, the guy thought about what had happened during the mission, when all restrictions were lifted. Clenching his fist, the man said that it would be even better for him, adding that he should study it well, because he lacked his magical power. The mercenary suddenly turned. Opening the door, the assistant asked if the master was asleep. Without showing his face, the guy said that he was asked to convey that the place for negotiations was ready. Smiling, the man said that he was doing a good job. Glav looked away, and it became clear that the time had come to console the one who had sacrificed his own people to the darkness with sword and fists. People were on the street. There was a bag on the creature's head. The man was tied to a chair. Turning around, Jan said that he had chosen a great place. Smiling, the nobleman said that he was just waiting, because it was in this place that he met his mistress named Rose. The bag was removed from the man's head. Drool poured from the guy's mouth. Grinning, the gentleman said that he was very glad to meet Mr. Bradley. With a face full of rage, the man asked what was going on here, asking where Rose was. Standing in front of the villain, the guy said that, probably, she was sleeping at home. Knitting his eyebrows, the man announced that he had set this trap, asking what would happen if the Archduke found out about it. Pointing with his hand, the nobleman said that it was better for him to take care of himself, because those guys wanted to talk to him today. Looking at the villain, the main character said that they had finally met. In turn, Bradley asked who he was, because he was seeing him for the first time. Smiling, the protagonist replied that he was also seeing him for the first time, but this guy knew him firsthand. Drops of sweat flowed down the man's face, asking where he got this object from. Shock appeared on the interlocutor's face when he heard that this thing was given to the guy by a ghost, with the words that he should find the guy who buried him under an ancient tree. In turn, the villain stated that he did not know anything about the ancient tree. Suddenly, a hand grabbed the enemy. The man's eyes were blue. The hand continued to hold on to the opponent's face. Looking ahead, the mercenary said that this was the last warning, adding that he was asking once again on whose orders the subordinates were sacrificed. Turning away, the man asked what he was carrying. Suddenly, pain appeared on the man's face. The hand struck the palm of the opponent. Looking at the broken finger, the mercenary asked whose order it was. Without showing his face, the enemy asked if he knew who he was. Another finger was broken. Making a wicked face, the man declared that although he knew that the nobleman was mean and stupid, he could not believe that he had been deceived by his master and allowed all this to be done. The third finger was broken. Looking at the prisoner, Ian asked where he was looking, stating that he should concentrate on their conversation, adding that he would not end up with only broken fingers, because there was still a lot that he could break, and of course, he would make sure that the villain did not faint, but felt absolutely everything. Snot flowed from the resident's nose. Without showing his face, the man said that this was an order from the Archduke. Opening his eyes wide, the nobleman was confused. After all, this was an order from his brother Mason. Looking ahead, the protagonist questioned if it was Mason's order, asking why the Archduke would give such orders. Looking from under his brow, the man said that he did not know either. Another finger broke. Breathing heavily, the boy said that he had ordered the road to be blocked, because if even one road leading from Agellan to Orendel was blocked, he could gain a strategic advantage in the coming war. A picture of how the settlements are connected appeared. With folded hands, he asked the gentleman what his words meant. Wringing his finger, the protagonist asked if the Marquis knew about it. In turn, the subordinate stated that he knew about everything, adding that he said that it would not take long, because the strategic advantage of preparation does not take much time. Looking down, the boy asked if he wanted Orendel's independence and the founding of a new nation. Breathing heavily, the man said that this was what he had heard, adding that he was simply following their orders. The people were covered in blood, making it clear that small sacrifices were nothing, for the sake of Orendel's independence and eternal glory. Smiling, Jan spoke about a small sacrifice for the sake of a great cause. In turn, the prisoner said that he had noticed correctly. Looking ahead, the villain said that he didn't want to do it either, but someone had to do it. The guy did not show his face. Dropping his hands, the man said that he did it because he was a corrupt man, and came up with a lie of such magnitude. The nobleman's face was stunned. The prisoner knitted his eyebrows. Turning away, the man asked why he got along again about some corrupt people, adding that he had spun some incoherent nonsense. A blade appeared. The enemy's hand was cut off. Fear appeared in his eyes. Making a serious face, Ian said that the games were over, adding that if their king was corrupt, then he was one too, asking what he had been promised in return, immortality or power. Opening his eyes wide, the man asked what he was talking about. The gentleman was dumbfounded. Drops of sweat flowed down the villain's face. Looking ahead, the man asked how he knew about it, asking if anyone else knew about it. The mercenary smiled. Pointing to the interlocutor, the main character said that in fact he did not know about it either, adding that he only knew that the Archduke, whom he serves, is a corrupter. Holding the blade in his hands, the protagonist made it clear to him that the Marquis was the same, continuing that he had just confirmed everything himself. The man's face became furious. The hand suddenly closed the enemy's roll. Drawing his sword, the mercenary announced that as a reward for cooperation, he would stick the blade up to the hilt. Standing in front of the people, the nobleman told him to wait. Putting on a serious face, the guy said that he was not against the murder, adding that maybe Ian would first tell him everything properly. Knitting his eyebrows, the gentleman asked what his father was preparing for the uprising and even behind the murders. Gesticulating, the man asked how this was possible, adding that they had not yet dealt with the accusations against this person. The man knitted his eyebrows. Without showing his face, the protagonist said that he did not mind, because the nobleman still needed to get a promise from him. In turn, the guy did not understand what was happening. Turning around, the young man asked what the sound was. A shadow hung over the man. A monster appeared. His hand touched the nobleman. The mercenary pushed his ally away. Taking out his sword, the main character ordered Philip to protect his master. Holding the sword in both hands, the assistant declared that he should hold on to it. Things began to tear. An unknown part of the body appeared. The monster was a strange color. Purple magic appeared. The man was above the monster. A tentacle strike rang out. Yang's sword struck his opponent. The blade is stuck in the villain's body. Smiling, the man stated that the other person's blows were lousy, adding that he was afraid that he would never be able to regain his body after accepting this great power. The monster was tall. Holding the sword in his hands, the swordsman asked if he really considered it an empty space, while the monster replied in the negative, adding that he was just bored with him, saying that he should not worry, because he would not let him go without a fight. The monster's eyes glowed purple. Without showing his face, the protagonist stated that this is the words of the one who is about to die himself. The sword began to glow blue. Sitting on one of the tentacles, the guy held the blade. The nobleman was stunned. Looking up, the monster asked what it was a divine power, saying that it couldn't be, because such a non-entity couldn't get it. Swinging, the mercenary announced that he was again speaking in typical phrases. A bright glow appeared. The opponent rushed to attack. Ian's eyes shone white. A powerful blow rang out. The monster watched as the blow was approaching him. The man swung his sword. The monster's body was cut into 2 pieces. The swordsman sank to the floor. The monster's body parts were scattered on the floor. His opponent's eyes glowed purple. In one of the eyes, the reflection of the main character was shown. The blade was stained with blood. The enemy's head flew to the side. People were standing near part of the monster's body. Making a surprised expression, the nobleman asked about who they were, asking if they were really simple mercenaries who had come to fulfill the request. The gentleman looked at his subordinate. Turning around, the assistant said that it was just a role. In turn, the superior said that he should do what he wanted. Smiling, the young man asked permission to introduce himself again. Without showing his face, the guy said that he was a swamp dragon hunter, a slayer of dark spirits, adding that he had dealt with werewolves, ancient tree monsters, and even beheaded the headless horseman. Closing his eyes, the servant said that he had also cleansed the grave forest of demons, and that Jan was the apostle of Tauren, the guardian of the southern borders, and the sacred sword of Agellan. The guy froze in a daze. Holding out his hand, the squire said that he was the only true representative of Mr. Maeve. Holding out his hands, the squire said that his name was Ian. Putting his hand on his heart, the guy announced that his name, in turn, was Philip, adding that he was a servant of the master. A stone house appeared. Holding his hands to his mouth, the man asked if the victims were ready to be sent to Agellan. Looking ahead, Mason responded positively, adding that the transportation was scheduled for the morning. Sitting at the table, my father asked what was wrong. Without showing emotion, his brother thought about the fact that nothing had been heard of Declan lately, saying that there was nothing special. Smiling, the Marquis said that he should not worry about anything. A black monster appeared, surrounded by flames, making it clear that the old deer would not be able to leave Orendal. The subordinate, opening the door, asked if he had finished his business. People froze in a daze. Parts of the monster's body were lying on the floor. The main character was covered in blood. Turning around, the guy said that they had come just in time, ordering them to clean the room. Knitting his eyebrows, the man asked what this meant, asking where Bradley had gone. In turn, the superior said that this corpse belonged to a prisoner. Opening his eyes wide, the colleague asked if Mr. Bradley was a corrupt man. Knitting his eyebrows, the nobleman turned. The people, looking at each other, began to talk about the corrupt man. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that he would go, thinking that he was already tired of looking at this blood. Looking after him, the gentleman said that he had no doubts about him. In turn, the guy said that at the moment it was so. Raising his hand, the guy asked what he should do now. In turn, the man asked what he had forgotten, what the villain had said, adding that there were still corrupt people, it was necessary to deal with them. Knitting his eyebrows, the nobleman said that he meant his father and brother. The faces of his subordinates were stunned. Looking ahead, the man said that this was true. Bloody parts of the body appeared. The nobleman began to clap. Lowering his head, the man declared that this answer was excellent. People turned around and thought that they shouldn't have heard about it, adding that they needed to leave unnoticed. The door closed suddenly. Philip was standing near the door. The gentleman, glancing ahead, asked if he would stay a few days before the completion of the case. While Yen asked what his words meant, in turn, the interlocutor replied that he should think for himself, because if the feudal lord and his successor died, then these territories would plunge into chaos. A throne appeared, near which there was a fire. Looking ahead, the main character said that this was not his concern. Without showing his face, the nobleman said that this would facilitate his further work. In the end, the guy said that he would listen. Smiling, the gentleman said that they could easily get anywhere. But was it necessary to behave like thieves and hide forever for the sake of doing good deeds? Holding out his hand, the man said that they would enter through the front doors, adding that it would be very brave. Knitting his eyebrows, the man asked what he wanted to say, that he wanted to gather an uprising. In turn, the guy said that he just wanted to pass sentence on the corrupt. Making a serious face, the mercenary asked the question that after that he would take the throne of the feudal lord. Looking ahead, the nobleman asked what else he could do. Smiling, Yang thought that he was going to revolt so that his power would eventually be recognized as legitimate, asking why he should do something that would benefit him alone. Turning around, the swordsman said that it would be difficult for him to do something like this, adding that he should not forget that he was only a mercenary. Putting his hand on his heart, the nobleman said that it was necessary to talk about it right away, continuing that if he helped him, he would pay generously. Suddenly, the eyes of the protagonist opened wide. A message from the system appeared that it was about a task, which was called the revenge of an illegitimate child. Turning around, the protagonist asked Philip if this made any sense. Lowering his head, the young man declared that these lands definitely needed a lord, adding that if there was evidence that the feudal lord and his successor were corrupt, even His Majesty the King would recognize legitimacy. Looking away, the guy asked if he was ready to bring the heads of the Marquis and the Archduke. In turn, the interlocutor said that he was obliged to kill at least one of them with his own hands. Looking ahead maniacally, the nobleman declared that it meant a lot to him. Exhaling, the guy said that they needed to conclude a contract. Turning around, the gentleman said that this guy would help him. Looking at his subordinates, the guy asked if they should join him. Smiling, the man declared that this was their chance to get a good position due to merit, asking if they wanted it. People were confused. Smiling, the man said that the answer was not obvious. Clenching his hands into fists, the mercenary said that this was the future he had dreamed of since he had begun serving him. Pointing ahead, the man asked what they were worth, wondering if they would like to take advantage of such an opportunity, since such outstanding warriors would be fighting side by side with them. Closing his eyes, the mercenary said that he was tired of such a life, adding that now he would live. In turn, the subordinates said that this was a chance to turn from a commoner into a nobleman. Looking at his comrade in arms, Ian said that he should make sure that everything went perfectly, because there would be no second chance. In turn, the young man replied that he should not worry. Putting his hand on his belt, the nobleman declared that there had never been a second chance in his life. A bell appeared. Suddenly the doors opened. Legs appeared. The main character went forward. Turning back, the protagonist thought about why everyone was so worried. Looking ahead, the nobleman announced that they were moving forward without delay. Closing his eyes, the guy said that if they were ready, he could speak, thinking that the gentleman was very excited. A crowd appeared. Looking back, Philip asked if that was enough, since there were only about 30 people here. The head, looking ahead, replied that this was enough. People appeared. The girl looked at the crowd. Turning around, the servant announced that slum dwellers and even those who lived outside the fortress walls had appeared here. Without showing emotion, the gentleman asked if it was enough, while Jan remarked that half of the population of Orendel had come out, adding that he had done a good job, because it must have been difficult to attract them. In the end, the nobleman replied that it was not as difficult as he thought, continuing that he had given them the opportunity. By telling new facts about whether their friends and family members are alive or dead, a monster appeared. The girl was holding a sign in her hands. The legs of people appeared. The fortress was high. Looking down, the man ordered them to stop. Knitting his eyebrows, the man asked the gentleman what was going on here. Looking up, the young man declared that he should bring his brother and father here, if possible, and in turn the soldier asked why they had come, adding that it looked like a rebellion against the Marquis. A crowd of people appeared. Knitting his eyebrows, the nobleman said that he was wrong, because it was the Marquis who betrayed Orendel. Without showing his eyes, the master said that even the gods had betrayed them and become corrupt. In turn, the commander asked what all this meant. Putting out his hand, the man ordered him to stop, adding that from now on he forbids them to advance further. The soldier's face was stunned as he heard a familiar voice. The staff hit the ground. Knitting his eyebrows, the main character thought that he had finally appeared, adding that this man had the role of a benevolent father in the game. The Marquis stood with a cane in his hands. The protagonist looked up. The lord entered the hall. Those present bowed to their father. The old man looked at him embarrassed and asked why his son was doing this. He even said nasty things about the state, about some corrupt people, and raised a rebellion. The brilliant Solo watches everything. He walked on and shouted that in the end he was in big trouble. An ungrateful boy. The guards began to run to the hall. The crossbowmen pointed their guns at the culprit. Mason looked at the old man in irritation and asked on what basis he was talking all this nonsense. The hero sighed heavily. He noted that the rest of the decomposers appeared. His friend lowered his gaze and said that he was also glad to see him. The crowd looked warily at this sight. Everyone who had gathered here already knew about everything, that the soldiers had been unjustly handed over to the demons during their forced transfer to other territories, and these people were relatives or friends. The guy showed everyone a scroll and shouted that he even had a list of dead soldiers. The Archduke looked at him with displeasure and asked if the young man was trying to set him up by presenting only this as proof, if he had decided to repay his father's kindness by making false accusations. The guy closed his eyes from the sun and looked around. He assured that he had more than that. Moreover, where was Mr. Bradley? He hadn't seen him today. The gentleman gritted his teeth. He remembered that they had lost contact with him 2 days ago. He asked why he needed Bradley. Declan shook his head confidently and snidely remarked that if they thought about it, they wouldn't see Sir Bradley again. He snapped his fingers and explained that the gentleman had been brought with him. A wagon drove up to him. People pulled a poor wooden coffin out of it. Bloody remains were stored inside. Gentlemen and ordinary people stared in horror at this sight. Declan shouted and demanded to look carefully. He pointed to the carcass of the monster, and shouted that this monster was Mr. Bradley. The head of the guard looked down. He and his men could not believe what they saw. The nobleman's son waved his hand, and said that Mr. Bradley had confessed everything, that he, his brother, and even his father, were all corrupt, except what had been done to the soldiers. He had done on his father's orders. Mason smiled nervously, laughed, and suggested that the guy must have brought the corpse of an ordinary monster in desperation and was talking all sorts of nonsense. A girl in the crowd gave her voice. She clasped her hands and asked what had happened to her brother. She held up the plaque. It was the nameplate of Dave's brother, who she had been told lived well in Agellan. So why was he buried in the woods? The crowd was charged with negativity and began to ask what happened to their relatives. Mason gritted his teeth as uncomfortable questions flew in his direction from all directions. The Holy Father shouted and knocked loudly with his cane. He looked sternly ahead and said that he understood people's feelings. He looked at them sadly. He was really sorry that he couldn't understand how difficult it would be for them. The crowd silently stared at my father, who said that if the soldiers were really sacrificed, they would form an investigation team and send it to look for answers. He also asked His Majesty to investigate the suspicion of mutiny, and also ridiculous claims that they were corrupt. He would demand verification and a decision from the Imperial Church. He paused and asked, "Is this enough to calm their anger?" The crowd nodded uncertainly. People looked at each other in confusion, trusting their father's authority. Mason waved his hand and asked if the people were happy, they should go back. Crossbows were now aimed at the crowd. The Archduke shouted that if the people stayed, they would be considered traitors. The hero slowly sighed. As expected, regardless of the worlds, politicians everywhere have the same phrases. This was the moment that bothered him. An aura activated around his body. He understood that this battle, which could only be passed the first time, would not be able to gather so many people the second time. He saw a threatening macaw from his enemies. If they came a second time with such speeches, then a bloody wind would blow and mass executions would begin. Ian looked at his friend, a confident smile on his face. It seemed that this was not the end. The nobleman looked at the Holy Father and noticed that he had just said that he would accept the investigation of His Majesty and the Imperial Church, so the old man asked what the young man was trying to say. He frowned. Declan said that he just knew a person who met the requirements. The priest asked again. The guy turned around and called Philip and Ian, asked them if they could do again what they had been doing before. He winked and clarified that if possible, you need to do it with all the regalia. Philip and Jan looked at him in confusion. The guards looked at each other uncertainly. The mercenary stepped forward. He was immediately recognized as the person who had killed that monster in the dungeon. Mason coughed into his fist and laughed. He asked if Declan was saying that the hero was a worthy man, but was it true that he was a mercenary? Philip closed his eyes, shook his head, and asked him to officially introduce the hero. He cleared his throat and shouted the Apostle Tauren and the guardian of the southern borders. The crowd gasped. The guy saying that the man who wielded the cherished sword of Agelon that belonged to Maeve Laura was her only and official representative. The soldier's eyes widened. Philip continued, and the judge, whom the strict goddess loves so much. His hand pointed to a dark-haired youth named Ian Hope. The hero looked despondently ahead. His comrade made a bow. Philip smiled and introduced himself as his squire. The guy looked at his comrade with a slight shame. He was glowing with pride. A question arose in his head. Did he not say too much? Declan pointed at him, and added that Lord Ian was a witness to Bradley's decay. He was also the one who personally condemned him. He thought that the hero was qualified enough for this. Mason shouted that it simply could not be. The Lord's face swelled. He asked again, and said what did it mean that Ian could be a paladin? The guy just silently grabbed the sheath. He smiled, realizing that he could show the crowd everything with his sword. The slightly exposed blade began to glow. The mercenary realized that the weapon was very angry. The hero has fully unsheathed the blade. Unlike an ordinary sword, this one is full of divine power. The light around the blade only intensified. The guard shuddered and said that he was indeed a paladin. The girl behind fell to her knees. The Archduke and the priest exchanged glances, and his son whispered to him that the hero was indeed a paladin. The guy took a few more steps forward. He instantly accelerated and made a dash. The Lord waved his hand and gave the order to shoot, not understanding why the soldiers were just standing and watching, but the warriors did not want to shoot the god apostle. Mason himself drew his blade and called his soldiers. He shouted that anyone who dared not to obey the order would be immediately beheaded. Jan had already approached the wall. The crossbowman opened fire. The bolts rushed at the paladin. His eyes flashed blue. He used lower magic, a rotating barricade. His foot touched the wall. The young man flew above the barricades and was over the heads of the guards. He flew towards the two gentlemen. Mason looked at him, frightened. The hero swung his sword and declared that the sentence pronounced by the goddess was death. He made a sweep and slashed at the duke. His hand was cut off. The gentleman froze with a frantic expression on his face. Blood from the stump of his hand began to flood everything around. The paladin stood on the edge of the barricade, frightening the guards with his movements. He grabbed his glove with his teeth in displeasure. Mason bent over in pain and called the hero a freak. He growled at the shocked soldiers and ordered the intruder to be captured. The crossbowmen looked at each other uncertainly. Jan lowered his sword to the ground and told them to stop. He looked at the divine blade. He thought that today it should be limited to only the blood of corruptors. The head of the guard shuddered. Declan threw up his hands in displeasure and ordered him to recall the soldiers. The man waved and turned to the guards and soldiers of the regular troops. He gave the order to retreat, because this was not their battle. Spears and crossbows were immediately thrown to the floor. The paladin looked silently at the surrendering soldiers. Mason glanced at his father and said that he should retreat inside the castle. He looked at the building behind him. He had supporters, so he needed to buy time somehow. He introduced one of his friends. At that moment, strange things began to happen to the priest. The veins in his neck swelled and filled with black. Blood rushed to his eyes. His whole body twisted and trembled. Mason looked at the priest in fright and asked what was wrong with him. The Holy Father slowly turned around and asked if his son didn't see this. It was a sign of the glittering goddess of the soldiers. A group of soldiers looked at them with glowing eyes with divine spears in their hands. The Duke asked, "Wasn't there divinity in all spears and bows?" Ian silently watched what was happening. He smiled and looked at his hand. A purple light was coming from it, and he unsheathed the magic ring. He decided that it would be nice if his enemy lost his temper. But would it work? The serpent looked at the ring with displeasure, and he grabbed his fingers with his fangs. Black smoke began to rise from his skin. He rushed to the old man's neck, and he bit into his neck. This is how the infection began. The priest sneered everyone around him and ordered them to step back. He shouted that this was his castle. Jan watched silently. People asked what was happening to their master, asked if he was really depraved. Swamp curse skill. At first glance, it looks useless, but it seems to work well. Father looked at the paladin in fright and called him a snot. His face and body began to distort more and more, but now he realized that the hero was not just a paladin, he was the one who is spoken of, the Apostle Tauren, the incarnation of this damn goddess. His eyes began to fill with purple liquid. Through pain he screamed and asked not to make him laugh, because he would not receive any sentence. A purple aura began to spurt out of his body. The crowd looked at the master in fright and began to say that he was really a corrupt man. Mason stepped back uncertainly, holding on to his sore arm. He did not understand why his father had suddenly reincarnated. The aura began to beat out of the old man's body with great force. The guards backed away. They asked what was in the air. Purple smoke began to infect them. Their bodies began to change. The mutated warriors looked at the hero menacingly. After that, the absorbed began to rush at the healthy unarmed warriors. Gloomy chaos began. The castle gates opened and the zombies ran towards the crowd. The hero's friends took out their weapons. Declan demanded the return of the soldiers. The battle began. Philip shouted that none of them could be missed. The Holy Father smiled ominously. In a strange voice he said how he expected this power that was given to him by the god of emptiness, how different it was from the power of false gods. He shouted and spread his hands majestically. The holy cut rushed forward. The hero attacked the old man, but he managed to put a block. The priest looked at the paladin and stated that no power could overcome the power of a true god. His eyes widened, and he said that since it had all started earlier, if the plan was carried out without delay, gradually increasing in power, they would mutate everyone, starting with Orendel. Jan lowered his gaze and said that no matter what, without dialogue, it would be difficult to find a corrupt person. He dashed forward and cut off the old man's arm using a vacuum blast. The damned man looked at the hand that had separated from his body in surprise. Before he understood how it happened, Jan came to him from the rear. His eyes filled with white light. He said that instead of just chatting, he should have started acting. The blade froze near the old man's face, who turned back in fright. He asked if the boy was really the embodiment of Tauren. Jan looked at him menacingly and replied that he didn't say that. He made a complex swing of his sword and ran forward. His father's head and torso were divided into several parts. Blood began to gushing in all directions. The swordsman stopped after a dash. He sheathed his sword and declared that he wanted to do everything cleanly. At that moment, Philip climbed the wall and called for his master. Covered in blood, he looked at the hero and asked if he had already finished. The mercenary boldly handed him the head of the Marquis in a sack and asked him not to lose it while he was in the process. The young man looked ahead seriously and said that he would go and help the soldiers. So the couple split up again. Ian took a quick glance at his squire and noted that he was finally capable of something. At the foot of the wall, at that very moment, the young master was giving commands to save all the people. After meeting with the hero and asking if he was okay, the mercenary calmly joked, noting that the Marquis was already dead. Declan smiled and sheathed his weapon. He didn't know how the hero did it, but thanks to him it would be easier. He asked where the paladin's brother went. Ian frowned in displeasure and said that the moment the Marquis showed his true form, he had fled. Taking advantage of the confusion, Mason was already in the depths of the castle. Declan smiled menacingly and stated that the man who was the successor had simply fled without taking care of anything. He had decided that he needed to be taught a lesson. Years ago, Declan had called her mother. The joyful woman showed a stuffed basket. She said that the Marquis had sent them an apple pie as a gift. She noticed that he did not leave them. Very soon the table was laid. The poor girl was happily eating a delicious pie. Declan watched her fondly. He thanked God. It seemed that his mother was smiling for the first time in a long time. He wanted to taste a new piece. At that moment, the fork fell to the floor. The woman grabbed her son's hand. She looked at him in horror, bloody foam flowing from her mouth. She bit her lips and told her not to eat. A moment later, the mother coughed up blood and collapsed on the table. Many years later, Mason fled, his men killing innocents. The Duke stopped and demanded that the Marquis's horse be brought to him as soon as possible. The man got angry and kicked the boards, asking if the last thing he would see in Orendel was a stinking stable. He gritted his teeth and remarked that if he arrived in Agelon, his pupils flared up. The Duke began to swear at the old deer. He said that he needed to meet him somehow and gather troops, and then kill everyone here. He turned to his subordinate and asked him what he was standing there, for he had told him to lead his horse. But the subordinate spurted blood from his mouth. Yang stabbed him through with his sword. He left the servant to die under his feet. The hero asked again about the old deer. A sly smile appeared on his face. The guy said that he would like to hear about what Mason was talking about. The man looked at the paladin menacingly and cursed. At that moment, his brother killed another subordinate behind his back. Declan smiled warmly at him and noted that he had finally found him. Mason shouted, calling his brother an ungrateful bastard. He asked if he would get away with it. The young man only asked what about him. Did he really think that he would be safe by turning his back on God? Mason looked around nervously, began to say something. Suddenly he jumped on the hero with a sword in his good hand. The blades crossed. Mason looked at the paladin indignantly and said that he was too fast, but promised not to leave him empty. Jan looked down and said that the Duke was like an apple from an apple tree. He made another swing and now cut off the Duke's left hand. Mason gritted his teeth and screamed. He fell to the ground and convulsed. Ian only grinned and said that the Duke should have mutated a long time ago, and he was tired of talking. His smirk grew even more insane and asked, couldn't people like him use force if they didn't concentrate? The veins in the master's neck swelled. He began to transform. He cursed again. And the hero cut off his leg. The man fell to his knees and groaned. Declan watched calmly, leaning on his sword. Mason stared frantically ahead. Jan leaned over to him and said that although he wanted to cut off his head immediately, he would pacify him if he answered the questions correctly. Mason saw the reflection of his face on the sword. The paladin looked at him seriously and asked, who did the Duke mean by the old dear? The man looked at him in confusion, not rushing to answer. At that moment, the guy plunged his sword into his leg. The monster screamed in pain. Yang's eyes widened when he heard the name of Duke Regis Brandt. Declan looked at his brother dumbfounded and asked him to repeat what he had just said. Isn't Regis His Majesty's uncle? A menacing aura began to emanate from Yang, and his name finally appeared. Mason laughed and declared that the kingdom was in their hands, and the king was just a puppet who thought he could win this war. The mercenary put his hand on his shoulder and thanked him for the information, but now he didn't need his tongue. Declan sat down on the floor next to him and asked if he could ask the hero a question. He smiled sadly and said that he would take his brother's tongue. Ian shook his head and noticed that this was a good offer. The prisoner was horrified by what he heard. The paladin smiled at him and replied that he had kept his temper as promised. But his brother was not that kind of person. At that moment, a hand clutched at the Duke's face. Declan looked at him menacingly and said that he had no idea how long he had been waiting for this. Mason trembled with fear. My brother smiled and told me that so many years had passed since his brother had given him and his mother an unforgettable gift. The scene of his mother's death flashed before his eyes. The young man smiled calmly and said that his mother then bit her tongue to come to her senses. She almost bit it. He drew his dagger, and Mason glanced at his reflection. The younger brother smiled at him gently. The Duke in horror began to beg his brother to wait. He asked to listen to him first, but after a moment he made an incision. It began to rain outside. Declan stepped out into the fresh air, his brother's corpse behind him. The crowd stared at him in silence. The guy spread his hands gloomily, a sword in one hand, a head in the other. The people looked at him anxiously. The nobleman began to speak. Following the will of the Apostle Tauren, he executes the one who has turned away from God. Mason, barely alive, looked in front of him. Declan blew his head off with a single blow. He coolly followed the flight of his head. A peasant among the Topa proclaimed the victory of their master over the corrupt. The crowd gradually began to fill with jubilation. Declan silently exposed his face to the rain. His Excellency the Mark Declan Botchard chanted to the people. Jan was hiding in the shadows at this moment. After a while, the king called an assembly. He looked at the crowd and asked what they thought about it. His fist was propping up his head, and he was asking about his recent meeting with Mrs. Maeve Laurel. One of the gentlemen stood up, addressing Irvine the other. He stretched out his hand and assumed that Mistress Maeve was just paranoid. She returned to the royal palace and presented the monster's corpse as proof of the corrupt activities. But this is not proof that the corruptors are plotting in the Agellan. Moreover, this information will simply wreak havoc in the kingdom. Regis, an old deer, stepped forward and asked if it was possible to say that was not Mrs. Laurel a paladin representing all of the Agellan. Irvine raised his hand and told him to stop arguing. He looked wearily at the crowd and said that he, too, thought that Mrs. Pilati was being too dramatic. He promised to order him to stay home for a while. The Duke hummed thoughtfully, the king realizing that they had taken care of Mrs. Laurel, but they needed to do a little investigation. He looked at Regis and remarked that Regis must understand that too. A day later, after the proceedings of succession to the title of Marquis and the establishment of the right to administer the land, Declan Botchard, together with the mercenaries, they identified corrupt among the henchmen of the past Marquis Archduke, and then sentenced them to punishment. In fact, they carried out a clean-up operation. Philip approached the hero. It seemed to him as if the smell of blood had spread even here. Ian turned around and suggested that he focus on the search. If there was no material evidence of Regis's presence in the basement, he would have to climb into the sewers. The comrades went forward. If Duke Regis is a corrupt, no one will believe them without substantial evidence. Ian asked if this man had a great reputation, and even more, he was performing almost all the duties of the king on his behalf. The squire had met him a couple of times at the border, and he seemed to be a wise and merciful man. He had also heard that he was against the war, but he turned out to be the head of the corrupt. Ian continued to scan the space around him with his white eyes. Ahead of him, he noticed an armor rack. His hand found a secret button. The secret passage opened with a crash. The boy scratched his head thoughtfully. As expected, his master found something again. He lit a candle, and the couple entered the cold and damp corridor. The sword in its scabbard began to tremble. His hand involuntarily lay on the handle. Engravings appeared all over the wall in order not to let God's gaze pass here. Apparently something bad was hidden here. Philip looked at the magic sphere. He noted suspicious inscriptions, scrolls, books and ceremonial daggers, and even a strange bead-like artifact. It didn't even surprise him. A portal opened near his foot. Ian put his hand in there. The guy turned around and asked if he could ask the hero one question, but he answered no. Philip remembered his master's past battles and still asked, wasn't he a red mage who used fire? He noted with excitement that he had heard that mages could only use one type of magic, but what about a hero? He pulled the chain out of the small portal and told him that such things happen, and clarified that it was not magic. He looked at his friend and asked if he wasn't worried about the kingdom. He didn't seem to care if Regis destroyed the country. He judged by the way he hesitated. Philip jumped up and said that he had not at all. The mercenary remarked that otherwise he would just have to take everything that could be used as evidence. The artifact began to glow even more. Jan looked at him thoughtfully. He knew that it was definitely not something related to chaos. It wasn't even contaminated. Perhaps it was all thanks to the fragment of chaos that he had. He could determine strength to some extent. He feels uncomfortable about having to face that creature again. But should he study the power of chaos in order to unravel the Duke's plan? The hand was covered with a purple light. Checkmate, the paladin decided. He directed his hand to the sphere. The flames from it began to flare up stronger. His fingers barely touched its surface. A terrible energy hit his face like the wind. A white tunnel of light appeared in the darkness. Ian closed his eyes, thought about emptiness, decided that it wasn't. He understood that it was a little different from what it was last time. His astral projection was floating among the many energies. Was it really another manifestation of emptiness? Or were there many types of emptiness? The guy opened his eyes and looked ahead. In his mind, he asked who was here. Judging by the fact that he was still intact, it wasn't some transcendent being. Looking at all the emptiness, it seemed to be the consciousness of another corrupt. Perhaps it was something like Duke Regis's personal diary. A silhouette appeared from the pusoda and asked the hero who he was. Is he someone's apostle who has penetrated this abyss without warning? Jan looked at him in surprise. Is he by any chance an apostle of chaos? The hero frowned in displeasure. He did not understand what the creature was talking about. The phantom was embarrassed. The guy was silent. The creature said that if it offended him, then it asked for forgiveness. So why did he think that he was an apostle? The paladin noted that he could now transmit thoughts, and the creature agreed. His projection began to blur. Before disappearing, he said that chaos and emptiness merged into one. After these words, the hero's eyes flashed purple. He woke up again in the dark basement, looked at the disconnected sphere. He did not understand why he was interrupted in the middle of the conversation. Philip recoiled from his master in fright. He asked what had just happened. The hero in response asked how it looked from the outside. The squire excitedly told that the magical power of the artifact surrounded the master and hovered around. But at some point it disappeared, seeping somewhere. The master concluded, since it had leaked somewhere, then it was not so important. He smiled. The assistant asked if the mercenary was okay, and he replied that he even felt good. A magic chaos crystal appeared near his hand. It became larger, and it was good, so the amount of chaos power could be increased. Yang sighed contentedly. He had found another reason to kill the corrupt ones. Philip shifted from one foot to another with nerves. He asked if the hero had not become obsessed with black magic. The swordsman quipped that given that he was still alive, he did not think so. He advised him to take better care of the evidence. The paladin thought about the words about the apostle of chaos. He looked around. If you think about it, it might not be entirely true. Time passed. Declan met with the hero and asked if that would be enough. Yang adjusted his bracers and replied that it would be enough. He knew that these were top-level items that he could check the information about. In a real battle, maneuverability will be quite good. Philip stood behind and waited. The gentleman said that a new horse and gold coins were even a lot, but of course, he would not refuse. Declan laughed and asked if they could talk to His Majesty properly and tell him that the new Marquis was very deeply loyal to the kingdom. Jan turned around. It was not difficult for him, and it didn't matter if it was true or not. His friend replied that he could not even lie about such a thing. The gentleman smiled and asked if he could call the hero by his name. Jan grinned and replied that he could do it now, and then, it didn't matter to him. The Marquis laughed and clarified that he was embarrassed when he called him by name. The hero jumped on the horse. Declan asked if Ian still wanted to stay here. It would be good to have him as his right hand, at least until the Marquis gained more experience. The mercenary smiled. He was sorry, but he couldn't stay in one place for long. Declan smiled. He had expected such an answer. He waved his hand. He was actually very worried. Now that the rebellion had succeeded, the mercenaries would cause him trouble. Jan looked at him seriously and said that if his friend was worried about wild dogs, let him get hunting dogs to fight for him. He explained that he was talking about those who had been abandoned by their masters, who now did nothing but wait for death. The Marquis asked if the paladin was talking about commanders and officials who had survived the purge. The hero took the reins and advised, you just need to find a balance with them. With that, he turned around. Declan smiled and asked if they were leaving. The mercenary gave him a brief glance and smiled, replied that he did. Philip bowed to the Marquis, and his lord wished him good luck, and said that it was now up to him. The comrades began to move away. The young Marquis looked silently at their backs. His subordinate approached him, not expecting to see him there. He smiled and called to follow him, because everyone had gathered at the walls of the castle and were waiting for his speech. Declan followed Mr. Patton and only turned around one last time. The hero remained a mystery to him until the very end. Meanwhile, to the Laurel estate, the maid came into the room with a tray. A man came out to her and asked. A shadow hid his face, and he asked if Laurel had refused to eat again. There were letters on the table. The girl replied that the lady had been behaving like this since her return, doing nothing but looking out of the window. The paladin's gaze was gloomy, as if she was expecting to see someone there. Meanwhile, the hero and his assistant were walking along a forest path. The squire looked at the mercenary and asked if there was anything. Jan read the book, replied that yes, there is. He said that this evidence would be enough to prove that Duke Regis was corrupt. Philip jumped up for joy and asked what evidence the master could find, if they would finally punish the immoral man who betrayed the entire kingdom. The swordsman asked if the guy knew what he wanted to say. He frowned at the book. Philip realized that he would be told to keep his mouth shut. Ian thought that after all, Marquis Botcher did not know Regis's true purpose. He looked ahead gloomily, judging by the fact that there was no mention of the quest he had seen in the game. They're all just puppets of Regis. He's probably pushed them over the line by making false promises, inflaming their ambitions. Anyway, they'll disappear like they never existed. As long as such crazy people are secretly operating throughout the continent, their world will not be destroyed, and countries are thinking about wars with each other at this time. Ian looked ahead, and the squire called to him. Ahead of them was a fork in the road. The road to the left turned and led to the city of Balk, and the road to the right led to Agellan. The mercenary slammed the book shut. Since he had found evidence against the Duke, maybe they should go to Agellan as soon as possible? He put the book in the portal. The guy smiled and asked in confusion if the master really wanted to go to another place. He told him to be quiet and said what he thought. He opened the map. Obviously, there should be a quest here, and when everything is over, like in the game, for some time he will not be able to even set foot on the territory of Agellan. Jan turned his horse. He looked seriously ahead and suggested that we go in that direction. The kingdom of Agellan. Commoners walked around the market. Someone was in a hurry. The man in the black cloak stopped and looked around. He noticed something ahead. Miguel threw off his hood and called for Philip. He ran out to meet the hero and said that he almost went crazy while waiting for them. Philip rushed to hug the mercenary. Jan smiled and asked if they could pass now. The man patted the squire on the shoulder. He noted that the guys did not look like themselves at all. The hero noticed that his face had become twice as large. He grinned and asked if the food was good here. The man laughed and said that he would lie if he said no. The trio began to go deeper into the city. Although they had spent some time to get here, it was not the end of the road. There was one more fortress wall to overcome. The guide pointed ahead and said that it was because the Laure estate was located in the central part of the city. Philip looked ahead and noticed that Miguel already seemed to be a local. He even greeted the guards. At this moment, Ian was carefully looking around as the mercenary laughed and said that the guy knew that he was very adaptable. In the midst of peaceful life, the paladin constantly imagined bloody scenes. He saw the streets in front of him, littered with corpses and blood. The comrades walked ahead as if nothing had happened. Philip looked at the elder and asked what about the mistress. He thought she would come out in person. Miguel stopped and raised his finger. He said that the lady was now under house arrest. A few minutes later, the streets were completely empty. People were anxiously discussing something in the windows. Yang frowned at them as his assistant asked the guide if His Majesty didn't want to hunt down the corrupt ones, even after he had been given the evidence. Miguel turned around and replied that it was so. He also acted as a witness. And yet he couldn't believe it. He said that since the sorcerer was dead, there was no more problem. Other subjects openly insulted the mistress, saying that it would be better if they provided weighty evidence instead of spoiling the mood in society. The man slapped his face. He didn't remember properly. To be honest, he was scared. Everyone pointed a finger at the paladin. There was too much criticism. But the mistress still remained silent. She hid the existence of the heroes. The guide thought that she was worried about what could affect the course of the case. The trio was approaching the gate. His Majesty only listened to what his entourage said and ordered disciplinary measures to be taken against the mistress. And these measures continue to this day. Philip was worried. He asked if the lady was all right. Since her appointment as head of the family, she has been doing an excellent job. Miguel became worried and said that he didn't really know. He no longer showed his true feelings like he used to. They came to the gate, and the guide told them that it was the Laurel estate. His hand touched the gate. Their path was accompanied by a beautiful garden. The servants were ordered to take the horse away. Jan looked around gloomily. He noted that the garden was in good condition. There was no one here at all. Miguel sighed and told that the former head of the house died and was returned to his father's house, although he was the corpse of a decomposed. No one blamed the mistress, but the hereditary line was interrupted, and the atmosphere in the estate was not good. The hero asked, where was the mistress? The conductor turned away in confusion and replied that she was in the office upstairs. The mercenary looked thoughtfully to the side. He noted that their guide is too sentimental. He was surprised that he was still alive. Red hair appeared from the labyrinth of bushes. Lucia looked at her guests in surprise. Miguel looks at the mistress and asks if she has been here all this time. Miss Lucia backs away, confused. Ian looks back at her tensely. The man laughs and points to his comrades. explaining that they are guests of the mistress of the estate. The girl took hold of the brim of her skirt and bowed silently. Then she turned around in fright and ran away into the labyrinth. Miguel smiled in confusion. He told his travelers that this girl was a cousin of the mistress. He introduced her. Ian turned away in irritation and asked him to take him to the paladin as soon as the mercenary began to talk about how sorry the girl was in this situation, if she was sorted out. The hero pursed his lips. He could not stand the children, but to see what is done to them in this cruel world is not just unpleasant, but nauseatingly disgusting. A few minutes later, Miguel announced that they were there. The mercenary went to the door and explained that this was her office. When he opened the door and a bright light poured out from behind them, the lady stood silently at the window. The wind blew leaves into the room and played with the girl's hair. Ian confidently stepped inside. Maeve turned around and looked at the hero sadly and said that she had been waiting for him for a long time. The guy said nothing, but after a few moments, he said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Philip ran up to Maeve and was frightened to see how thin her face had become. The men were left behind. The squire said that he still had to stay with the mistress. He asked if she was eating well. The paladin smiled slightly at him and noticed that in the time she hadn't seen him, he had matured a lot. It seemed that he even had scars similar to his. The guy looked at his mistress in surprise. She asked if he had learned a lot. The guy slapped his chest and smiled. He replied that he had really learned a lot. He turned away. The hero said that now he was not the kind of boy who could be used for simple errands. Ian sat down behind a chair and closed his eyes. The knight said nothing. She looked at her old friend with excitement, and thanked him for bringing Philip back safely. In the box there were 2 heads of decomposed. Ian said that the culprits of the incident with the ancient tree were Marquis Botchard and his eldest son, Mason Botchard. Miguel looked at the paladin in amazement, and said that he had once again accomplished a great deed. Maeve was reading the scroll. It was a letter written by the new lord, the Marquis of Declan, and the girl noticed that the heroes had really tried their best. The guy waved his hand and said that the most important thing remained. He took the book out of the portal, greatly frightening the guide. He clutched at his heart. Although he had already seen it, it was still frightening how he did it. Philip asked, "Was this not the diary of the former Marquis?" The guy looked at the blank pages and noticed in amazement that there were no notes. The hero sighed tiredly and asked to wait. The magic from his hand revealed the notes on the pages. The squire shuddered. It was an enchanted diary. Miguel looked at Philip tensely and asked what was written there. The guy said that there were many names. One of them was Regis. The boy's eyes widened. He turned sharply to the gentleman, who smiled and said that this was exactly the list where all the names of the decomposers were written. Maeve flinched. Miguel slapped his forehead in complete shock and asked if the paladin wanted to say that Duke Regis was corrupt. Philip turned to the lady and said that this was clear evidence that there were corrupt people in Agellan. The men continued to read the diary. There were too many names. They were really hiding all over the kingdom. They needed to come to His Majesty once again and convince him. The squire and the guide turned around dumbfounded. Jan explained that half of them were already dead. His assistant asked which of them was dead. There was an awkward silence in the office. The mercenary and the squire, like fools, jumped up and asked if the hero had killed them. He turned away in irritation and said that he did not do it on purpose. He said that it was because they tried to deceive him or didn't want to pay for the task they completed. He only found out that they were corrupt just before they died. Miguel nodded sternly, admiring the paladin. Philip decided that in this case Ian could really be called the guardian of Agellan. But the guy immediately clarified that he was not doing this for the sake of Agellan. He asked to stop adding inappropriate titles under his name. Jan frowned. Philip objected and suggested that the master was destined to defeat the corrupt after all. Maeve stood up at that moment, and said again that Ian had really done a great job. She frowned and said that his story would be long, in which case they should cook dinner. A reddish light appeared in her eyes. Jan remained silent and reluctantly agreed. Some time passed. The guy fell on the soft bed and breathed a sigh of relief. His tired eyes closed. He had experienced such luxury for the first time in a long time. The hero understood that he needed to enjoy it while there was an opportunity, because all this would not last long. He plans to ask for another meeting. A very table was set for dinner. The knight was asked what she would do as soon as she asked for a meeting. Maeve looked down thoughtfully and said that they needed to reveal all the decomposers on the list. She looked at the hero and recalled that he had said that there was a way to make the decomposers show their true colors. Maeve's plan was simple, to show everyone the true face of the corrupt right at the meeting, which would be attended by the king and the others. The girl's gaze was filled with anger. She said that she would try to kill him. Miguel and Philip flinched. They said it was too dangerous. Jan looked ahead seriously and said no. He frowned and explained that if he didn't do it, His Majesty would simply not believe it again. When a corrupt man appeared in front of his eyes, he would have no choice but to believe. Jan was silent. Memories ran through my head. He knew that after her death, Maeve would appear as a ghost, and only in this way would she be able to deal an effective blow to the boss of the first chapter. Could it really be that there was no way to prevent it? Because of this, he felt lousy in his soul. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. The guy began to open it, wondering who had come so late. Lucia was standing in the hallway. Jan looked at her in amazement, already lamenting her appearance. He asked what she wanted. The girl shuddered. She bowed again. The guy asked to stop greeting and told me just to say what she needed. The girl looked at the mercenary and asked if he was the mercenary that Miguel was talking about. The guy asked what he was telling her. The little lady looked at her fingers and began to curl her fingers. She said that the hero had killed a swamp dragon, a headless horseman, and dealt with a cursed ancient tree. Said that he was a legendary mercenary and that a dark mage had also been killed. But the guy raised his hand and asked to stop. He slapped his hand in the face and reluctantly said that yes, it was him, and it was not a dragon, but a drake. Lucia was amazed. The young man propped up the door in displeasure and asked if the girl needed anything else. Lucia said no, she just wanted to thank him. Perhaps he was even stronger than the curse that lay on her. The mercenary asked again about the curse. The girl put her fist on her chest and said that everyone she loves dies. Jan tensed. The dear lady bowed and said goodbye. The hero looked after her for a long time. He scratched his head and turned around, complaining that there was not a single normal person in this damned family. He thought again about the words of the curse. He scratched his head again. Such an ominous feeling was rarely wrong, he remarked, so it would be better to prepare in advance. A new day came. Maeve gathered a council. She asked to be allowed to introduce the hero. He was the assistant she had already talked about. Maeve introduced the hero to the knights of the royal guard. The men and boys frowned at him. They were the most reliable people. She personally selected them, and they were also told their plan. Ian looked carefully into the faces of each of them. He noted to himself that disbelief was in abundance here. He began pacing around the table and saying that their task was simple. It is to protect the king if something goes wrong, that's all. He also asked them not to disclose the conversation that was here. Everyone shuddered when the mercenary warned them that if they didn't want to die, of course. One of the knights shouted furiously, calling Jan a vile upstart. The old man put his hand on his shoulder and asked if it was true that there were so many corrupt people hiding in Agellan. Jan looked at him and replied that it was. They were hiding it and keeping their identity a secret. He took a step and added that any of them could be anywhere. He put his hand on one of the warriors, looked at him with wide eyes, and said that even in this hall there was one. After these words, he slammed his face on the table. Everyone looked at him dumbfounded. The spy's face was stained and covered with blood. Ian smashed his face into the table again. He moved away and left the decomposed man lying unconscious. After that, the guy returned to him, put his foot on his back and grabbed his sword. One of the knights ran towards him, and crashed into the hero with a run. They slammed into the wall. The red-haired youth shouted and raised his fist to strike. Ian easily dodged his blow. After that, he easily bypassed the next series of blows, not understanding whether the redhead really wanted to be stabbed in the stomach with a sword. He looked at him seriously, and made a deep jerk. He fell to the floor and kicked the raging man with his foot. The guy writhed in pain, grabbed his stomach and cursed. He turned to his people and told them to see, he told them. But he did not finish the sentence, and bewilderment appeared on his face. Everyone grabbed the hilts of their swords. Maeve stopped them. The redhead looked at her in amazement, and asked why the head of the clan was behaving like this, at which moment the paladin intervened and asked her to say it again. He frowned at him and told everyone to move away. The redhead looked at him angrily, and said that this idiot was slacking something again. However, at that moment, a purple wisp of smoke began to rise from the body of the beaten man. Everyone began to cough, and the decomposed man came to his senses. His body arched, and wild laughter began to come from his chest. Everyone looked at him dumbfounded. The traitor asked if something had happened. Philip looked warily at everyone and said that they had to retreat right away. Redhead flew to the wall. The open knight's hand was covered with purple veins. In the bridge position, he smiled and held his leg. The old man shouted the name Jonathan. Jonathan took out a dagger and shouted that the monster had grabbed him. At that moment, the decomposed man dodged and jumped on the guy, shouting his name, and he told him not to approach. There was a swing of a sword. Ian cut off the knight's hand at the last moment. His sword was covered in blue fire. The eldest knight shuddered, noticing the blue glow. Ian grabbed the weapon with his other hand. The men exclaimed, "Is the hero really using divine power?" A new blow sliced through the monster's body. From his body, light began to beat in all directions. The mercenary froze in anticipation. Jonathan stared at him in shock, unable to get up. The hero turned to the others and warned that freaks like him, who are at the lowest stage of decay, sometimes show their true colors, even against their will. He looked at the corpse and remarked to the others that it was quite easy to kill a decomposed person by chopping off his head while he was in the process of transforming. The knights looked at the paladin in fear, who added that those who rank high among the corrupt can freely change their appearance, and have some means of protection, so if they are lucky enough to stumble upon them, it is better to just run, because with their skill level, they will not be able to defeat them. Jan asked if everyone understood everything, and in response everyone answered yes in unison. He pointed to the corpse again. Maeve grabbed her sword. A red light began to shine from its handle. The girl looked evil. The eldest knight looked dumbfounded at his mistress, who had red divine power. He noted that she looked so sinister. Maeve stopped by the traitor's corpse. She said she had to do it. Then she cut off his head. She turned to the hero, putting away her sword, and said it wasn't good. She thought she had checked everything well. Ian replied that these idiots must have thought the same thing when they sent the rat. They needed to watch it somehow. Maeve nodded curtly. which was why he had asked to gather everyone in this place. She pointed to the hero and said that as they all saw, Yan was a recognized holy warrior of the goddess. If he wasn't worthy, the goddess wouldn't have blessed him. Jonathan looked at the swordsman in shame. Everyone looked at the mistress. She added that moreover, she was no longer the Apostle Tauren, she was the Apostle of Vengeance. Thus all the corrupt Agelans were the goal of his vengeance. Therefore, if he still had doubts about her and Yang, she asked to express them here. The eldest knight bowed and said that he had no doubts. Most of the knights repeated him. Yang looked at the redhead and asked in his mind if he had decided to turn on the knight. He told him that it was enough for him to follow his orders. Jonathan straightened up and promised that he would follow him with all his heart. The hero and the mistress nodded to each other. They gathered again at the head of the table. It was decided to return to the main topic of discussion. Jan looked ahead and asked what the knights should do after the meeting was called. Time passed, night fell. In one of the mansions, in the basement, where everything is covered with protective runes, they discussed the defeat of Marquis Botchard. People in the robes gathered in one place. They believed that these were the tricks of the hands of the Apostle Maiden Tauren. Someone thought that it did not make sense. Wasn't she now under house arrest? One of the decomposers waved his hand and said that if so, then someone with similar strength appeared besides her. Suddenly an authoritative voice ordered his subordinates not to coward. Regis looked at the servants and declared that the path was open only to those who did not give up. The decomposed people bowed to the old deer. He took out his staff and began the order. A lump began to grow on the foreheads of his subordinates. It was covered with a bunch of veins. The old man smiled. It was still early, but it was worth starting preparations. His staff began to emit a purple light, and preparations for the Night of Madness began. Servants actively cleaned up the scene of the murder. A lantern lightly illuminated the street, and a man's voice was heard saying that they would quickly realize that their henchman was dead. Maeve stood in front of the main character and replied that it didn't make any difference, because they would still gather a large meeting to check what she was up to. The guy, hearing this, frowned and told her not to let the thirst for revenge make her forget about the key figure. There was no emotion on the face of his interlocutor when she replied that of course it would be so. She suddenly drew a picture of Regis in her head and said his name out loud. After a short pause, Ian turned to Maeve and said that he would not wait for her, and in any case would not miss him, to which she replied, of course, adding that she was not going to repeat your mistake, because betraying your destiny once is already too much. After listening to his interlocutor, the guy nodded silently. Suddenly, surprise appeared in his eyes at what he saw. Lucia looked at them from the side. She was silent, and her eyebrows were raised high, but after a few seconds the girl, turning around, ran away. Maeve looked after her and said that she had forgotten to introduce this child to the protagonist, to which he shook his head and replied that they had already met, and she had even come to see him, after which he wondered why she was running away like that. When the girl asked him if she had come to see him and for what purpose she had done so, the boy looked at her and replied that she had asked to protect her. At these words, Maeve raised her eyebrows in surprise. Spreading her arms and legs, she asked if Lucia had asked for it, adding that she rarely flaunted her feelings, to which Lucia calmly replied that she probably thought she was cursed, and that this curse killed everyone she loved. After listening to her interlocutor, the girl lowered her gaze and said, "This is what it means." At this time, the protagonist closed his eyes and said to himself that it seemed that another heartbreaking story was about to begin again, after which he said that probably by this time the Duke had already realized what had happened in Orendel, and therefore now she needed to focus on the spot, adding that she should not lose her vigilance, because anything could happen. Frowning, Maeve nodded and said firmly, "Okay," adding that she would act at dawn. Out of the corner of his eye, Ian looked at his interlocutor and said to himself that although the situation was not entirely in their favor, he had prepared in advance and met with her before Regis started doing anything, and before they did anything, they could make their first move, and when the council met, Regis would no longer be able to hide. The moon floated in the night sky, and 2 days later a council was called, but events unfolded in a completely unexpected way. One day, when the sun was shining brightly in the blue sky, people were discussing rumors among themselves that the new head of the Laurel family had gone crazy. Civilians stood aside, saying that all of Agellan was talking about this, since she had killed her brother with her own hands, so it was not surprising. Even in the palace, the servants reported that it was rumored that she, the head of the family, had requested tomorrow's meeting, and she seemed to claim that there were corrupt people in Agellan, and it seemed that she had really gone mad, but in fact, it was possible that the head of the Laurel family was a corrupt herself. At night, the light burned brightly in the windows of the small house. 2 drunken guys suddenly came out of there, one of whom offered to drink one more, and the second refused, because it was already quite late. Having received a refusal, the first, gritting his teeth, leaned over to his friend and said that he had changed too much after marriage, after which he asked if he really loved his wife and child so much, because he constantly boasted about them. The second drew an image of a wife and a child in his head and raising one eyebrow, said that he did not do it very often, at least not more often than he spoke of the head of the Laurel family. His companion suddenly turned away from him and told him to forget about the meeting, because when the gates opened, he suggested just wandering closer to the inner palace, to which he asked why they should do this. Then the first imagined how the royal knights distributed food, and replied that after the end of the meeting and the announcement of the results, food was always distributed. Raising his head to the sky, he added that perhaps this time they would even give him dried meat. But suddenly he wondered if his eyes were not deceiving him. Then his companion also raised his head to the sky and asked if there was something wrong with the moon. The moon became several times larger in size and was painted red. The guy's eyes slowly began to turn blood red. He continued to stare at the moon, quietly saying that it was actually the first time he had seen such a large moon. Suddenly he slapped himself in the face, because he remembered that he was already late. As he was leaving, he looked at his friend out of the corner of his eye and said that he was leaving, adding that he shouldn't walk the streets for too long, because he was drinking too. But his companion silently continued to stare at the moon. Veins protruded on his face, and his eyes changed completely. A bright red light entered the house through an open window. Opening the door, the guy exclaimed to his family that he had returned home. But when he heard a strange sound, he raised his eyebrows in surprise. There was something inhuman by his bed. The guy saw his wife's hand stained with blood. A few seconds later, he saw the disfigured face of his beloved, who had eaten their child alive. From this picture, shock and horror appeared in the guy's eyes. He suddenly remembered how he had looked at his friend before leaving. His face and eyes began to slowly change. At the same moment, he threw open the front door. The guy was running quickly down the street. The blood-red moon continued to shine in the sky while he shouted loudly that no one would look at the moon. But unexpectedly for him, his friend crawled around the corner to him. As soon as the guy saw the mouth wide open, he froze in place with horror. In the next second, blood spurted in all directions. At the same second, the main character woke up. He abruptly sat up on the bed and wondered if this musty smell, the smell he could smell after absorbing the power of Regis's chaos. As he said that, he remembered how he had absorbed the power of the Duke's chaos. Leaving his memories, he saw a huge red moon in the sky. A system screen immediately appeared in front of him, stating that it was a night of madness, and that Duke Regis had covered Agellan with a demonic field, so he needed to kill the Duke to dispel the demonic field. Ian read this information with his eyes wide open in shock and said to himself that this was the last quest of the first chapter of the game. Realizing this, he immediately grabbed his sword. The front doors swung open. The protagonist ran quickly down the corridor, asking himself if it had already begun, if events would happen, no matter how hard he tried to avoid it. He gritted his teeth with rage, wondering how they could have been so careful to conceal the existence of corrupt men and then suddenly do so. Suddenly, shock appeared in his eyes from what he heard. A large bell swayed from side to side. The street was filled with monsters, and one of the knights shouted loudly that you can't look at the moon, otherwise you can turn into a monster. Ian silently looked at this painting through the window. He suddenly abruptly shifted his gaze to the side, hearing painful moans. Without hesitation, the guy jumped out the window. When he reached the room from which the moans came, he kicked down the doors. But from what he saw, his eyes were filled with horror. The monster bit off half of its victim's neck. Suddenly he abruptly shifted his gaze to Ian. At the same moment, the monster rushed to attack. But at the same second, a blow fell on his neck. The main character decapitated the monster with one swing of his sword. The severed head fell to the floor next to him. Out of the corner of his eye, the boy looked at the monster and said to himself that they were servants who took care of the garden and stables. Suddenly, he turned around abruptly when he heard a loud scream. Without hesitation, he flew out of the room. But what he saw made him surprised. The monster bit the blade of the sword. Maeve struggled to hold back the monster's pressure. The monster gnawed at the girl's sword more and more. The main character prepared to attack, but Maeve suddenly said that she did not need help. At the same second, she slapped the monster in the face. Then she swung her leg. With all her strength, the girl hit the monster in the side. The monster flew several meters. Even in flight, Maeve appeared behind him. She made one quick and strong sword strike. The slashed body of the monster collapsed to the floor. Maeve was breathing heavily and quietly said that it was rather strange because she had been so upset when this happened to Vernon. She looked down and added that she didn't feel that way right now. After a short pause, the girl looked at the main character and said that all she could think about was the desire for revenge. Revenge on those behind all this. Hearing this, Young said that it would happen soon, and then abruptly shifted his gaze to the side. Miguel, his face pale with fear, was screaming loudly. With the girl in his arms, he ran away from the monsters and shouted loudly, ordering them to stop chasing them. Lucia held tightly to the man's neck. Maeve and the main character looked in the same direction. Suddenly they both took off. With swords at the ready, they rushed to attack. The guys dealt with the monsters with quick blows. Philip, holding his sword, ran out of his room and shouted, asking what was going on here, adding that he wanted to help. But unexpectedly for him, he saw Miguel in front of him. The man, not noticing the boy, tripped over his leg. Falling to the floor, he continued to hold the girl in his arms. As he lay on the floor, breathing heavily and saying that he had almost died, Lucia sat in front of him. Philip raised his eyebrows in surprise at the sight of the wound on Miguel's back, when he suddenly screamed, asking what the huge wound on his back was. The man brought his hand to his chin and said with the last of his strength that there was nothing special about it. With excitement in her eyes, Lucia looked at her savior. After a short pause, Maeve came up to them from behind and quietly thanked Miguel for taking care of the girl, to which he replied that he had nothing to thank for, after which he added that there might still be survivors. The main character, hearing this, frowned and said that he would look for them, and they should put on armor and come to them. The girl looked at the guy out of the corner of her eye. Nodding, she said firmly, well, at the same time saying to herself that she could not become a burden again. A few hours ago, the long corridor was empty, but right now, the same hallway was littered with corpses and drenched in blood. Ian walked in front and told the guys to keep an eye on Lucy, adding that they didn't dare look at the moon, after which one of the guys asked what had happened in the end. The protagonist frowned and replied that Agellan was covered in a demonic field, just like the Forest of Madness. Hearing this, the guys opened their mouths in shock and shouted loudly, asking if the entire territory of Agellan was covered in a demonic field, to which the protagonist firmly replied, yes, and it was the red moon that infected people. All this time, a blood-red moon shone in the sky. After a short pause, Jan turned to his comrades and asked if they were looking at the moon, to which Philip replied that he was dizzy and immediately looked away. A monster was hiding behind one of the doors, while the main character said that he could not even believe that she did not possess him immediately, which means that the training was worth it. But as soon as he finished, the monster jumped out at him. Jan immediately took out his sword. In the next second, the severed head of the monster flew to the ceiling. Looking away, the main character said that this is not the real moon, it is a curse, so if you look at it for a long time, a person is polluted by this magic. He watched the people run away from the monsters in terror, and said to himself that it was very good that the demon field had not yet reached its peak, and the proof was that they were not completely disconnected from the outside world. He suddenly descended into a memory in which the red moon was larger and the curse was stronger, and then said to himself that in the game, the moonlight was so strong that the entire space was filled with it. However, even this level was enough to pollute people with mental and physical weaknesses, which happened to the people of Laurel Manor. The blood-red moon illuminated everything around. After a while, the door in one of the buildings was opened. Inside, the dead lay on the floor, and Philip sat in front of a girl who thanked them for saving them. Miguel, along with Lucia and Ian, looked at them from the sidelines and were surprised that only one single maid could survive. They suddenly looked sharply out of the window into the street, from where loud screams were heard. Philip slowly stood up and said that he did not understand what the Duke was thinking when he decided to commit this mad act. The main character closed his eyes and explained that when he finds himself in a hopeless situation, sometimes the best way out is to destroy everything and start again. And then the guy asked in response if everything was just for this, adding that this is not something that he can get away with. Out of the corner of his eye, Jan looked at his interlocutor and replied that he had a suitable person to whom he could be made guilty. There were many boxes and barrels in the room, and Philip asked who most disturbed such a decomposer as Regis, to which the main character calmly replied that if he was decomposing, then of course he was an apostle. From what he heard, there was shock in the guy's eyes, and he shouted at the top of his lungs, asking if he really meant the mistress. Yang then closed his eyes, remembered how people had discussed the rumors, and replied that right now there were rumors about her madness, and besides, her brother was a corrupt, and this could be a great opportunity to get rid of her. Spreading his hands in different directions, Philip exclaimed that it was she who exposed the existence of corrupt people, to which his interlocutor calmly replied that the truth does not matter, because what people believe in becomes the truth. He looked at the guy again out of the corner of his eye and added, or what they wanted to believe. Philip gritted his teeth with anger. His hands, clenched into fists, were shaking violently. The main character introduced a knight protecting people from monsters and said that he would have enough time to raise people. The apostle of justice cannot ignore injustice, while saying to himself that now he knows this, because he has experienced enough to see the true face of the dark times. Miguel's eyes were blank when he suddenly said that perhaps he even hoped that the mistress would die in the fight against the monsters, and even if she survived, public opinion would be on the side of the Duke, and then she would have no choice. Jan looked at the man and firmly replied that it was so, because the apostle of justice could not harm the innocent. Frowning, Philip suddenly said that they were using the restrictions placed on the mistress, and Miguel added that he was very mean. Suddenly, the guys looked at each other sharply and shouted loudly, asking if he was the apostle of justice. The main character, seeing this, smiled contentedly. Suddenly, the armored Maeve walked inside and asked if they meant that he didn't know about her becoming an apostle instead. Everyone looked at her abruptly, and she added with glowing eyes that in that case they didn't even suppose that she was going to go straight to them and cut off their heads. Resting his hand on his side, the main character said that everything was exactly so, to which she replied that in this case they would have to break their plans. Her eyes were filled with hatred and anger, and when Yang said that it wasn't enough, she asked discontentedly what it meant not enough. There was no emotion on the guy's face as he explained that they needed to add an unexpected threat for them to reveal their true colors, so he would prefer. The room was lit by a small lantern on the wall. The main character began to explain what he came up with, which caused shock in the girl's eyes. The guys looked at them from the side and asked what he had just said. Ian looked intently at his interlocutor and asked how she planned to do just that. After a short pause, a smile appeared on Maeve's face. Her eyes suddenly lit up, and she firmly replied that she would do it with joy. Upon receiving such an answer, the main character grinned contentedly. Out of the corner of his eye, he looked behind him and said that in that case, it was time to start, and then wondered what that bastard Regis's face would be like when he saw everything. At this time, the Duke was standing under the roof of a tall building. The blood-red moon continued to float across the night sky. The surviving citizens knocked on the gates and shouted loudly, begging to open them, because there were monsters here. The monsters roared furiously, opening their toothy mouths. In the next second, they jumped towards the survivors. The citizens turned around with fright in their eyes. Immediately after that, blood spurted in all directions. Regis watched the disaster from a tall building all this time. He clutched his staff tightly in his hand. His eyes were closed and there was a swelling on his forehead. With it, the Duke saw all the monsters raging in the city. He felt the dark magic energy, and said to himself that he still couldn't get used to the feeling of extrasensory perception that had appeared after the imposition of the demonic field. His subordinates stood behind and said that everything was as expected. It was only necessary to turn the tide by imposing a demonic field, and all that remained was to make Maeve Laurel the culprit of this mess, since rumors of her madness had already spread, so it would be much easier to do so. Having said that, they drew an image of Maeve in their heads, which was discussed by everyone. Regis stood with his head down while one of his men said that if they used the information against her, then this woman couldn't. Suddenly, dark magical energy began to ooze from the old man's tumor. He saw the monster attack the man who was preparing to strike. In the next second, the monster's head soared into the air. The Duke focused his attention on the protagonist and asked himself if he was again, adding that this man had been getting in the way from the beginning, but this was not the girl Tauren, because he was faster, and he was like an extra variable. Without opening his eyes, he gave the order to all the monsters to chase after him. After a short pause, one of his men, still standing behind, decided to ask if it was the woman, to which he replied, "No, it was just a lie." Then the two men smiled contentedly and said that even with his keen senses, it was not easy to find Maeve, after which they asked if she was not now immersed in despair because of the extermination of her kind. Regis then smiled contentedly, and replied that it was enough in payment as revenge for the deaths of his followers, but it was not enough to pay back for the destruction of his great plan. After introducing the girl absorbed in dark magic and a circle of monsters, he added that her soul and the souls of her minions would be sacrificed to their great god as payment for the power granted. And while he was saying this, someone was running quickly up the stairs. The old man's subordinates turned sharply. The knight stopped in the doorway and said that the Duke and the other gentlemen were in an extremely dangerous place. Hearing this, Regis turned around slightly. Opening his eyes, he knitted his eyebrows excitedly and asked if there was any trouble, adding that it was difficult for him to stay away as a servant of the glorious goddess. At these words, the knight's eyes turned sad, and he said to himself that the Duke cared so much for the people, and now he had no idea how hard it was for him. After a short pause, he bowed his head and announced that His Majesty was urgently summoning him, so he escorted him to the main hall. A blood-red moon hovered in the night sky. In the main hall, there were many guards and those who were able to survive. Regis stood opposite the king and asked if he had called him. After asking this, the old man looked in the direction out of the corner of his eye, where one of his men nodded silently. On the other hand, two of his men did the same. Irvine rested his head on his arm and asked what the situation was outside. Exhaling heavily, the Duke replied that the soldiers on all the walls were fighting, and the people were turning into monsters, so they could only hope for the protection that the resplendent goddess would grant them. Without rising from his throne, the king said that he did not think that such an unpleasant incident would happen in the capital of the kingdom itself, adding that if the rumors spread, people would think that Agellan was weakened, to which the old man replied that if they dealt with this calamity, they would prove the strength of the kingdom. After a short pause, Irvine suddenly waved his hand and said that this was not important, adding that it was time to return to that conversation. The king's man frowned and said that he thought that members of the Laurel family were behind this incident. He drew an image of Vernon lying in a coffin in his head, and raising his hand, he said that he, the previous head of the family, had turned out to be corrupt, and Maeve, who had recently tried to sow trouble in the kingdom, must have been summoned by the madness of the Black Wall. The people, hearing this, began to look at each other and say that everything came together, adding that Mrs. Laurel was suspicious, and that had not happened before she appeared. Drops of cold sweat began to appear on their faces as they continued to say that this could not be, because the apostle of God could not allow such a thing to happen. Regis looked at people's emotions out of the corner of his eye and said to himself that for the time being, public opinion was on their side. After a short pause, without any emotion on his face, he opened his mouth and said that Mrs. Laurel was strictly following the will of the apostle goddess. He knitted his eyebrows excitedly and added that she was a representative of the Holy Knights of Agellan and a saddened sister, and then asked why she would arrange such a meeting right before the meeting she had requested. Hearing this, everyone present raised their heads at the old man. The Duke suddenly turned his gaze to the man, who asked why not one member of the family was present, and where was Mrs. Laurel herself. And when people began to discuss this topic again, the king raised his hand and ordered everyone to stop. Closing his eyes, he lowered his head and said that he preferred the version of these people. Hearing this, Regis threw up his hands in different directions, but before he could say anything, Irvine began waving his hand and saying that they would conduct an investigation and it would reveal the truth, after which he asked the old man if they should conduct an investigation according to all the rules, after which he asked to conduct an investigation according to all the rules. The Duke bowed his head in silence. The people, hearing this, began to look at each other and whisper again, asking each other if the king suspected his own knight, but what he was up to, adding that they were sorry that the Duke did not rule the kingdom. At these words, Regis's eyes lit up, and there was a satisfied smile on his face. The king looked at him with a certain disrespect in his eyes as he said to himself that this fool was proud to oppose him, so he was grateful for it. The Duke looked away and remembered that the time had almost come, for the day he had been waiting for would soon come. He imagined a kingdom that was enveloped in madness of powerful dark magical energy, and said to himself that for the time being, he only had the power for one night, but soon he would offer the kingdom to their god and receive this power forever. The old man imagined himself holding a bundle of magical energy in his hands with glowing eyes, and said to himself that he would then reach the level of a demigod and be able to proclaim the true faith throughout the empire. Regis's face was one of complete madness when suddenly a woman's voice was heard saying that there was no need to worry. The king's eyes were shocked by what he saw. The doors to the main hall swung open. Maeve walked slowly out of the darkness in their direction, reporting that the king's humble servant had arrived. The Duke turned around in surprise and asked himself how the woman had come to be there, and Irvine wondered how she had ever been able to enter the castle since the gate had to be closed. Maeve walked slowly toward the light. She recalled the protagonist, without any emotion on his face, telling her about an unexpected crisis that would only reveal their true nature, so he would rather her really look like a vengeful ghost mired in madness. Drops of blood dripped onto her shoes. With glowing eyes and clothes soaked in blood, the girl went out to the people. Her eyes were full of hatred and anger, with which she suddenly said that she had entered through the main gate. Everyone looked at Maeve with horror and shock, who said that there were corrupt people hiding among them, and then asked how the god could leave the king alone. All eyes were on her, when suddenly Irvine asked in a trembling voice if they were corrupt, and if she was still talking about it. There was no emotion on Maeve's face as she asked back if he couldn't see it himself, adding that those who were quietly hiding, having plunged Aegelin into chaos, continued to hide from the king's eyes and ears. At these words, shock and horror appeared in the Duke's eyes, with which he wondered if she had guessed, but if she really thought she knew everything, but it couldn't be. After listening to the girl, the king raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked what the hell she was talking about, and where her family was, why she was alone here. But suddenly, his eyes filled with shock as Maeve replied that everyone was dead. After a short pause, the girl stomped her foot on the floor. She then grabbed the hilt of her sword. Unleashing her insanely powerful magical aura, the girl said that right here and now, she would eradicate the corrupt. Irvine, his eyebrows knitted in a frightened voice, asked in a shaking voice what she had just said. The girl's magical aura quickly spread throughout the hall. All eyes were fixed on her. All this time, the main character stood behind Maeve. Suddenly, one of the survivors fell to the floor and shouted loudly that Mrs. Laureal was really crazy, because she wanted to kill them all. Waving her sword, the girl asked God to forgive her. At these words, her eyes lit up brighter than before. Regis saw this and opened his mouth slightly. His eyes suddenly turned red, and then he screamed in his head that this bastard knew everything, and she had just come to kill them, to kill everyone who was left in the castle. Maeve, showing her strength, continued to stand in the same place. Ian looked at her from the side. He frowned and said to himself that it was time to start Chapter 1, the boss fight with Regis. No one dared to move in such a situation. All the knights who were in the main hall surrounded Maeve and shouted loudly that her sacred power was so sinister red, so they had to stop her and stop it. The main character looked at all this from the outside and said to himself that it seems that she does not even know about them, although this does not make any difference, because she is the embodiment of the bloody avenger he remembers. With every second, the girl's aura grew stronger. It enveloped her like blood-red flames. She was standing surrounded by royal soldiers, and Ian said to himself that as far as he could see, her intention was sincere. She was not bluffing. It seemed that she was going to take revenge and die, but that would not happen, because he had not yet received his reward. After these thoughts, the young man frowned and raised his hand. Suddenly, Maeve took a step forward. She walked slowly towards the king while the soldiers shouted loudly, ordering her to stop. At the same time, the main character was moving around the hall at high speed. With each passing second, he was getting closer to the Duke's subordinate. But unexpectedly, the guy remembered Lucia, who put her hand to her chest and said that perhaps she was stronger than her curse, but everyone she loved was already dead. Leaving this memory, Jan gritted his teeth. When he found himself in front of the enemy, he said that this was why he did not like children. After saying that, he put his brightly burning hand to the man's face. Dark magical energy was immediately released from her. The main character prepared to abandon the old man's subordinate, saying to himself that although this is a small part of the energy of chaos, it must work. After these thoughts, the man fell at the feet of the royal knights. Shaking, he held his head with one hand, and the knights asked him if he was all right. But unexpectedly for all of them, the Lord's body began to change rapidly. Horror and shock immediately appeared in the children's eyes, with which they shouted, asking if he had changed. A few seconds later, the man applied. Raising his head, he opened his mouth and roared furiously. The civilians fled in terror, shouting loudly that a real depravity had appeared. At this time, the main character continued to move around the royal hall. Descending into a flashback in which he had exposed corruption the same way, he said to himself that it had indeed worked with inferior corruptors who couldn't control mutation, adding that perhaps it wasn't just contaminated magic, but magic mixed with chaos energy that they couldn't handle. Leaving his memories, Ian touched two more of the Duke's subordinates with both hands, saying to himself that he had an idea. The energy of chaos was immediately released from his hands as he wondered what would happen if he acted on them with pure chaos energy, if there would be any reaction. The two men immediately collapsed to the ground with a loud scream, and the main character said to himself that his prediction turned out to be correct, adding that if you do this with true corrupts who know how to control the energy of chaos, then on the contrary, it will increase their power. All this time, Regis continued to stand in the same place, yawned through the old man towards his subordinates, and said to himself that his plan should have worked on such inferior freaks. Frowning, he raised his head and shouted with all his might, ordering to protect the king, and the soldiers must fight the corrupt. 3 guys were standing in the crowd. The main character nodded silently. Seeing this, the guy opened his mouth in surprise. Suddenly, he turned around abruptly and shouted loudly, ordering the guards to protect the king. He and his comrades ran to Irvine and told him that he had to evacuate, and they would get him out of here. And while the boys were carrying him out, the king continued to ask the same question, what was going on here? The royal knights accompanied the king all this time. Suddenly, the bodies of the Duke's subordinates began to change. Maeve's aura was still strong. Those soldiers who remained in the hall raised their weapons and asked in a shaking voice if they were real depraved. 2 huge and insanely strong monsters appeared in front of them. Without hesitation, they rushed to attack with a loud shout. The 2 monsters were flying towards Maeve. Seeing this, the girl grabbed the hilt of her sword with both hands. At the same second, she sliced the monsters in half with one quick blow. Suddenly, a blade whistled in the air. It plunged into the arm of one of the knights. Chaos energy immediately seeped into his blood. At this time, spears were pointed at the main character and asked who else he was and how long he had been here. Yang calmly pushed the spear aside and said that if they wanted to live, they had to get out of the way. Hearing this, one of the knights asked what he was talking about, but immediately afterward, a huge shadow loomed over him. The knight who was pierced by the blade turned into a huge monster. At the same second, the main character kicked him. From this blow, the monster flew towards Maeve, who was cutting the monsters. Ian took off again, saying that it was like training with dogs. A few seconds later, he found himself behind his next victim, saying to himself that the reason he had lost the main role in this fight to May was not only because it was easier. The girl, gritting her teeth, killed every monster that came to her hand, and the guy continued to say that aside from the employer-mercenary relationship, she was the most responsible and kind person he had met in all his time here, and therefore, he just didn't want to see her humiliated by such pathetic depraved after she had done her duty. Thinking of this, he imagined monsters in the guise of ordinary people surrounding Mev, controlling her with threads. At this time, the girl grabbed the monster by the neck with her hand. With one sharp movement, she tore it apart. The main character suddenly stopped. He remembered how coffee was poured on him, saying that he had been asked to make a latte. The guy stood silently with his head down, listening to the insults. Currently, Maeve, covered in monster blood, was breathing heavily. The floor was covered in blood and strewn with corpses, and Ian said to himself that it might be because of the memories of the past. A few seconds later, the girl raised her leg over the severed head of the monster. Immediately afterward, she crushed her. All this time, her strength did not become weaker for a second. Suddenly, Maeve abruptly shifted her gaze to the side when she heard a man's voice that said he really didn't understand. The Duke sat on the throne. They looked at each other in silence. After a short pause without a drop of fear or doubt on his face, the old man said that he thought that her actions were easy to predict, and then asked how she had become so unpredictable. With glowing eyes, the girl burned Regis and replied that it would have been so if she had been alone. As soon as she said this, the main character approached her from behind. He kept his hands folded on his chest, and the old man said that it meant that he was behind it all, the holy knight who had organized the rebellion in Orendel, adding that he thought it was just a rumor. The guy then smiled contentedly and mockingly asked if there were still traitors left there after he had cleaned Orendel thoroughly, adding that it was surprising that they were like cockroaches. The Duke, hearing this, smiled mischievously, and said that it was a mistake to consider him an ordinary mercenary, so he wouldn't ignore even minor factors next time. But as soon as he said that, Maeve gripped the hilt of her sword tightly in her hands and shouted that there would be no next time for him. Immediately after this scream, she released her magical energy to the side. In the next second, her magic attack reached the old man. But at the same moment, Regis opened his eyes wide. A madly powerful explosion of chaos energy rang out. From what she saw, surprise appeared in the girl's eyes. The main character, looking at this, frowned and said to himself that he felt the power of chaos. Monsters ran quickly across the floor. As soon as the knights saw this, they were horrified. Yang continued to frown when suddenly he heard mad laughter. A dozen monsters appeared in front of them. Regis, changing his appearance, said with glowing eyes that she seemed to have forgotten that he was no different from a god that night in Agellan. The knights' eyes were shocked by what they saw, and one of them asked if they really wanted to say that the Duke was corrupt, but it couldn't be. Immediately after these words, Brand waved his hand. He created a powerful explosion of dark magical energy. Maeve was affected by the shockwave. At great speed, it flew into the wall. Stones and splinters fell on the floor. Everyone looked at the Duke, who sat on the throne, and said that no one else would know that he was serving the true God. His eyes lit up brighter than before, and he said that it was because there would be no witnesses left. The knights, with frightened expressions on their faces, stepped back and asked in a shaking voice how this could have happened. At this time, the main character grabbed his sword. With one sharp movement, he drew the weapon from its scabbard. Smiling broadly, the guy said that he was a bastard who had already been able to deceive him twice. With burning eyes, the old man burned the guy and told him to close his filthy mouth. At the same second, the monsters rushed to attack. Jan's eyes lit up from what he saw. He unleashed his magical aura while using his sixth sense and concentration. At the same moment, he took off. The guy pushed off the body of the decomposed man with his foot. Then the main character began to cut everyone in his path. When he was surrounded by monsters, he used the lower gray magic spinning barricade. Looking at this picture, the Duke frowned and said that he had the strength, and then asked what about it. Immediately after these words, a rift appeared behind the main character. Ian looked at him without any emotion. At the very last moment, he managed to jump away. Seeing his opponent unharmed, Brandt asked if he had dodged. The main character frowned silently. He suddenly remembered the events that had taken place in the game, and said to himself that in the game he had been mortally wounded by an Avenger who had shed blood, and had revealed his true form at the beginning of the battle. But now he was in human form, which meant that he had to be especially careful at this stage if he didn't know the patterns. Leaving his memories, Yang held out his sword towards the old man and asked if that was all, adding that he sucked more than he expected. Hearing this, the Duke unleashed his monsters on him, and shouted in a rage that he was like a fly that kept buzzing annoyingly. The main character rushed to attack, telling them to attack. At this time, the decomposers surrounded the knights who were standing nearby. One of them jumped in their direction. But suddenly, Maeve killed him with a single blow. The knights immediately turned around. A bloody helmet fell to the floor. Not far from the knights stood Maeve. She was breathing heavily, and her eyes were shining brightly. After that, she asked if they could block all passages to the hall. The frightened knights quickly nodded and answered, of course. The knights then presented the royal palace from the sidelines and added that it was created by reconstructing ancient ruins, which meant that they would be able to barricade the entrances with metal bars. After that, all the knights rushed to the exit to isolate the entrances, and then went to the king to report these situations. Maeve was slowly surrounded by the Duke's monsters, who said that it was all useless, because his hounds had already entered the palace grounds. The monsters walked slowly towards the palace. Holding out his staff in front of him, the old man suddenly shouted that her stupid orders would only increase the number of victims. But as soon as he said that, the protagonist appeared behind him and asked if he was ignoring him. But as soon as he landed, Brandt put a protective barrier around himself. Out of the corner of his eye, he looked at his opponent and asked what was the point of paying attention to annoying flies. Hearing this, Yang put the magic ball in his hand and said that he was tired of it. His eyes suddenly lit up like never before, and he added that he wasn't the only one who wanted to remove all the witnesses. After these words, he pushed off the barrier with his foot. While in the air, the main character used a powerful magical technique. From what he saw, shock and horror appeared in the Duke's eyes. Dozens of fireballs were flying at him. With each passing second, they were getting closer to his protective barrier. The main character, having landed on the floor, slid back. He suddenly frowned maliciously when he heard mad laughter. In the bright flames, he saw the face of the Duke, who said that now he realized that he was a mage, and now his doubts were debunked, because he was the same red mage who had achieved all this through deception. With that, he unleashed his insanely powerful dark magic energy. His neck began to crack, his arms writhed, and tentacles appeared from his head and back. A few seconds later, the old man stomped his foot on the floor. He appeared before the children as the ancient priest Regis, swallowed up in darkness. The main character silently looked at his opponent, and said to himself that this was a success, because he finally showed his changed appearance. He continued to frown when he suddenly said that it looked disgusting. At this time, the Duke raised his hand and said that God made his creations in his own image and likeness, and this was proof that God himself had created him personally. Immediately after these words, cuts appeared on the floor in front of Ian. An invisible monster ran in his direction. After what he saw, there was not a drop of fear in the guy's eyes, because he understood that from this moment the pattern that he knows begins. Having said that, he began to dodge, moving towards the enemy. With glowing eyes, the old man watched all of the young man's actions and said that the Netherhound was a true void demon hiding in the depths of space, adding that they were on a completely different level than the mere mutated ones. While he was saying this, the protagonist easily dodged the monster's quick attack. Stretching out his hand with the redstone, he said that he was sorry, but he didn't care about these freaks. After saying that, he used the lower red magic dancing flames, after which a powerful explosion rang out. Brant, who was under the protective barrier, laughed and said that he could only amuse them with his fire, but with the power of this level, he would not be able to break through his force field. At this time, Yang once again used the power of the stone in his hand. A bright flash of light appeared. The guy used the lowest red magic flamethrower, which immediately collapsed on the protective barrier. The force field immediately shattered, and the old man shouted loudly that this could not be. After that, the main character got into a fighting stance and said to himself that his biggest difference with the game is the presence of a sword of condemnation, because thanks to it, the safety of the battle increases significantly, so much so that everything will end quite quickly. Thinking of this, he was burning his opponent's gaze when he suddenly said that he would send him straight to his god. At the same moment, a madly powerful magical energy was released from his sword. Immediately afterward, he jumped towards the Duke. The old man had been sitting on the throne all this time. Suddenly, a smile appeared on his face, and he said to himself that his opponent had lost sight of him. Raising his staff, Brant opened a rift in front of him. From what he saw, shock appeared in the eyes of the main character, because the monster's hand appeared from the rift. Ian didn't stop talking to himself that there had been a lot of changes in the game up until now, which could cause his patterns to change as well. The blood-red moon continued to shine in the night sky. Suddenly, an arrow whistled through the air. It pierced the monster's neck perfectly. At the same second, the one who released it took off. In an instant, the guy was above his opponent. With one swift blow, he sliced through the monster's body. Philip continued to cut the monster's body without stopping. The severed head flew several meters to the side. After finishing, the guy stepped on the monster's body. He suddenly turned around abruptly and shouted loudly, asking what Miguel was doing, adding that he had told him to blow the monster's heads off, and then asked why he was taking too much. Then the man, holding a crossbow in his hands, shouted, asking back if he really thought it was so easy to dodge his tentacles, adding that he could at least do something about it. The ground was soaked in blood and strewn with corpses, when suddenly Philip said that there were many more hounds chasing them, and it seemed that they were running towards the royal palace. Lucia and the surviving worker watched them from the sidelines as the man shouted, asking what he was talking about, if Ian and Maeve weren't in the palace. Lucia, looking up at the sky, drew images of May and the main character in her head. She clutched her dress in her hand and said to herself that she hoped none of them would get hurt. At this time, the main character rushed to attack the huge monster without a drop of fear. Gritting his teeth, he made a quick sword strike. At the same second, a bright flash of light appeared. The boy's attack sliced through the monster's huge arm and wounded the Duke. Gritting his teeth in pain, Regis raised his staff. Ian, seeing this, frowned and said to himself that he had struck shallowly, after which he wondered if he was using this skill to defend himself. He remembered the hand that appeared from the portal, and added that in the game, he used it exclusively for offense. And while he was saying this, a powerful chaos energy began to appear around the old man, after which he said that it was impressive because he had received favor from the Tauren, because he had such damage in a sneak attack. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he shouted at the top of his lungs that it was all like this. Immediately after this scream, it emitted a powerful shockwave in all directions. The protagonist, blocking her, gritted his teeth from the tension. But after a few seconds he smiled. After that, there was a madly strong explosion. Ian flew a dozen meters back. At high speed, he flew into the wall of the main hall. Blood spurted from his mouth from such a collision. The main character collapsed to the floor. Looking down, he remembered crossing his arms before the old man's attack, and said to himself that even though he had raised the power to chaos, it wasn't enough. His hand on the floor was shaking violently. With the last of his strength, the guy picked her up and asked himself if he was having a concussion. He suddenly descended into a flashback that included Philip, Maeve, monster dungeons, and recent events, and said to himself that he was irresponsible, adding that although he had seen countless changes compared to the game, he had made such a mistake. And while he was thinking about it, huge scratches appeared on the floor. Something invisible ran very quickly in his direction, leaving cuts on the floor and walls. The main character, looking at the invisible monster, realized that in front of him was a hound of emptiness. With glowing eyes, the monster rushed towards him. Shaking his hand, the young man grabbed the hilt of his sword and said to himself that he only needed to avoid the attack once. With all his strength, he tried to get to his feet, adding that even if he was exposed to a blow, he just had to avoid fatal injuries, because if he bought time until the dizziness subsided, then. But before he could finish speaking, the void hound was already above him. But suddenly Maeve appeared in front of the guy. From what he saw, Ian's eyes were shocked and surprised. The girl blocked the strong attack of the invisible monster. Cuts began to appear on her arm through the armor, but all of them quickly dragged on. Suddenly, Maeve's eyes lit up brightly. She carried out a very fast and powerful sword attack at the same second. Blood spurted in all directions, and the monster flew back. Then the girl unleashed a magical wave in the direction of the Duke. Shock and surprise appeared in the old man's eyes from what he saw. In the next second, there was a madly strong explosion. But when the smoke cleared, There was no one in Regis's place. The entire floor was littered with corpses and covered in blood, and the main character said to himself that at some point she dealt with all the hounds. Suddenly Maeve turned to him. She looked at him out of the corner of her eye and ordered him to take care of the others. The guy was breathing heavily and asked what she was talking about, to which she immediately replied that since he was a mercenary, she thought that one request would not be enough. Turning to Ian, she said that she would give him everything she had, her position, her fortune, literally everything. The main hall was destroyed and saturated with the energy of chaos. The girl did not take her eyes off the main character, continuing to say that if he stopped, such a price would be enough, and she would not ask him to stay in the kingdom, but he should just be with them. Gritting his teeth, the guy firmly replied, "No." But suddenly, huge scratches appeared behind Maeve. The invisible monster struck her a powerful blow on the back. The girl's eyes lit up brightly. She grabbed Ian by the breast at the same second. With all her strength, Maeve threw it towards the exit. The guy landed and gritted his teeth in intense pain. When he got up, the entrance to the main hall in front of him was closed. Through the bars he looked at the girl. Maeve looked back at him and thanked him. A few seconds later she turned sharply. She performed a quick and powerful blow at the monster in front of her. The slashed body of the void hound collapsed to the floor. The Duke, who was under the protective dome, looked at all this from the sidelines. He suddenly opened his eyes wide and said that there was such a pure divinity in her, for she was a servant of Tauren. The protagonist grabbed the bars with his hands and said to himself that she was an avenger, a bleeding apostle of vengeance, and the more blood she shed, the stronger she became, and at the moment when the apostle of vengeance reaches the apogee of his power, she comes face to face with death. With each passing second, Maeve's strength grew stronger. She suddenly got into a fighting stance. There was no emotion on her face as she turned to Regis. In an instant, she unleashed all her power she had, and said that as a stern apostle of Tauren and as an apostle of vengeance, she would carry out her vengeance. From what he saw, the old man gritted his teeth and said to himself that her divine power had become even more powerful, adding that now the force field alone would not be enough. Realizing this, he raised his staff. His power barrier began to become denser. Seeing this, the girl rushed to attack. Looking at this, Yang opened his mouth in shock. The Duke looked at his opponent with shock and horror in his eyes. Maeve's eyes burned like they had never burned before. Her blow caused the old man's protective barrier to crack. The cracks became longer and deeper. Seconds later, Regis's protective field shattered into pieces, and then he wondered how she was able to shatter the 2 layers of his force field. And while he was asking himself about it, Maeve soared into the air. From the ceiling, she drew her sword from its scabbard. The blade of her weapon was covered in insane powerful magical energy. The girl flew down, preparing to strike. Seeing this, the old man gritted his teeth and shouted loudly to himself that he needed to set the force field to the maximum power. When the protective barrier was erected, Maeve's blade was a few centimeters away. Her blow fell on the very top of the force field. Both opponents gritted their teeth, putting all their strength into defense and attack. Her divine power oozed from the girl's eyes, and she said to herself that she needed a little more. At this time, one of the monsters opened its mouth. Suddenly he grabbed the girl's body with his teeth. Seeing this, the Duke smiled madly and shouted that she had let her guard down and fell, and now this was the end for her. But unexpectedly for him, Maeve gripped the hilt of her sword even tighter. At the peak of their power, her eyes were full of divine energy. She struck again with her sword at the top of the protective dome. This force caused the barrier to split. From what he saw, horror appeared in the old man's eyes. The girl cut Regis's body in half, and blood spurted in all directions. After such an attack, she jumped back. Breathing heavily, she raised her head with shaking hands. The Duke's chopped body began to grow together. Recovering from such a wound, the old man furiously shouted that he would make her suffer forever, sending her into the void. His eyes were filled with rage and hatred. In the next second, he swung his staff, creating a rift in front of him. Huge monster hands immediately appeared from the crack. Seeing this, Maeve frowned. Holding his staff in front of him, Regis shouted that the true god would personally condemn her. After this cry, he widened the rift by 100-fold. The monster's hands stretched towards the girl. Maeve, seeing this, silently lowered her head and asked herself if that was all. She saw the bright light of her power inside the old man, and said to herself that although she didn't manage to kill him in the end, she felt her divine power eating away at him from the inside. Having drawn the image of the main character in her head, she added that she thinks that he took revenge in full, and this is enough. Thinking of this, the girl closed her eyes. With each passing second, the monster came out of the rift more and more. Suddenly Ian, who had no emotion on his face, firmly said that he hadn't given any answer yet. Hearing this voice, Maeve abruptly opened her eyes, full of shock. The guy grabbed her by the waist. He stood beside her, helping her to her feet. The girl looked at her friend and asked why he was there. The grate that closed the entrance was cut. Ian looked at Maeve with glowing eyes and replied that the request is established only after it has been accepted, not communicated. What is happening is different from the game, and it's not just about Regis's behavior pattern, because even before these events began, Maeve folded her hands and said that she was hiring a mercenary named Ian. In one of the battles, she rushed to attack, telling the guy not to die. They fought against the monsters back to back. One day, Maeve turned to the guy with glowing eyes, asked if he really wanted to say that all the participants were killed, adding that this was wishful thinking and revenge. She also handed the protagonist her sword and asked if he would accept it. They sat by the fire, and when the guy accepted the sword, the girl said that now he was her deputy, the intermediate boss of the first episode, a crazy avenger, all smeared in blood, no more, no less. The main character remembered how Maeve looked out the window, and realized that she had also changed and became the one who could cover his back. That day she turned around with a sad face, and said that she had been waiting for him for a long time. Currently, Maeve raised her eyebrows in surprise. In his hand, Yang held a small sphere full of chaos energy, and said to himself that it didn't matter, because in any case, if he accepted the task, he had to complete it at all costs. After all, he was a mercenary. Ice growths began to appear next to it. The guy's eyes burned brighter than before, and when the monster from the rift attacked them, it used the lowest blue magic, the frost shield. Huge monstrous hands began to beat against the ice barrier. The Duke looked at it from the sidelines and screamed in his head, wondering if it was blue magic, adding that it couldn't be. Suddenly, a bright light emanated from the ice wall. Suddenly there was a powerful explosion. With eyes rounded in shock, Maeve looked at this and wondered if this magic was blue. The main character removed his hand from his friend's waist and said that he was refusing her last errand. A madly powerful magical energy was oozing from his eyes, and he added that she had to deal with her surroundings on her own. Raising her eyebrows in surprise, the girl looked at her savior. Out of the corner of his burning eye, the guy looked back at her and told her to survive on her own. After these words, he rushed to attack. The Duke stood under a huge rift and shouted loudly for the true god to punish them quickly. At this time, a bright flash of light appeared in the hands of the main character. At high speed, he unleashed it towards his opponents. A huge stream of fire was released from his hands by the main character. The monster that burst out of the portal quickly burned up. The old man covered his head with his hand and shouted in his head that this could not be. Could it be that magic still remained? But it was impossible to leave everything like this. Realizing this, he gritted his teeth in fear and stretched out his hand with his staff. But as soon as he tried to use the chaos energy, his hand began to collapse. With eyes that were full of fear and horror, he looked at his hand and asked himself if he had used up all his strength, but it was impossible. Then he remembered how Maeve had sliced his body open with a single blow, and wondered if the servant's divine power was to blame. All the while, Jan had been unleashing power from the magic stone. This force was slowly closing the rift in space. The crack was getting smaller with every second, and when the light went out, the crack closed. The entire hall was full of smoke, and the energy of chaos had disappeared. Seeing this, Regis fell to his knees and asked if his god had abandoned him. At this time, the main character took his sword out of its scabbard. He looked at the bloody blade of his weapon and replied that his apostle had almost died, after which he asked if even at such a moment, he would just stand and watch. His sword was slowly enveloped by a strong magical energy. Shrouded in a powerful aura, Jan walked over to the old man. Without hesitation, he slashed his sword quickly and forcefully at his body. The Count's shattered body collapsed to the floor. With glowing eyes, the main character rushed to the attack again. He unleashed another quick blow, severing off the old man's right tentacle. After that, he stepped on the opponent's body and said that he wanted to convey something to him. Smiling broadly, the boy leaned over to Regis and said that he wasn't really worshipping an ancient god, but his dog. After saying that, he cut off the tentacles on the old man's head with a single swing of his sword. Pain and horror immediately filled the Count's eyes. Without hesitation, the guy stepped on the face of his opponent. Then he turned to the girl and said that he thought she would have to do it herself. Hearing this, Maeve smiled warmly and replied that she would gladly do so. Regis slowly turned his head to the side. The girl, clutching her sword behind her, slowly walked in his direction. A few seconds later, a sword blade swept through the old man's neck. With glowing eyes, Maeve cut off Count Regis's head. Paul was strewn with the corpses of monsters, when suddenly blood spurted from the mouth of the main character. He immediately fell to the floor and asked himself how much blood he had lost. Maeve slowly approached him from behind. Feeling the touch, the guy looked displeased behind his back. The girl sat down with her back to his back. Breathing heavily, she closed her eyes and said that she would sit like this for a short time. Then Yang smiled warmly and replied, "Of course." Immediately afterward, a system screen appeared in front of him, informing him that the quest Night of Madness had been completed. With a wave of his hand, the protagonist closed the system screen and asked Maeve if she would give everything she had, because this is a very charming will. The girl sat silently with her head down. Receiving no answer, Jan gritted his teeth and asked himself if she could be. But before he could finish speaking, he saw a sleeping girl and asked himself how it was possible to fall asleep in a matter of seconds. Could it be her superpower? Suddenly, everything began to turn white in his eyes, and he realized that he was losing consciousness. The guy's eyes began to slowly close. A few seconds later, his arm fell to the floor exhausted. After a while, the royal army ran into the main hall and asked what this horrible sight was, adding that so many fallen people had gathered here. Suddenly, one of them pointed his finger forward and shouted loudly for everyone to look there. Among the corpses of the monsters in the center of the hall were Yang and Mev. In the bright light, they slept peacefully. The very next day, clouds floated across the blue sky. Citizens passed through the gate, on which hung the severed head of Regis. Seeing this, Lucy raised her eyebrows in surprise. Not far from it, knightly soldiers loaded corpses onto a cart, and asked if these were all corpses that would be cremated. Suddenly, one of them pointed his finger at the traitor's severed head and shouted loudly that it was the fallen Regis Brand who had betrayed the kingdom and the god, so his remains were hung on every fortress wall so that he would not be able to rest even after his death. Severed parts of the old man's body are found on every fortress wall. Looking at him, the citizens began to throw stones at him and poke their fingers, shouting loudly and asking if he had the courage to be called Duke, adding that even if he died, let him die again. There were still puddles and bright blood stains on the streets of the city. The two men next to Lucia looked at each other and said that they thought they knew everything. But it wasn't like that, because only the monsters disappeared without a trace. There was a lot of chaos, and the victims were counted, but this was nothing short of a miracle. Suddenly they both drew an image of Maeve in their minds and asked if it was all thanks to the help of Agellan's guardian, adding that this was to be expected from a divine apostle. A comrade suddenly came up to them and raising his hand said that he could not believe that he had abandoned such a hero and fallen into madness, because this was only a ridiculous rumor, and by the way, he had heard that in addition to Mrs. Laurel, the fallen were also killed by a man. Lucia, who was next to them, listened attentively. Suddenly, the guys drew the image of the main character in their heads next to it, and said that moreover, he was called a master of the sword, equal in strength to Mrs. Laurel. Hearing this, the girl suddenly remembered Jan sleeping on the bed. Leaving her memories, she lowered her gaze. After a short pause, she turned in the other direction, while the guys talked about how if you think about it, the general turmoil is gone, so they should arrive soon for a visit. She began to leave. Suddenly, the girl stopped when she heard the boys talking about how they were afraid that they would send someone to present the kingdom in the best possible light, and they probably didn't even care. Sadness appeared in Lucia's eyes. The rays of the sun illuminated the large house. In one of the bedrooms, the servants were actively sweeping the floor. After a while, the main character slowly opened his eyes. He was lying in bed with a bandaged body. He saw a room brightly lit by the rays of the sun, and realized that he was in Laurel's bedroom. Sitting down on the bed with difficulty, the guy said to himself that everything was aching, and because of the damn symptoms of magical exhaustion, he was very dizzy. He could feel the stored shard of chaos, and said to himself that the power stored within him had been reduced by more than half, and at the last moment, he had gotten rid of everything he had. At that time, Miguel was in the room, who caught Ian's awakening. He suddenly rushed to him, shouting loudly that he had not woken up for 2 days, and he thought that he had fallen asleep forever, to which the latter, gritting his teeth, asked him to be quiet, because his ears were ringing too much. At the same moment, a tray of water fell to the floor. Philip burst into the room. With tears in his eyes, he stopped by the bed and began to shout that it was a great relief for him, and he was very happy, to which he calmly replied that he should not exaggerate, adding that he would die from these screams, so he asked to stop. The guy continued to shout that he thought that he would never wake up again, to which the main character responded with a warm smile, at the same time saying to himself that he was still far from becoming a mercenary. At that moment Lucia was walking down the corridor. She suddenly stopped when she heard a loud cry asking her if she was going to the master. A few seconds later, she hugged the main character tightly and thanked him. Seeing this, Yang frowned in surprise. After a short pause, he patted the girl on the head. After that, Lucia pushed away from him and said that this did not mean that she did not like him. Having said this, she began to leave. The protagonist looked after her and said that she still did not change, after which he asked himself if he remembered correctly that she said that it was because of the curse. Miguel and Philip looked at Jan with rounded eyes and said that they could believe that the young lady hugged someone. Suddenly, a guy with glowing eyes turned around at them and asked what they were looking at, which they shouted in horror that they were not looking at anything. After a while, the main character left his room. He walked slowly down the long corridor. The guy frowned and said to himself that he seemed to understand the reason why Maeve was trying to throw away her life. He imagined a girl standing in the garden of her own estate, and said to himself that being alone together, which was once full of those who loved her, must be worse than death. After leaving his performances, the main character opened the door. He stopped at the entrance to the room, but Maeve's bedroom was empty. A maid suddenly came up to Jan from behind. She raised her eyebrows in surprise when the guy asked her where the mistress was, and after a few seconds she replied that she was probably in the training ground next to the estate. Maeve was standing on the training ground. She put her hand on the target, which had many cuts. The girl suddenly remembered her brother. There was no emotion on her face. Suddenly, her eyes lit up when she heard a familiar voice asking her if she had already decided to start training. The main character slowly walked in her direction and said that he had heard that she could not take up a sword yet. Maeve immediately turned towards the voice. The wind drove the torn green leaves through the air. Seeing Ian, the girl smiled warmly and said that he woke up, adding that she had been waiting for him for a long time. Hearing this, the guy smiled back. Closing his eyes, he said that they woke up only half a day apart. After a while, many people gathered in the royal hall, and the king said that he, Irvine too, being king of Agelon, was grateful for their hard work. There were two people standing in front of him. They were Maeve and Ian, whom the king called the heroes who saved the kingdom. The protagonist rested one hand on his side, and when asked if the name Jan belonged to him, he firmly replied yes. Irvine unrolled the scroll and said that the letter from the new Lord Orendel had said that his contribution had been extremely great. Looking up at the guy with joy, he added that their war period in Agelon would be useful for talents like him, and then asked what he would say to this. Closing his eyes, the guy smiled and replied that he would think about it well, at the same time saying to himself that since he would have to stay here until he recovered, there was no need to spoil relations with the king. Suddenly the king's eyes were surprised when Maeve said that something else was more important now. She held a book in her hand and said that now the priority was to find the remaining decomposed. After a while, she and Irvine were standing on the ramparts, and the latter said that a great tragedy had happened in Agelon, but under the care of a dazzling and strict goddess, they were able to overcome all adversity and were even able to find the remains of the depraved people in hiding. Several bound men were on their knees and shouting loudly that everything was not as he thought, so they asked for mercy, because they were only doing what they were ordered. But immediately after these shouts, they turned to face the blade of the sword flying at them. In the next second, blood spurted. After that, smiling broadly, the king exclaimed that with this, Agelon would become even stronger and be reborn into a reliable kingdom. Raising his fist to the sky, he shouted at the top of his lungs that their future would be filled with only victories and honor. Jan, Miguel, and Philip looked at the cheering crowd from the sidelines. The boy frowned discontentedly, and said that this incident must have been a revelation to His Majesty, for the damage was not as great as it had been expected, and all those who opposed the war were fallen. He looked at Irvine and added that now was not the time to start a war, but he didn't even know that there were a lot of monsters and fallen outside. And while the king was smiling broadly, there was no emotion on Maeve's face. Philip, squinting, looked at the two of them. Suddenly, he bowed sharply and said that it was time for him to go, and the man, hearing this, asked in surprise if he was already leaving, adding that the opening of the banquet would be soon. As he was leaving, the guy spread his hand to the side and replied that he had no appetite, adding that he would be with the lonely and young Lucia. Miguel, with his hand behind his head, looked after Philip. After a short pause, he turned to the protagonist and asked what was wrong with him, adding that if you think about it, he had received a job offer from His Majesty. Ian frowned with his arms folded over his chest, and the man continued to say that this position was quite good, although he already seemed to have a decent assistant. Opening his eyes, the guy said that in this case he should take this position, to which he replied that he did not say that he wanted to take it. After all, he should do it, to which Ian calmly replied that he did not want it either. Then Miguel turned his gaze to the king and said that it was not that he had an attachment to the kingdom, but that he was worried about him and the young lady Lucia. Maeve's eyes were empty, and she did not hear anything around her, and Miguel at this time asked the main character if he was not worried at all, because although she had finished taking revenge, there was not a grain of the will to live in her. Jan then looked up at her and explained that it was because she had finished her revenge, while saying to himself that all this time her driving force had been revenge, and now that even he had come to an end, there was no need to take revenge. After saying that, he imagined a girl standing in complete emptiness. After a while, Irvine began to leave, telling Maeve to take her place in the banquet hall. He suddenly smiled broadly and exclaimed, asking if she had prepared for this, to which she asked in surprise why it was necessary. Suddenly, she raised her eyebrows in surprise as the king replied that she would soon be sent to that family in the empire. Raising his fist to his mouth, he added that she would finally be able to fuse this eyesore, that is, send Lucia to the safety of the empire, and then she would be safe. Maeve stood silently with her head down, and after a short pause she said yes. Night fell. In the main hall, a real feast was arranged. The main character stood on the balcony and said that now he could finally breathe easy, because he had eaten plenty of meat, and now he felt his strength returning to him. He recalled sitting on his bed meditating, and added that his physical health had stabilized to some extent, and rest and persistent meditation helped him in this. Leaving his memories, the guy suddenly frowned. In front of him was a shard of chaos that was gradually regaining its energy. In the system screen, it was reported that the Hound's Tail amulet is a grim relic, an item used by the corrupt that increases physical strength, agility, mental strength, and the senses become even sharper. Some time ago, Ian unleashed the energy of chaos and said to himself that when he went to Regis's mansion to see if there was anything there, he didn't even think that they would find an item used by the corruptors to restore the power of chaos. Suddenly this object opened his eye, and the guy realized that the dog that was treating Regis had come to him. Dozens, then hundreds, of eyes began to appear in this item, after which a system screen appeared, asking if the protagonist wanted to accept the quest Scarlet Apostle of the Abyss, which was considered an incredible offer. Jan tightly gripped a shard of chaos in his hand. A bright flash of light appeared, and then he said to himself that this was a mandatory quest to obtain the grim relic of the Chaos Power Seal. After these thoughts, a bright purple flash engulfed the entire room. After leaving his memories, the main character continued to stare into the distance, saying to himself that it was damn hard, but it was worth it, and although the amount of recovery was only 10, but compared to how much it was before, it was a very large number, because he did not recover at all. Suddenly, Maeve came out on his balcony and said this is where he is, to which he replied that she looked unwell for the main culprit of the banquet. Closing her eyes, the girl lowered her head. Seeing such a reaction, the guy excitedly asked if something had happened to her. Then Maeve opened her eyes slightly and asked for forgiveness, because she could not hide her face. After a while, the protagonist frowned and asked if Lucia would soon be sent to the Empire. His interlocutor stood one step away from him and replied that everything was exactly like that, adding that at first glance she was being adopted, but in fact she would act as a tribute and a hostage. Yang kept his eyes on Mev, saying that the Empire shouldn't be interested in the outskirts of the kingdom, while saying to himself that he didn't think they would be interested in doing anything with another small country, even though he didn't know why. Thinking of this, he imagined a large knightly army standing in front of the massive gate. Suddenly, the guy imagined a huge black wall and realized that their interest was only in it and what was beyond it. After a short pause, the girl looked at the main character and said that he was right, but the war between the kingdoms is a completely different conversation. Perhaps at this moment she will conquer them. So His Majesty decided to pay tribute to the imperial feudal family. She imagined how Irvine had met with the ambassador, and added that he must have thought that even if war broke out, Agelon needed an ally within the empire. Ian, having listened to his interlocutor, put his hand on the railing and asked why Lucia. Then Maeve drew an image of Lucia in her head and replied that it was because she had royal blood in her. She remembered the day the girl was born, and added that her deceased birth mother was His Majesty's younger sister, and then Jan realized that this was an ordinary political marriage, and the girl continued to say that in fact, if only this was the case, it could have been abandoned, but the feudal family wanted Lucia. A bright moon slowly floated across the night sky, and when the main character said that it seemed that the reason was Lucia herself, his interlocutor looked at him and said that everything was so, because she was a child who received a blessing from Ru Enter. As she said that, she imagined the girl being enveloped in a bright divine light, driving away the energy of chaos. As soon as the guy heard this, shock appeared in his eyes. He imagined many mages in his head, and said to himself that those born with the ability to manipulate magic had begun to imitate the powers of the gods. People believed that those born with special abilities received a divine blessing. Ru Enter, the god of fervor and madness, and to receive his blessing was to be born with red magic. The main character opened his mouth in shock and said to himself that perhaps when creating a game character, among the features chosen for him there was something similar to this damn kinship of the element, which means that he had to choose. Maeve suddenly remembered and said that when Lucia was about 2 years old, she lit a fire in the air, despite the fact that no one taught her magic, but he probably knew better what that meant. The main character, having listened to his interlocutor, frowned and said that this is a very good family, it releases everyone from paladins to mages. The girl also frowned and explained that it was the influence of the royal family. However, she did not receive favor from the current king, and this fact was kept secret in the family, and in addition, the decline of magic was approaching. Hearing this, Jan opened his mouth in surprise and said to himself that he now remembered that it had been established. The era of magic in this world is coming to an end, because after the appearance of the Black Wall, magic began to disappear, and the number of people born with magical abilities should be decreasing, but the biggest blow is taken by magic, because now, as before, they can no longer abuse magic, and naturally, their favor has also decreased. And probably this is why there are especially many corrupt people among magicians in this world. After a moment's pause, Maeve lowered her head and said why. Raising her head to her interlocutor, she finished, she has a request for him, because only he can fulfill it. After a while, everyone present sharply looked in one direction when they heard a loud shout, asking if this was really all gratitude. Miguel looked at the protagonist with his eyes wide open in shock and wondered why he heard the voice of the gentleman coming out to get some fresh air. Jan smiled mischievously and asked if she had started this long conversation to make a request of him. Suddenly, his expression changed abruptly, and he firmly said that it was very annoying, because he could not listen to her. At these words, Maeve's eyes were shocked and horrified. The guy returned to the hall, leaving the girl alone on the balcony. Seeing this, people began to look at each other and whisper, asking each other if it was a quarrel, if he had not been paid enough, and if he was also just a simple mercenary in the end. At this time, the main character has already approached Miguel's table, his eyes burning with anger, and told the man that he did not think that he could satisfy his desire for a quiet life, so he should come to his senses and take note of this. A drop of cold sweat appeared on Miguel's face, and he, smiling in confusion, asked why he was even telling him this. Then Jan leaned over to him and said that they were going to kidnap Lucia. At that time, the girl was reading a book under Philip's supervision. After a while, birds flew across the evening sky. The carriage drove quickly towards the gate. One of the guards, seeing her, asked in surprise what kind of carriage at such and such a time. Suddenly they were shocked by what they saw, because in the carriage was Mistress Maeve, the Apostle Tauren and the hero who saved the country. All this time, the maid massaged the girl's legs. When the carriage stopped next to the guards, they apologized and asked where she was going at such an hour, adding that due to the recent incident, entry and exit at the wrong time were prohibited, which meant that she was violating the royal decree. Hearing this, Philip frowned and asked discontentedly if every single case was not taken into account. The royal soldiers silently looked at the guy who kept saying that the lady wasn't feeling very well today, so they shouldn't talk nonsense, but should open the gate. Suddenly, the girl raised her head and told him not to swear, because they were doing their duty, and on the contrary, they were worthy of praise. Smiling with difficulty, she asked the guards for forgiveness, explaining that she was uneasy today, so she wanted to breathe some night air. After listening to the girl, the royal soldiers put their hand to her chest and asked her to be careful, because monsters could roam outside. After that, the carriage passed the gate. After a while, the carriage drove along a small path. Suddenly she stopped. Philip turned around and said that they had arrived, so they could leave. A hand appeared from under Maeve's footrest. The main character and Miguel crawled out from under the blanket, who said that he had a feeling that he had become a footrest. As they warmed up, Philip said that they had acted as Mr. Yang had said, and the guards had no doubts, and the girl, putting her hand to her mouth, said that the strategy of a good knight and a bad escort was quite good, and yet there was always something to learn. Suddenly, the protagonist frowned and asked what she was doing, adding that Lucia should get out as soon as possible. Dirty red hair appeared from under the blanket. The girl was cut and dressed as a boy. Red hair was scattered all over the carriage. The children looked at Lucia and said that the beautiful face of the young lady had turned into the face of a wandering boy. Hearing this, Ian closed his eyes and, imagining the girl's previous image, said that there was nothing that could be done about it, because with that appearance, she was very eye-catching, and this appearance was perfect for someone who had experienced things in the dark world, and although it was not very good that the appearance of a boy came out, it was at least enough. As he spoke, Lucia touched her close-cropped hair. After a short pause, Miguel turned sharply to Philip and exclaimed that now was not the time, because he had to go, so the boy had to move his things to a new carriage, and the maid said that they had to take food and clothes. At this time, the main character shifted his gaze to the side when he was called out. Maeve smiled warmly and said that perhaps it was an unnecessary request, but she was very grateful to him. At night, she stood in front of the guy on the balcony and said that she had a request for him, because only he could fulfill it. She knitted her eyebrows pitifully and asked if he could take Lucia to the Hearthstone Temple. The protagonist, hearing this, imagined the territory of a huge temple, where it was constantly snowing, and asked if she was talking about Rue Enter, located in the north, where serving priests and mad blacksmiths live. Asking this, he also introduced the indefatigably toiling blacksmiths, and said to himself that he had been there in a game. Leaving his performances, he folded his arms over his chest and asked why he went there and not to the Empire. Then his interlocutor remembered how she found the document, and said that it was associated with a feudal family who wanted to take Lucia. She introduced her late brother, and added that Vernon had examined the document, because it seemed that he was also worried about the girl. After introducing a large number of young people, she said that this family has a deep knowledge of magic, adding that it often hosts talented children and young people, and it is also closely associated with the Great Tower. Hearing this, Yang frowned in displeasure. Maeve put her hand to her forehead and said that after recruiting talents, the connection with them was completely lost, and there was no way to know how they lived and what research was being done. Suddenly, the main character's eyes lit up, and he asked if this family accidentally had a surname that was not Larmouth. Hearing this, the girl raised her eyebrows in surprise and asked how he knew, when she suddenly remembered that this was one of the most powerful families in the Empire. Upon receiving such an answer, the guy gritted his teeth with anger and said to himself that they would be lucky if only the contract was lost, because in the future, the Larmouth family was doomed to become a completely demonic kingdom called the Nightmare of the Magician. Thinking of this, he imagined a huge building shrouded in dark magical energy. Inside, each child was lying in his place, and the main character said to himself that it was impossible to contact them, because they had all become terrifying test subjects. When he left his memories, Maeve, who was standing in front of him, said that this was why she would prefer to send her to the Hearthstone Temple, as she was a child who had received favor from Rue Enterai, and the priests would give her care and love, and then she would have a chance to develop her innate talent. After saying that, she raised her head slightly and, knitting her eyebrows excitedly, added that this was why she had no choice but to ask him. Suddenly, from what he saw, surprise appeared in the guy's eyes. A system screen appeared in front of him, asking if he wanted to accept the quest Hearth Spark. Frowning, Jan pondered. He remembered how, after defeating the Duke, the girl had hugged him tightly. Then he remembered what would happen to all the children who would go to the Larmouth family. Seeing this reaction, Maeve looked into the distance and said that everything was as she thought, because it was too big a request, and in that case, he could refuse. Suddenly, she abruptly shifted her gaze to the guy, who firmly said that he agreed. He continued to look at his interlocutor, adding that he would only agree if the reward was appropriate. After these words, he smiled mischievously and asked if she was good at acting. Currently, the protagonist put his hand on his shoulder and said that there was a ruckus at the ball yesterday, so even with Lucia's disappearance, they would think that he and Miguel kidnapped her. As he said that, he remembered how, after shouting loudly, he had returned from the balcony to the royal hall. Leaving his memories, Ian looked away and said that it was all because they were unhappy with the reward and wanted to at least sell Lucia, so they would have no doubts about the others. Hearing this, Maeve smiled warmly and said that she was really grateful to him. But before she could finish, they both turned their gaze to the cart, from which Miguel was waving to them and shouting that they had loaded everything. Resting his hand on his side, the main character asked if they had collected his things, which the king gave him as a reward, to which the man tapped his hand on the box and exclaimed, "Of course, he dealt with them in the first place." After that, they stood opposite each other. Smiling warmly, Maeve said it was time to say goodbye. Yang then frowned and looked at Philip and said that if the lady wanted to kill someone again, he should do his best to stop her, and if something went wrong, he should leave the kingdom, because he knew that he was not attached to him, and then said that the girl should do the same, because the life of a knight-errant was not so bad. Hearing this, Maeve opened her mouth in surprise. She suddenly raised her gaze to the sky and said quietly, "A knight-errant, so?" After a short pause, she looked at the protagonist and asked where he would go, being a knight-errant, to which he spread his hand to the side and replied where his feet would take him, and eventually he would head to the Empire, and perhaps he could see the joyful faces of Agelon again. Hearing this, the girl raised her eyebrows in surprise. Seeing such a reaction, the guy smirked and asked if something was wrong, adding that if she was interested in his final destination, it would be quite a good idea if Agelon did not be absorbed into the Empire, but began to prosper, while saying to himself that this would not really happen. Miguel bowed to the lady and said that it was an honor for him to serve her, to which she replied that it was also an honor for her, because he was a worthy companion and escort. The man suddenly raised his head in surprise when Philip asked him in a trembling voice not to forget what he was telling him, after which he exclaimed that thanks to him it was fun. After these words, tears began to appear in the guy's eyes. Seeing this, Miguel began to pat Philip on the back and shout, asking if he was crying, adding that he was very sentimental, to which he replied that he just got a speck in his eye. After that, Miguel turned to the girl and said that it was time for them to return and, perhaps, they would see each other for the last time. Then Lucia, who had no emotion on her face, firmly answered, not for the last, because she had read in the book that when her training in the temple ended, she would be able to return again. After these words, she rushed to hug Maeve, saying that they would definitely meet again. Hearing this, the girl smiled warmly and said that everything would be so. After that, she sat down and hugged the girl tightly. Suddenly, a shadow appeared above them, and the main character said that someday the day would come when they would see each other again. Keeping his hands folded on his chest, he continued to say that he would have to collect his bounty. Standing up, Maeve asked if he would mind getting her like this, while saying to herself that perhaps this was not the most important thing for him now. That day, on the balcony, Jan leaned over to her. With surprise in her eyes, the girl listened to what the guy whispered in her ear. In the present, the protagonist smirked and asked if she understood why he didn't accept her, adding that she was not allowed to die until that day. Then Maeve, lowering her head, smiled and answered of course, he promised to give it to her. When the carriage had gone, she looked after it and said to herself that he must live, for she would be waiting for him. Philip, who was standing nearby, suddenly said that he would do as Mr. Jan said. He frowned and added that he believed that his fate was not with the kingdom, but with his master. Hearing this, Maeve smiled. She continued to look into the distance, answering that it was right, so they would wait for this day together. At that time, the carriage was driving along the path. The main character sat inside and told Lucia that she had to be ready. He looked at the girl and explained that it would be hard for her, and she would see death many times, to which she calmly replied that everything was fine. There was no emotion on her face as she continued to say that if she went to the Hearthstone Temple, she would at least be able to keep her name Laurel. Suddenly, Miguel, who was sitting in front, frowned and said that he finally thought that he had settled in one place, and now he was returning to the north again. Yang looked up at the man and asked if he was from the north, to which he only exhaled heavily. After a short pause, Miguel looked up at the sky and said that he just thought that his days in Agelon had come to an end. The main character, hearing this, grinned and said that now everything will be different. At night, a bright moon floated across the dark sky. An old man was chopping wood in the street. Declan looked up at the sky with a smile on his face. Philip, along with Maeve, reported that Lucia had been kidnapped by Miguel and Ian. Upon receiving this information, the king only opened his mouth in shock. All this time the carriage continued to go in one direction. Miguel frowned and looked ahead. There was no emotion on the girl's face. The main character sat next to him with his head down and realized that the first chapter had just ended, adding that this is a semi-open world of dark fantasy, united by betrayal and decay, rebellions and intrigues, which means that the journey through this damn game is only now beginning. There was not a drop of fear or doubt in the boy's eyes about what awaited him next.